from Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August the 2nd. The stars of British karting come home. 3 days of racing, 2 letters, only one champion. Kartmasters 2026. 30 years in the making. Brought to you by Alpha Live. Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to day 2 of on-track action, the 2026 Uptonsteel Motorsport UK Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. You are looking at the home of British karting, a sun-bleached home of British karting in deepest Lincolnshire, where nearly 300 drivers will continue their quest to win the most coveted prize in British karting, the GP plate. My name's Henry Beaudette. Joining me, as always, Andrew Mather. Andrew, yesterday we saw some excellent racing, and I have to say, that's not something we've always been able to say here at Kartmasters, but yesterday was very, very good quality karting.
Solid start, wasn't it, to this 30th edition of what is now this year the Uptonsteel Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix.
Just roll off the tongue.
Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? 7 classes, all ready to go again today. Warm-ups just wrapping up at the moment for one of our categories. It's the same format as yesterday, folks, if you were with us. So it's a timed qualifying for everybody to get themselves going in the competitive sense. Everybody then races twice in their classes. Double duty drivers, I think we've still got all 15 of them, or thereabouts. They'll be racing 4 times today.
14 now. Because yesterday we had 2 drivers excluded for the event in practice. Yesterday, another 3 drivers excluded from the event. 1 for a nose cone issue and 2 for driving-related offences. So the message, quite simple. Well, it is simple. Behave or go home. But, Andrew, obviously, we're not going anywhere. But
hopefully
you know what? No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Well, I wasn't going anywhere last night after I run my car out of fuel, but we'll get to that later. But I tell you who else isn't going anywhere. It's the 3rd member of the broadcast crew here at Alpha Live this weekend. It's Ceol Lynch. She's not going anywhere either. Where is she at the moment?
Thank you very much, Henry. That is right, boys. Thrilled to be here for live day 2 at a stunning PFI once again. We are so lucky that we get to be back for the 30th edition this year. Well, today the drivers do it all again, but are we going to see drivers like Chester Fawkes dominate all day and Zach Turner in Junior Rotax, or are we going to see a tough day like it was for Finley Lyons and the likes of Caden McQueen, who had to work hard? It's all about to start once more for qualifying yet again. I'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Ceol. Ceol will be giving us all the reports from the pits and down in Parc Fermé, talking to some of our drivers as they come in, getting the stories of glory and the stories of despair.
And there will be plenty of both. But have you ever driven PFI before? If you haven't, well, let's let one of our micro drivers, Corey Lyons, show you around. Through the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the Litchfield Bridge, out onto the bowl. This was taken during practice on Thursday, and it gives you an idea, Andrew, just how fast the circuit is. Look at the way that he's modulating the steering wheel, because it's very bumpy, but the braking. Wait, listen. Off. Back on the power early. It's so quick here, isn't it?
It is indeed. Hairpin 2. This is where we're going to see lots of action today, and you can see how quickly, when there is a battle pack ahead of you, that you can catch up on them even without the initial tow. This is the run through the Fullerton S's. And then into Bobby Game. How many big moves are we going to see through this part of the circuit here today? How many of them are going to be pulled off? We did see a bit of action through that part of the course during Friday's action. This is the Mike Wilson complex, or the ending of it, and then the final chicane, that last corner, that curb catches out the unwary. That is a lap of PF International in the year of our Lord 2026.
Yes, and of course, that was taken in Thursday practice, where we did have a couple of drops of rain, not enough rain to turn the sun-bleached grass back to its usual green hue. However, as you can see today, like it was yesterday, the skies are blue. The circuit, Tav Kirk and the team have done a fantastic job. I will say yesterday that we did have, as you will be well aware now, we had a site-wide power cut, which stopped the racing for a little bit. However, there are several people that need a huge amount of thanks. Tim Darlow, Jensen Darlow's father, he's the on-site electrician on call, and he was needed yesterday. Will Hibbert, Mason and Hardy Hibbert's dad. Now, he runs an electrical business. I believe he sourced some bits and bobs and parts that come in overnight. And, of course, Tav Kirk, our commander-in-chief, the circuit operations manager, was obviously running around, helping and making sure everything was fixed as quickly as possible. So again, thank you to those people that made the delay yesterday. It was just a crimp in our day, not a catastrophe. Please keep your comments coming in on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, the live chat. David Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie, is there moderating the chat, so we'll keep it nice and respectful. We'll be keeping ourselves up to date with who's watching, where you're watching from, and asking any questions that you've got. But we have our very first on-track action of the day. It is qualifying for half of the Junior X30 grid. Now, we did have 38 drivers.
Yep.
We are down to 37, which means only one driver is going to miss the main event tomorrow. Unfortunately, Harry Radcliffe has been sent home. He was doing double duty. But now, this is an interesting driver. It's an interesting kart, and it's an interesting livery, because this is Night Measures. Night Measures, sponsored by Kart Giza, who are one of the official partners of Kartmasters 2026. Kart Giza is a Facebook marketplace for second-hand kart parts. Night Measures, who you may remember last year, bent his kart like a pretzel going into this corner and walked away absolutely fine. Now, even the greatest Alpha Live camera ops, and we have a huge team of Alpha Live camera ops here, they won't be able to see that Night Measures crash helmet is signed. Well, it's not signed, it has written on it thousands of names. You could just see the text there. So I asked Knight and his dad, said, what's all that about? And Knight said, I put a post up on Instagram, and anyone who commented on the post had their name written on the crash helmet. And many, many people did. And yeah, you can see, so on there, and I don't know what graphics program or what was used to put the names on, but that is, it's got names, it's got your name on it.
That's it?
It's got Anthony Jordan's name on it.
Oh dear.
That's got my name on it. But then again, I'm a dinosaur, so I don't, social media, I don't know all that. But that is Night Measures in the Kart Giza sponsored number 19 entry, privateer entry. Well, it's a Kart Giza entry. So that is Night Measures, who is still the, how do we say this, height challenged. He's the smallest driver in the class, ladies and gentlemen, still. Mini Measures. Now, Mini Measures has a lot of talent. I tell you who else has got a lot of talent. Driver number 2, George Edgar. And George had a very, very good start to Kartmasters yesterday, didn't he? But it all began because he qualified well.
He did indeed. We'll just give you a bit of a rundown of how the scores look overnight. We've got 2 minutes or thereabouts of this session to go. We know that the big laps are going to come in on that last lap. So, as you mentioned there, Henry, George Edgar did have a very good day. Qualified third through the two groups and then won both of his heats. So he's still at the top of the order with 0 points. Sukmani Kira is second going into this morning with a couple of second places. Sukmani on 4 points at the moment. There she is in the number 44 kart. Max Endicott sits third, also in this group. A fifth and a third yesterday. 8 points is the score at the moment for Max. Jacob Backler equalled that in terms of points. Is not quite ahead on the tiebreaker at the moment because it was a couple of fourths for Jacob. That's how he got his 8 points, and he's also in this session. Henry Clark, fifth on 10. Aaron Richardson, sixth on 13. That did include a heat win. He had a penalty in his first race, which dropped him to 13th, but bounced back brilliantly in the A versus B race to take a 0 point score in that last one for this class. Harley Musk, 7th on 13 as well. Luca Narroway, solid day. 8th at the moment, 16 points. Finley Lines, a couple of top 10s on 17 points. Is 9th at the moment, equal 9th, in fact, with Zach Champney. So those are the big 10 at the moment at the top. Those on the outside looking in. Well, Enzo Butterazzi is sadly not taking part anymore. I do know there's been a bit of discussion about that front fairing. I understand that some people feel it's harsh, but it is the rule. And when I saw Enzo giving the front fairing that little flick with his foot, and I even said, don't do it, Enzo, it's because I've seen that happen before.
Yes.
I've seen people be disqualified. The line has to be drawn somewhere. If we start bringing it into a bit of a grey area of context of why the front bumper was kicked, you'll then start having people kicking it all over the place and trying to justify it later on. That's why the rule is so harsh.
Yeah, no, it
you
is.
just cannot touch it. I understand why Enzo did it. It was in the heat of the moment, and it's a mistake that's cost him his Kartmasters chance for 2026.
And let's reflect. So coming into the second hairpin of one of the Junior X30 races yesterday, there was obviously a collision, and the right front corner of Enzo Butterazzi's nose cone got hooked on the inside behind the steering wheel, behind his front wheel. So he couldn't actually turn the corner. So he stopped and, kicked the nose out so he could carry on in the race. But of course, that is kicking the nose cone bracket out. Context is one thing. It's harsh. It's, he's going to be aggrieved, and I do feel sorry for him because it wasn't a case of, oh no, I've got a nose cone, I'm going to quickly slyly kick it back out. So I don't get a 5-second penalty. He wasn't thinking along those lines. He's thinking, oh no, I can't turn the wheel. Right, now I can turn the wheel and I can carry on. But unfortunately, it happening in front of the cameras as well, it was seen, and he's been excluded. Hello to Gary Pickard from Karting Armchair Experts. We'll talk about Karting Armchair Experts' role in the Kart Mania show coming right up. So that was the background to Enzo Butterazzi's exclusion. In Senior X30, Jacob Marples for driving in a manner. Now there are the names. So Enzo Butterazzi, Jacob Marples, and sadly Harry Ratcliffe no longer part. There is the name, and you can see on the thing you've got Henry King's name is spotting out. There's the Venom crash helmet. That's always a winner. Ceol spoke to that driver. That is the number 77, George House, who has just set fastest time in session.
I think something was a little bit off. I think we had yellow flags out at the back end of that session, which is why no one went particularly quick towards the end of that one. It's a very close session. The top 6 covered by 0.04 of a second.
Well, I'm going to say it's even closer. The top 8 covered by
a tenth.
1/10 of a second, covering the top 8. George House, Jacob Bashler, George Edgar, Henry Clark, Sukmani Kira, Louis Radcliffe, Aaron Richardson, Harley Musk, Freddie Wood, and Archie Rogers Tyler, your top 10. Again, Max Endicott, the reigning IAMI Warriors final champion. If only Max learnt to qualify, because he gives himself a lot of work to do. Yesterday he qualified badly and yet still sits third in the point standings because he raced so well up through the field. Hello to the Ultimate R team. So that's someone's nan, Ben Hingley's nan. The Ultimate R team. Congratulations. Oh, hello. Hang on a minute. I think Grandmama may have just let the cat out of the bag. Good morning, Ben Hingley in the Ultimate R team. Congratulations. The big news yesterday where he proposed to the wonderful Mary and she said yes. Does that mean that Ben Hingley is going to get married? Oh, excellent. That'll be a good wedding in Abergele, North Wales. Yeah. So that is the big news that maybe potentially Ben Hingley got down on, popped the question and said yes. So congratulations. And I know there will be a lot of discourse, a lot of Enzo Buttarazzi very, very harshly done by. However, the rule is the rule, and like Andrew said, if you bring context into it, then everyone suddenly has context. Oh, I got a nose cone penalty because the kid spun in front of me and I had nowhere to go. What's the difference between that? Ceol Lynch, meanwhile, is down in the pit lane.
Now, George House, we heard from you yesterday on your thoughts on qualifying, and you can't be as happy as you must be now.
Yeah, it's great. Great feeling. A lot better track position than what we had yesterday. I think being alone sometimes can be better for me. Yeah.
And George, this is your first year in junior. You've got a height disadvantage to some of those drivers, and some may say a strength. How does it feel to be at the minute top of the timesheets against such a competitive grid?
Well, it feels great because obviously it's my first year in junior, and getting the good times in is great for experience next year and stuff, knowing that I can be fast in next year, a couple of years' time and stuff, yeah.
Now, the next half of Junior X30 out right now, do you think that's going to be enough for overall pole?
Well, I really hope so, but a lot of those drivers are fast, so fingers crossed that I can keep overall pole.
Best of luck, George. Good luck. We'll let you get on.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to let Freddie Wood in now. Freddie, we've seen you have a really strong time recently over in the British Kart Championships. You actually led one of the heats yesterday. Talk to us a bit about that.
Yeah, we've had a good time in the British recently, but at the moment that quali didn't go exactly as we planned, but it's Kartmasters, so anything can happen, so race through and we'll get the win.
We really do never know what happens. You've started the day fresh, not the qualifying that you want. What's the plan for the heats?
Yeah, obviously it didn't go our way, but we'll race our way.
Apologies there for the little bit of a technical issue.
I didn't hear anything wrong with what that was saying. I thought it was perfect. No, we are working. There's a lot of steel and metal buildings down there, which even the best Alpha Live transmitters don't like somehow. Now, we are on track for the second half of juniors. Big hello to Cavan Hayes. Henry King from the UAE is watching. He's just seen his own name on Light Measures crash helmet and has joined us. So hello to Henry King. There's another Henry who had, oh no, so many Henrys. It's Henry James who is now gone fastest. George Clark and Kai Clark, second and third. Then Gold Chain Charlie, Rocco Shenton. Now let's talk a minute about Rocco Shenton. 2 starts, 2 DNFs. He already knows that he's up against it just because he's taller, he's on the weight limit. Hasn't stopped him fighting, but he is on the back foot.
He is. In a way, though, a little bit of the pressure's off because I don't know, we're talking about these drivers who...
What, 36 out of 36
now,
remaining drivers?
There's no cut-off for the rest of this one. Good morning to Harrison Whitcombe. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Harrison. Bonada.
I know you were hoping to take part this weekend. We'll have a catch-up later on. But it's good to see you last weekend. I know last weekend was a bit of a tough one for you, but you'll bounce back. There is Rocco Shenton on circuit. That build machine looking a lot better than it did less than 7 days ago at Roura. Rocco was really, really up against it in that round of the British Championships. but it's looking a lot smoother and a lot more drivable. Setup good for him. There's Nat Johnston in the foreground. We'll see Nat in a bit in the seniors.
And his mechanic, and of course, not his mechanic, but Dan Barrett, who is him and Mick Barrett running the Mick Barrett Racing team. Now, last night, Dan Ashton did a quiz at the circuit.
He did.
And one of the questions was, who is the oldest, not in terms of years, but which is the oldest team in the paddock? Now, we had a couple of questions about Paul Fletcher, the circuit owner, and Paul's age. And I can't believe that Paul is now in his 90s, in his early 90s. But Mick Barrett Racing is the longest-serving team in the British Karting Championship fraternity.
Nice.
It's been, I can't remember the year because I was too busy trying to find someone to put some petrol in my hire car. Enough of that. But yeah, it was... that was an interesting thing. I have to say that the quiz, which I may have helped one team of micro drivers, only because they didn't know how. One of the questions was who set fastest lap in the 2024 Senior X30 Grand Prix. The answer was Gus Lawrence.
Yep.
I might have helped them spell Gus because a couple of them weren't sure, but. I think, who was in the team? Frank Morris, Kyle Vieira, one of the lads from Thule Motorsports, the mini drivers. It was a tie. It was a tie at the end of the quiz between the kids and Dan Holland Racing. The tiebreaker question was, how many rental carts do we have here at PFI? And the kids got it right. So £100, cash money, courtesy of the Torsion Bar, which still takes cash. They have split that between them, the kids. So well done. Lots of good fun in the paddock. If you want to watch the paddock show from last night, please, wait until the end of today's racing and then watch it back because it's a good one. It's a good one. Checkered flag is out.
And the track is running a bit slower, or the tyres a little bit older than they were yesterday. Charlie Wolfett's 56.80 in that session was not quicker than what George House did in the first session. So George House is going to have pole position in Junior X30 for today's two heats. I did see a question of why are we having a time qualifying session again? Why not? Well, why not? Sets the grids for rounds 3 and 4.
Yeah, and also in a class, say for example, Junior Rotax, 66 entries. We don't want to have a driver's entire weekend dictated by one single 5 minutes qualifying session that takes place on Friday morning.
Yeah.
So we simply, and it gives drivers a chance to reset, which I think is good. There is the number 267 kart coming in. Devin Taylor he's got his MLC Motorsport race suit on. He's moved to Henry Gregory Motorsport this weekend. Plenty of people coming in. I'm enjoying my morning coffee in the William Bennett Motorsport mug that changes temperature. You put hot water in it, and it changes colour. Mind blown. Go.
Good news. Alfie Ward has finished a competitive session for the first time this weekend.
My goodness me.
He's 14th.
It's okay.
But that's all right. We're moving forward. And again, the Junior X30s, because we're now at a field of 36, they're all going through. So, well done, Alfie. That's a good result to see. That is a start.
Yes, that is a start, because it was a tough day yesterday for Alfie Ward. Engine seized in qualifying. Henry Gregory fixed it. Alfie went and thanked Henry Gregory by crashing in the first heat race. Henry Gregory fixed it. And then Alfie went out and got a technical flag, because maybe Henry Gregory had not fixed everything and something had fallen off. So 3 sessions. There's Charlie Blenkinsop going through. Bertie Blenkinsop, the Bulldog, is here with his Charlie Blenkinsop Racing T-shirt on. I love that those eyes on the top of Zach Champney's crash helmet. I think that's great. Yes, we are going to be naming you, the viewers. There's going to be a poll going up. about, so Frank Morris for S8 Racing. Frank Morris and his family, they continue to do things in karting that make the sport better. We had them raising money last year for a defibrillator at Fullbeck, and they raised over £2,500. Last year, then they had cans of water with our pictures on it to raise awareness for teenage young epilepsy. And now they've got extra cans of water. Frank Morris has a dragon on the back of his crash helmet, which you, the viewers, are going to name. We've got a shortlist of 4 names. Ceol Lynch isn't on the shortlist of the dragon names. Quite rightly so, because she's not a dragon. I tell you what she is, though. She's in the pits talking to another driver.
Thank you very much, Henry. Overall poll then for Junior X30 this morning goes to George House, who we heard from before. But joining him on the front row will be Charlie Wolfett. Charlie Wolfett, come on in. Let's talk yesterday, because we didn't hear much of you yesterday. You seem to be caught in a few of those mid-pack battles. Talk to us about that.
Yeah, I mean, qualifying wasn't the best, and then just lacking a bit of pace. But I think we've obviously got it sorted. We was fast in the last heat yesterday, just a bit unlucky. But yeah, going strong into today.
Now, you're going for the double in both classes this weekend. This is your secondary class in X30. You said you haven't actually done much in this class. How have you found it?
No, I mean, it's been hard, but it's been hard changing from one class to another, jumping in the Rotax and then jumping back into the X30. But we just got to deal with it and obviously keep pushing, yeah.
Well, you've got one more qualifying to go. Do you think you can pole in both? Or front row in both, at least?
100%.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie Wolfett, another driver, and that just goes to show how Kartmasters really brings anything. We see him at the front of the British Kart Championships grids at the minute, but yesterday that did not see for him. Let's move along though, because Senior Rotax is up next.
Thank you, Ceol. Thank you to Gold Chain Charlie. Now, you look at that shot. Look, you've got in the foreground, Coles Racing, Hunter Motorsport, Jack Dex Racing. Is that a KX UK kart in there? KR Sport, Strawberry Racing is in there. Is that an MLC graphics kit that I can spot? There's a Maxim Motorsport graphics kit. Just fantastic. I have to say, the teams all make sure that they look resplendent for this event. This is Senior Rotax, the first half of Senior Rotax. Senior Rotax had less entries than Senior X30 this year, which is something that in the general karting landscape this year is a bit rare. Thanks to all of you watching, wherever you're watching from, even if you happen to be in a briefing for maybe another event that my colleague Andrew Mather is heavily involved. The social media manager for, say, Club 100.
Sorry, Vinny.
Sorry, Vinny C. Racing, who is watching from the Club 100 briefing. My colleague Andrew Mather might have just messaged John Viger. you might just have been rumbled. But it's okay, because you know what side pole position is on, Vinny. There we go. Great to have you on board. Vinny usually watches from school. When we have, like yesterday, it's now summer holidays, but several times, especially at the Rotax International Trophy, Sodi World Series finals that start on a Thursday. Vinny says, I'm watching from science. I'm watching from computer science.
To be fair, he's getting into the realm, isn't he? I do it with Test cricket all the time, of listening in from various places that perhaps I shouldn't be listening in from.
Exactly. That's the whole point now.
You just stick it on pole, Vinny.
Yeah.
Good. Right, so this is Senior Rotax. Let's give you the rundown of how they look overnight. We'll try and make this quick because we overran a little bit with the last one. Macaulay Bishop is your event leader at the moment. 0 points from 2 heats. Joshua Graham, 3 points. A win in the first heat as well. These drivers had 3 heats yesterday across the whole field, each of them competing in 2. Harry Bartle, 2 second places yesterday. Bartle is third on 4 points. Ryan Gandor, the Canadian, is 4th at the moment on 8 points. Joshua Turnbull 5th. A couple of top 5s for Josh yesterday. 9 points at the moment. Mikey Walker 6th on 10. Harrison Crowther 7th, also on 10. Jared Fox-Whiteley 8th on 13. Ewan Sharman solid yesterday, 15 points for you, and at the moment 9th place, and Joshua Smith, the last of those in the top 10. Now, this is a bigger category. Here are your drivers who are currently outside the top 36.
Okay.
This is a bit more important now
Yes.
with a bigger field. So, following names need a good day. Otherwise, they're going to need to do something big in the superheats tomorrow. James Lowther.
Former runner-up in
Former
Kartmasters.
runner-up. Joe Yao, Austin Johnson, Arthur Brownless, Bailey Heath, Matthew So, Joey Brown.
Double duty driver.
I say Joey Brown down in 43rd overnight at the minute. Oliver Liversidge, Eli Baden, Yusuf Ala Ali in the number 29, Taylor England and Alfie Litter.
Eli Baden, complete reframe after an incident with Eva Morris yesterday. Kart, absolute write-off. Luckily, driver okay. We saw Eli hobbling away from the kart, and then he says, "Why are you hobbling?" And Eli goes, "I'm not sure." And the marshal, "Well, a kart did just drive over your knee." So that's why Eli. But I spoke to his dad. He's okay. Metal can be fixed, repaired, replaced. Driver absolutely fine.
You saying he took a kart to the knee?
Took a kart to the. Hello to Roger Young watching from
Morning, Roger.
Taiwan. Yes, Roger, I will get back to you with the message. I have been sent many, many messages in the build-up to this event, and I have been rubbish at getting back to people, so I apologise now. I'm almost as rubbish as getting back to people as I am of turning my car off in the field yesterday.
Mr. Worldwide's carbon footprint did not improve yesterday.
Mr. Worldwide may have got out of his hire car yesterday and forgot to turn the engine off. And Mr. Worldwide's hire car might have spent 12 hours sat in the car park at PFI with the engine running, well, until the engine ran out of petrol, which I discovered at 9 o'clock last night when I went to leave the circuit. Thank you to Tav Kirk at PF International for giving me some fuel so I could get home. And then my mea culpa, I am apologising. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Worldwide doesn't know how to turn a car off. There is a very small patch of grass in the field at Lincolnshire that is now only slightly less polluted than Reactor 2 at Chernobyl because it was just fed petrol. Here we go then. Finley Jones.
Finley Jones, top of the timesheets.
There is Finley Jones. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we are just catching up to, catching up with the various stories that happen during Kartmasters. So Finley Jones out-qualifies Macaulay Bishop. Adam Wooden, third. Jared Fox-Whiteley in fourth. Rayan Gandor. Rayan Gandor choosing to race at this event and not the US Rotax Nationals, which are taking place also this weekend, out in Newcastle in Indiana. And I think Rayan Gandor is a dark horse for, if not a win, but definitely for a podium, because he is being flying under the radar, and he's got his race head on this week, because Rayan can be extremely quick one week and then anonymous the next week. It's his first year as a senior, so he is learning. There is Miles Roby going through your screen, the MLC Motorsport. There's James Lowther, the first driver, currently not qualified for the main event.
P8 as well for James Lowther. That's a good start to the day. Just to note, Finley Jones 29th overnight, so really looking good now. If he can have two solid heats, it'll take the pressure off of the super heat tomorrow morning.
Now, drivers in trouble. Ewan Charman, 22nd in qualifying for Ewan Charman. Looking up the order, oh, look at that. Of course, Eva Morris and Eli Baden next to each other, 15th and 16th. Brandon Truman, the PF plate holder, again, only 14th behind Bran van der Weken. Bran van der Weken, one of the Dutch drivers, Dutch or Belgian drivers here. I think Bran might be from Belgium. Josh Graham, only 12th in that session. Miles Roby, a top 10. Looking up there, Mikey Walker in 7th. Bomber Smith is 6th. Jared Fox-Whiteley, again, consistent in every session.
Rest of the field going through. There will be another group of senior Rotax drivers to go. You can hear the beeps in the background indicating the gate closing, and in a moment, well, that will be for the green flag. Actually, the session has officially started.
It has officially, not quite yet. But this is what makes Team Trent Valley Kart Club, the Orange Army here at PF International, the best in the country. The minute there are not karts on track, the marshals are out. Now, yesterday, during the power cut, myself, Andrew Mather, the Alpha Live crew, we just sort of milled around. We went and chatted in the paddock. I looked at the marshals. The marshals were on track sweeping. There is Glyn Griffiths, the head marshals, chatting to Dan Ashton. I have a complaint about the marshalling team here.
What?
Well, I have a complaint. Here we are. There have been no Mawams brought into the commentary box for our... He's not allowed to bring Mawams in anymore. That's a disgrace.
Who signed this off?
Not allowed Mawams in the commentary box. What is going on? What's going on? We may as well go home now.
Yeah.
May as well go home now. That's it. Day ruined.
1 minute to go before this session begins. The time that they're trying to beat, 56.66 seconds. In comparison to yesterday, what's that like in terms of pace yesterday? Well, the pole time yesterday was a 55.62 from Freddie Lloyd yesterday. Freddie will be the next session. For now, though, let's head down to Ceol Lynch. She's in Parc Fermé.
All right, top of the timesheets then is Finley Jones, but we're going to get a different perspective from Eva Morris. Eva, if you come on in, replace me there in front of the board. Talk us through qualifying, because that's not where we want to see you.
No, definitely not. Yesterday in my last heat, I was like top 2 on pace and stuff, and yesterday I had a really good qualifying. That wasn't ideal, just not enough laps. Everyone waits for a long time, but I'm sure we can make it up in the racing.
Exactly. What's important now for the heats, because it's absolutely not the end of your weekend, is it?
No, it spaces out quite a lot at the end, so you need to make sure you get all your moves done at the start, and then there's not a big gap to other people then.
We've seen you do well in Kartmasters before. Last year, Junior Rotax, you were in that 4th place. What do you need to push that a little bit more? You're in upper class now, in senior. What's it going to take for you?
Just making sure I've got the pace so I can make my way through, making smart moves, not crashing off, and having good finishes so I've got a good place for the final.
Well, best of luck. Keep your head up.
Thank you very much.
We're also going to catch a word now from Ewan Charman. Ewan, go on. Center yourself to the camera. Right, talk us through quali. 22nd is absolutely not where you want to be.
No, definitely not where I wanted to be. I thought if I went out with 1 minute 40, I'd get the extra lap, miss the extra lap. Drove around without a chase and didn't really get the tyre on properly. So not where I wanted to be starting after a struggle yesterday. To have another struggle today, it's a bit gutting, but hopefully we can come through in the heats.
No, it's never a thought a driver likes to have on a day like today when it gets more intense. You've had yesterday, and especially because that's not how you wanted it to go. Do you think you can still get yourself into a position where you're in contention for that GP plate tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, we started P12 for one of the heats yesterday, made it up to P4. We had really good pace yesterday, even with steering column bent, still fastest lap in the second heat that I did. So I think we have the pace too, but it's Kartmasters. It all comes down to luck, really, doesn't it?
So shall we watch out for you in the heats?
Yeah, I'll give it a go.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
That's it then for now. The next half is out on track, so let's go back to the box.
Thank you, Ceol. Yes, the next session has started. We're 90 seconds into said session, and a grand total of 1 driver. This driver, Taylor England, for the Guy Cunnington racing team, is on circuit. There is the number 27 kart of James Tester. You can see the Aurum Racing Engines logo on his race suit. Congratulations again to Danny Sweeney, who got married on Wednesday. And he's here from Aurum Racing Engines. I think his new wife is also threatening to come to Kartmasters. Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Oh, Colin!
Quick! You can't see that. You can't see that on camera. A cone. What had that cone ever done? It's 10 o'clock in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can't see a stricken cone on the dummy grid like that. Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Hate to see it. Cone lives matter, ladies and gentlemen. They do.
Just another dude on the web asks, how many privateers are entered this year?
Lots.
Now, this is always a little bit of a strange question. Because sometimes we see drivers listed as privateers.
See?
Henry's happy now.
To heck with the littering rules. We've got Haribo in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Glyn Griffiths. Haribo in the commentary box. That's a lot of gelatine and a lot of E numbers for me at this time of the morning. Oh dear. Thank you. Yes, as we were saying.
Of those listed on the timing system as privateers who I've gone through and gone, yeah, they're privateer.
Yes.
I've got 10 at the moment. There's a couple on there who are listed as privateers who are in bigger Shornings with team support. So, yeah. Teams, entrance. For the sake of commentators everywhere, please ensure that your information put on the MOM system is correct.
Yes, like in terms of the chassis as well.
Yes.
You know, and if you've got an OTK chassis, which colour OTK chassis? Don't just like OTK. There's 7 OTK brands to choose from. Yeah, we will be keeping you up to date in every class. During the racing, we have got drivers with storylines, which began during the preview show on Thursday, and we follow the stories through the event. There's Matteo Palazzo, one of the new signings for Guy Cunnington Racing. Look at that. That's a good bit of PR for Traction Media, which runs the Guy Cunnington social media, or the PR side of the Guy Cunnington Racing team. Guy Cunnington Racing now with Ignite Racing Engines, the in-house engine building program for GCR. But yeah, we will keep you up to date with privateers, with stories, underdog stories, drivers who have had an interesting journey, interesting backgrounds, because you do get the vast majority of the drivers that we see in one of the national we either see the British Kart Championship or racing globally, and then other drivers that come from the Kart Championship. But then there are other drivers racing here who are strictly club drivers only. This is their chance to step up. This is their one big hurrah of the year.
Locking in for the latter stages of this senior Rotax qualifying, Freddie Lloyd has just gone purple through sector number 1. The time to beat from the previous session, what was it, 56.66. Lloyd has gone purple again through sector number 2. He only needs to find 600ths of a second. Matthew So up to P3. Matthew, one of the drivers who's come through the karting pathway. Used to Racing Club 100. Cheered on by Harry Eden. That's a great run for Matthew. Can he stay up at the top of the order? Here comes Lloyd. Oh, that's huge from Freddie Lloyd. 56.36. I know it's only a qualifying session he's going to need to deliver in the heats, but that is a mammoth gap to the rest of the senior Rotax field at this stage of the weekend. It was a 56.66 that Lloyd needed to beat. He's beaten it by 0.3 of a second. That is huge, Henry.
That's nearly half a second. So in one of the earlier sessions, we said, oh yeah, look how close it is. 0.1 of a second covering the top 10. Freddie Lloyd has just gone 0.4 quicker than anybody else with a perfect lap. Purple through sector 1, purple through sector 2, purple through sector 3. That means in each of the 3 sectors, Freddie Lloyd was the fastest driver on a single lap than anybody else. So when you see the ideal lap time, yes, Freddie Lloyd has just done a 56.36 second lap. The ideal lap time out of every driver in that session was 56.36 seconds. Freddie Lloyd, that is the perfect lap. You don't see it very often, but that is Peter perfect.
Just looking at some of the other results, who's performed better than yesterday, who had a better start. I'm going to highlight Charles Green in the Guy Cunnington Racing number 77.
Cheesy Green.
Cheesy Green did have a DNF in one of the results, one of the heats yesterday, so was classified 32nd overnight. A P5 in that session, that'll do. That will get Charles a good starting position for many of the heats later on today.
Look at that.
If he can convert that, he'll be in a good position to move up from there over Saturday night.
3rd, 4th and 5th.
All GCRs.
All Guy Cunnington Racing. Palazzo, Cunnington and Cheesy Green. Now, here's one of the stars of our paddock show last night. That's Bella Smart, who is sitting down, being a good girl. And then there's little Teddy Smart, who I thought was Ronnie Smart yesterday, who is the young lad there. The parents, Ronnie Smart, is the driver. And, see, you could tell, I think Bella Smart has just heard her name mentioned because her tail's wagging. She was a star of last night's paddock show, and as was Ronnie and his brother Teddy, who did the very awkward thing of eating live whilst talking. Which is, I mean, I struggle to do more than one thing, like, you know, turn my car off and walk at the same time. But they did a fantastic job. And, oh, no, hang on a sec. Was that, you thought we had a sniff there of something. Maybe that lady walking past had a treat in her pocket. But no, we are waiting patiently. And, oh, hang on, Teddy. Oh, yeah, we didn't trip over the lead. There we go. Good job. Next up, this is Junior Rotax. 2 qualifying groups. The first qualifying group, now Junior Rotax, 66 entries, 65 drivers remain. And it's a quick turnaround for those doing double duty. And, oh, there's another one. He knows he's on camera. I'm not quite sure who that dog is, but this is what we like to see. There's Lani Eden walking past for the Jax Motorsport team. Pooch, more concerned with looking at the camera. That Pooch knows he's on camera. That Pooch is an actor. That Pooch can tell where the camera is. But this is what you want to do, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to come and watch Kartmasters, you can. It is £10 per adult. Under 16s go free. Trent Valley Kart Club members go free. Bring your deck chairs, bring your umbrellas. The weather is set fair. There are food vendors, there's entertainment in the paddock, there's live music tonight. Tomorrow we have possibly the biggest collection of ex-Kartmasters champions coming for a huge photo op. We're going to have a unique grid walk as well. As you can see, the spectators already. Now, you've got Chloe McGill's dad there with the black cap on, speaking to Jay and Prakash's father. There's Riley Murrow's mum in the blue. Behind us there, you can see Sam Morgan, who manages the Origin Motorsport team, in the black trousers, the white shirt, looking down on his phone to try and see where live timing is. Live timing is available, obviously, via Apex Timing and the Trent Valley Kart Club website. Why is Emerson McAndrew Urine not racing? That is because he
is racing, he's just not racing here.
Yeah, he, like Albie Lapper, for example, they're racing in Kristianstad this weekend. And they are watching, because Emerson McAndrew, Urine's dad, Wayne, has texted us this morning, is watching. There is Josh Cormack, the Falkirk Tyre and MOT sponsored driver for Sam Pollitt Racing. And there is the number 22 driver, Aaron Berridge. He is one of our privateers. Number 22. Now, where is Aaron running at the moment in the points? Because this is where, you know, you do need a good day. If you're not in the top 36 today, you need to be as close as possible, because the super heats, they do offer more points, but you know, you need to give, if you're 60th at the end of the day, well, you know, even if you win the super heat, the chances of you making the Grand Prix are slim.
39th is where Aaron Berridge stands overnight. Let's just give you a quick rundown of the top 10 and some of the drivers, at least, who need a good day today. So Dak Turner, perfect day, 2 heat wins, 0 points, top of the standings at the moment. Albie Friend is second right now on 2. Cian Bernard, third on 4. Finley Lyons, fourth on 6, which included absolutely heroic drive through the field to win his second heat, despite having been 50th. Yes, you did hear me correctly there, 5-0 in the qualifying classification yesterday. Yes. Blake Southern, 5th on 7 at the moment. Teddy Cooper and Fletcher Jameson both on 10. Kevin Ivanov on 11 points is 8th. Charlie Wolford and Harry Holland all in the top 10 at the moment on 13 and 14 points respectively. Here's the big list of names of people who need to have a good day to move up from outside the top 36. Jack Beasley, Riley Murrow, Aaron Berridge, James Fabricius, Max Douthwaite, Nathaniel Gray, Joseph Berkery, Josh Cormack, Ian Campbell, Harvey Sargson, Hugo McCluskey, Casper McAllister, Charles Kitely, Alex Shepherd, Harrison Bishop, Max Boxall, Harry Harvey, Aidan Clark, Benjamin Lawn, Odysseus Hole, Ronnie Smart, Adam Juditis, Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, Shay Hilton, it keeps going, this list. Pierce Whitehead, Toby Farthing, Samir Paul, Luan Seidel, who had a bit of an incident yesterday. Not sure Luan will run today.
I don't think he will. I think Luan Seidel may be in a concussion protocol, I think. Judging from the various reports yesterday, Luan Seidel came out of his cart, had a little lay down, then got up. But while he was having a little lay down, we're not quite sure if he was aware if he was having a little lay down. He got up and fine and walked off eventually. However, there is a protocol. Now, about the live chat, I'm going to say this once and once only. We're going to keep things respectful on the live chat. Now, last year, there was a user that had it in for a particular team and a particular driver, and was Stuart Hope, who is now no longer going to be commenting in. I have a feeling that Stuart Hope, which is not his real name, obviously, because he's a keyboard warrior, I think his name is now Harry Gropp, 1986. One more chance, Harry. Let's keep things positive, or else Motorsport Magpie, Mr. Whitehouse, will delete you.
1 minute to go of this session. John Richardson currently fastest, 58.67 seconds is the time. Tops the timesheets at the moment. Who's looking quick through these sectors? Albie Friend has just gone purple through sector number 1. Harry Taylor has gone purple through sector number 2. Pretty much everybody is improving out there, so it's going to be ferocious through these next 10 seconds or so. These won't be the final laps. Everyone crossing the line now will get another one in. Finley Lines shoots to the top of the order with a good time there, 58.08 seconds. Harry Taylor matches that. Cian Bernard's up to 3rd. Luca Holmes-Ballack 4th is displaced now by Alex Shepherd and Albie Friend. Still time on the clock, so anyone who can cross the line now will get another one in. I think there's a few more drivers looking to do so, but they might miss out now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, they just get across the line with about a second and a half to go. These crossing the line now, they are done. John Richardson shoots up to 3rd. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson up to P4. Marcel Poppercull goes P7. There is Finley Lines, still on provisional pole position in Junior Rotax as things stand.
The 3 drivers who made it across the line just before the checkered flag, the number 95 was one of them. That's Kartik Kometa. There's a Guy Cunnington Racing kart as well who was in that. I think that might be, let's have a look, the 291. That's Kometa. It was Max Douthwaite who is still on a lap. Kartik Kometa, Logan Howes, James Fabricius. However, none of them are troubling the top 10 at the moment, but they do get another lap. And Kartik Kometa's
gone purple through sector 2. This could be
a bit of a shock.
Here. Over the line, Kartik Kometa goes P10.
Well
good
done.
stuff there for the driver flying the flag for India. So Finley Lines stays at the top of the order. Finley Lines did improve his lap time to a 57.47. Well, he had problems in warm-up earlier. He had a breakdown in one of his warm-ups before we went live. Right, and I said to his father, Stuart, well, if you're going to have a technical failure, have it in the warm-up. Get it out of the way. Finley Lines has gone and stuck it at the moment on pole position. We've still got another group to go for Junior Rotax, but that is a top job from one of the stars of yesterday. After that hack from the back to take one of the heat wins, he's in a good position in the scores overnight and could be getting even better.
Question for you, Andrew. Finley Lines, 50th in qualifying yesterday.
Yep.
What was his time yesterday in qualifying?
His time yesterday in qualifying, one moment caller, was a 59.77.
So a 57.47, good enough for pole at the moment. And what was the pole time for Zach Turner yesterday?
57.12.
Ooh, so he's
but that 57.47 would have put him second in yesterday's session because Zach Turner was 4/10 clear of anybody else. Or 4/10 quicker than the fastest driver in the other session.
So are we looking at a faster track? Not quite. I think the track this morning is a little bit slower. A little bit slower. People coming asking Chris Harrower. Hello, Chris. How many entries does X30 Senior have? The answer is we have got 47. They're on show this morning. The Pooches. Oh, a pair of Pooches.
57.
57 senior X30s. Can spectators pay cash tomorrow or card only? On the gate, it is cash, I believe. I'm not quite sure if there's a card machine on the gate, but on the gate you can. Now, the Torsion Bar Cafe is cashless. The Torsion Bar is not cashless. You can pay cash or card if you want to get a beverage. If you want to go to the actual Torsion Bar Cafe, that is card only. There is also the lounge here. It's a nice area, the lounge, which is in, it was called the Panorama Room. It's just behind the big Iami barriers there. You can see the windows looking down. That's a sort of a nice area to watch. There are food vendors in the paddock. I'm not sure if El Bandido is still here because they were doing some nice Mexican food yesterday. Let's have a look. Now, we were talking about drivers that aren't here. One driver is not here, is Finley Buck. I have heard rumours, Andrew, and you know me, I only speak the truth. I heard that Finley Buck had entered, but he only gave himself 8 hours to walk from the top of his dad, Jonathan Buck's driveway, to the bottom, and it took him 12 hours, and he missed his train to get here, so he couldn't enter because he just had to... He didn't give himself enough time to walk down Jonathan Buck's driveway, which I think is really, really sad. Ceol Lynch, who have you got for us down in the pits?
Thank you very much, Henry. Well, yesterday saw Zach Turner to dominate in qualifying in both of his heats, but not today because Finley Lyons is back. Finley, let's get your thoughts on that because that must feel even nicer after the chat we had with you in yesterday's qualifying.
Yeah, yesterday's qualifying was rough, but we did a good job in the heats, going P6 and P1, and now we're going to be starting P1 for the heats, so we just do the best we can and hopefully bring back some solid points for a good start in a super heat.
That moment you had there, that is like a sink or swim moment for the drivers yesterday. That could have determined your entire weekend just from losing your head. What did you have to do to get yourself together because you clearly had the right mindset in those heats?
Obviously, you just got to miss all the crests at the start and pick them off one by one until you get to the lead. It's just a battle from there.
Well, you've put yourself in an even better position for today, so good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Finley. Let's get Cian Bernard in. Cian Bernard, as of right now, joins him on the front row of the grid. Cian, you've been consistent so far this weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really confident. Yesterday was really good. So yeah, getting second in both heats. So yeah, really good points for this weekend so far.
Let's quickly talk 2025 Kartmasters. You just missed out. How desperate for it are you this year?
Yeah, definitely a lot more. But you know, it gives me like a lot of confidence for this year because obviously I started 28th in that final, got up to second. So hopefully I can make it a little bit easier for myself. So yeah, really confident for this weekend.
Exactly that. Thank you very much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Good to get the insight there. Those are two drivers that I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of today and many more. Let's move along because the next group are out.
They are indeed a handful of drivers out on circuit at the moment for the second Junior Rotax group. Good morning to Rich Morrow. Hope you're doing well, mate. Has been in touch with us via the YouTube comments. And yeah, the pleasure of watching Harrison in action in the Classic Prix 99 Formula Ford 1600 Championship at Donington Park a couple of weekends ago. I know that the Morrow family are planning on taking Harrison's car to an upcoming meeting at Kimbolton to show to people that if you do want to move into cars, then it doesn't have to be overly expensive. Harrison's
you
having a
don't have to go
time.
down the Junior Ginetta GB3 Formula, Freca, Formula Regional, Euro Cup route.
Plenty of good racing, not just in karting, but also in club racing, circuit racing across the UK. So good morning to the Morrow family. 2.5 minutes of this session to go. If you're just joining us, the time to beat from group number 1 is a 57.47.
We are down one other driver, Dominic Bush, who cracked a rib on Thursday after being out of a kart for 8 years. Dominic was a leading driver in the Super 1 era of the British Championship back about 10, 11 years ago. Raced for, I want to say, Eclipse Motorsports back in said day. Races a lot all over the world now, does Dominic. Endurance racing. He has a couple of drivers gentlemen who he's coached over the years. And, they will say, I've got an entry in this 25-hour endurance race in Bulgaria. It's fancy doing it. And Dominic goes, how much? And he'll say, and they go, okay. And so Dominic, who was here with Harrison Mackie. Harrison Mackie is still here. Dominic is watching from home. Good luck with whatever you choose to do next. Then Dominic Bush. Eclipse, then Coles Racing. Yes, that's right. Eclipse, the team run by Ollie Hirak from RPM Engines. Ran Inam Ahmed to a number of very, very successful British championships. They were sort of Fusion Motorsports' first big rivals. Then they went away. AIM Motorsports came in. Stephen Lake's team. They had a go. Then it was the turn of, I'm trying to think what happened after AIM. You had Strawberry Racing, were there for a little bit. Then you had Oliver Rowland Motorsport for a bit. And now you've got Excel and the Danny Curl Academy. Still, Fusion, top of the perch. And now Fusion have just launched their own Formula 4 team as well. So you can join Fusion at the age of 7 and carry on with Fusion all the way through the, from karts into cars, similar to Sam Pollitt Racing. Sam Pollitt Racing running a Ginetta Junior team. So the karting teams, and if you look in a karting paddock, you will see these teams are very, very well equipped to run cars, because they are very, very well equipped, full stop.
Excel have done it the other way. They already had an F14 before they started building their karting operation in a bigger way here in the UK. Time is up for the junior Rotax runners. At the moment, it's a 57.93. That is a lap time at the top of time sheets for Charlie Wolfett. So there's a bit of a way to go. There's half a second to find if they're going to knock lines off of top spot.
Checkered flag is out.
The order, Kevin Ivanov had just set a purple sector number 1, but that's been taken away by Braith Murdoch. There's going to be some changes here in the latter stage of this one. There's only a handful of drivers who have taken the checkered flag. There goes through the 722 karts through your screens. Who else is looking good in sector number 2? Are they starting to lose a little bit of performance, the drivers out there? I'm not seeing as many green sector times. There's a few yellows. There is a purple, though, from Logan Hartshorn. Here they come then. Sebastian Clark goes up to P2. Ivanov takes third. Braith Murdoch goes and puts a 57.85 in. That may well be fastest within group. No, it won't, because Charlie Wolfett has done a 57.60, but that is not quicker than Lines. So Lines will be the pole sitter for Junior Rotax today with that 57.47. About a tenth and a half clear of Charlie Wolfett's time in this fourth and final session for the whole race meeting in terms of qualifying practice. Braith Murdoch second. Where was Braith overnight in kart 214? Braith was 17th overnight, so looking good to build on that here today. There's Jack Beasley on your screens. Where did Jack come? P21.
Now, drivers, I've just noticed a very, very important name at the bottom of the timesheets. 31st. 31st? That is how surprised I am. I can't even say words. 31st for Blake Southern.
Didn't get a lap in.
Didn't get
Only
a lap in.
Only did two timed laps, so that'll be one out of the pit lane. And then just to try and bring the tyre into temperature. I think Blake just simply left that one too late to get a proper lapped time in on the third tour.
Yeah, so Charlie Wolfett, Braith Murdoch, Finley Smith, Ellis Bell, the closer, Cole Denham, the top 5, followed by Ryan Rapini and the KX UK, his KX UK teammate, Teddy Cooper, Tom the Farmer Reed, speaking to Ted Bradbury, who has been doing some coaching with Tom, and Tom has been very quick. Logan Hartshorn. Now, there was a British GT driver called John Hartshorn. I wonder if there is a relation. People are asking, why is it Tigo Holthausen? Why is it qualifying again? Well, because we're doing the same yesterday as today, and it gives drivers a chance to reset. We don't want to have a driver's entire Kartmasters sort of affected by a single 5-minute qualifying session that happens on Friday morning when the Grand Prix themselves take place on Sunday evening. There's the number 121 kart just going through your screen. That was Logan Hartshorn. That looked like a George Whitbread racing kart, if ever I saw one. Not a privateer, which is what I've got written down on my entry list. The driver from Cambridge, Logan Hartshorn. Who else have we got? Piers Whitehead, 27th in that. Piers Whitehead last year was racing in Junior Primo, which is a category exclusively run by the Kart Championship for first-year national drivers aged between 12 and 14, the younger end of the junior Rotax age bracket. The timetable for Sunday. Well, I would go, Harry Wright, to Trent Valley Kart Club, tvkc.co.uk, and find out. It's an early start, no practice, straight into the superheats, and then in the afternoon we have the Grand Prix. That is, and Andrew is looking there at, we were looking at regulations.
I was looking at regulations.
Oh, okay, looking at regulations.
Just confirming tyres. Yeah, it's one set of tyres.
One set of tyres. So no one gets fresh tyres for the finals. I have now left my car keys somewhere. I went into race control this morning and managed to not bring my car keys with me.
You really don't like this car, do you, mate?
I don't think this car likes me. We had an issue at Buckmore Park last weekend, which we can't talk about because Enterprise might be listening. Then we had an issue last night with me not turning my car off yesterday. And now we have an issue this morning of me just leaving my car keys around.
This is the most rental of rental cars. Ceol Lynch, take over. Bring us some sense onto the broadcast, please.
Thank you, boys. Charlie Wolfett puts himself on the front row again. We're going to catch a quick word. Charlie, it feels like I just spoke to you. How do you feel about that? That's exactly what you said you would do.
Yeah, it's amazing. Jumped straight out of one, like I said before, jumped straight out of one and into another. I literally got back to the tent, got my kit back on and come back down for a road tax. So, yeah, it's been flat out, but yeah, it's good.
Now, yesterday you were not in this position and you still managed to keep it up there, keep it consistent. What is to come today?
Well, I mean, it's Kartmasters, so who knows? You just got to be consistent throughout today and obviously yesterday as well, and then it's all to play for in the final.
Right, best of luck. Thank you. We'll let you go. Charlie Wolfett puts himself on the front row again. Ellis Bell, though, we're going to catch a quick word with. Ellis, you've been really consistent so far this weekend. You had a bit of fun in the heats with the likes of Wolfett yesterday. Talk us through how that was.
Yeah, it was just, it's what it is. I made a decision and they didn't work, but I've still got another day left of this, so.
Now, we spoke about your experience at Kartmasters the last couple of years that you've done it. It's not been great, but you seem to have turned it around so far this weekend. Do you think you have?
Yeah, we've been really, really fast. Obviously, the guys of the team are doing a really good job, so yeah, try to win it. Every chance to.
Thank you very much. Best of luck.
You're welcome.
All right, that's it from down here from me in the pits for now. Let's go back to the box.
Thank you very much, Ceol. Here we are with the Senior X30s, their first of two groups in this section of the race meeting for another set of qualifying practice sessions. And we've pretty much got everybody out there with 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Let's give you a very quick update on how they are looking overnight. Let's just spin the computer around to get us the correct level of information. Freddie Lloyd leads the competition overnight, 2 points from his two heats yesterday, so a second and a first. Gabriel Still, a third and a win. That's 3 points. That puts him second at the moment. Harry Bartle is third on 4 points. Macaulay Bishop, fourth on 5 points. That's an equal share of 5 points with Harrison Mackie, so that's your top five. Morgan Moore, 10 points at the moment, 6th place in the standings. Max Ceol is just behind him on a tiebreaker from the qualifying yesterday. Aaron Brown, 8th on 11. Noah Wolf also on 11. Nat Johnston is wrapping up the top 10 at the moment on 14. Here are your drivers who need a good day to pull themselves back up the order. These are all outside the top 36 overnight. Alex Wiley, Aaron Lask, Jensen Buckingham, Bailey Brooker, Dorian Malek, Ethan Higgins, Sam Horton, Liam Karabelov, Harry Hurst Grover, Max Cooper, Ethan Woodward, Joao Castro, Laith Khan, Daniel Bridgen, Bradley Heath, Oscar Cole, Katie Ashman, Tristan Powell really didn't have a good day yesterday, George Wang, Daniel Kayov, Charlie Phil, and then Jacob Marples has been sent home. Brandon Truman did not run in this class yesterday, did run in senior Rotax.
Yes, people asking, will people be able to watch the finals for free, or is it behind the Slipstream paywall? You can watch the finals for free. The only content that Alpha produce that is for Slipstream members is new content that wouldn't otherwise be covered. So everything that was on Alpha Live before 2026 for free is still free. That is not a good start to qualifying. Abandoned vehicle on the banking, and
dear.
That is the Charlie Phillips kart with the Fernando Alonso graphics. Charlie also has a Fernando Alonso style crash helmet, which hasn't helped him. And Charlie Phillip, one of the drivers you just mentioned, needing a good day, that is not a good start. Macaulay Bishop is currently fastest, 30 seconds to go. And he's going to get another lap in. Who are the drivers who are getting a nice tow from Bishop? The number 7 is the first driver, that's Lewis Bird. And the driver sitting just behind Lewis Bird, it looks like a croc chassis. And, well, they're both, the checkered flag is about to come out. And who is the third driver?
I think it's Laith Khan.
The crash helmet has got the Union flag crash helmet. That is Laith Khan. Let's see if Bishop is inadvertently helping Bird and Khan. The checkered flag has come out. Bishop is currently fastest. Caden McQueen is second. Where is Laith Khan and Lewis Bird? The answer is Bird is 19th, Khan is 18th. Let's see. Bishop still fastest. Noah Wolf is now second. There's Morgan Moore watching on. And, well, let's have a look. Khan moves up. Oh, yes. So Lewis Bird to 8th. Laith Khan to 14th. So that tow from Macaulay Bishop helped the pair of them.
Caden McQueen goes quicker than Bishop, though. Oh, Caden McQueen is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
55.94 for the driver in the Fusion 142 in those new colours for him this weekend. He had a tricky day yesterday. Had a puncture on the formation lap of his first heat. That's why he's a little bit further down the order than perhaps we would have expected at the end of day one. But that will do very nicely indeed for the man who's become the latest driver to head over to the States.
Well, he was actually one of the originals.
Was he one of the originals?
He was one of the originals. So in the UK, so SCUSA and in the USA, along with the USPKS, basically the American karting fraternity. That is where you go if you want to be paid to race. There's an awful lot of paid professional karters in the USA. Why is that? Well, because Kart Chaser are doing a fantastic job, and because SCUSA are allowing prize money. So you can earn money as prize money, but also the teams have decided that we need to pay drivers. And so Caden McQueen, Kai Hunter, Sean Butcher, Gus Lawrence are just 4 of the British drivers. And of course you've got Joe Turney, who are, I think, Caden is back and forth. Gus Lawrence racing for Rollison Performance Group. But they go out there and they get paid to drive karts. And there he is, Caden McQueen. It looks like he's used his pay to go to the gym. Guns on show for McQueen. But again, this, you find a lot of these drivers. So Caden, his attitude, first of all, the Americans love him because obviously the Lightning McQueen, and there is the departure of said front wheel. Let's have a look. We're going to go rolly, 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 rolly,
Where's
rolly,
that going?
rolly. It's going into the lake is what it's going. And he's looking at forlorn. Oh, Dad, you forgot to put the wheel on. Dad, what are you doing? I can just, see that. Mr. Anders. Helping with the Dave Edwards, the Race to Rotax scholarship, which we talked about last night on the Paddock Show, where please go to see Dave Edwards racing if you are between the age of 12 and 14 and you don't race in national level racing. If you are a club driver or a Club 100 driver or a rental kart driver, there is a fully funded season in the kart championship. There's 2 scholarships in the kart championship. The Race to Rotax scholarship, which is with Dave Edwards Racing, and the X-Kart scholarship with the X-Kart team. Both competitions open to drivers who don't already race. So it's not a case of, I fancy a free season in Junior Rotax. No. It is for people that are new to this level of sport. Congratulations to the X-Kart team and to Dave Edwards Racing for providing that. I have already mentioned, where's the Dan Holland Strawberry Racing Fusion Motorsport Scholarship Scheme? Although I think, rather than that if you are, so for example, and this is just me, and I'm, haven't mentioned this to anyone, but if you're Dan Holland Racing and you are based at Wilton Mill. Now, Wilton Mill is obviously the premier outdoor facility where you are, but there's going to be an indoor kart circuit very close to Northamptonshire. Now, rather than have a scholarship, Dan Holland Racing, you've got Dan Holland factory drivers or drivers that are contracted to Dan Holland Racing. If you went to the local indoor circuit on a Monday night, for example, and every Monday night or every once a month, there was the Dan Holland night where you can go to your local team sport and race against one of the Dan Holland drivers who races the British Championship, and then there is a sort of a prize for that. But obviously Dan Holland, that branding, that would be an easy way for some of the big teams to get the love and trickle it down a little bit. So I think that's quite a good idea. I mean, who wouldn't want to go and race against Caden McQueen at an indoor kart circuit? I don't know. Well, let's ask him, because Ceol Lynch is with Caden McQueen.
That's right, Henry. Caden McQueen turns his weekend around with a pole position so far. How do you feel after yesterday's qualifying?
Yeah, definitely better. Makes the day a little bit easier. I think we have a really important day today to try and get as much points as possible, especially after not finishing the first heat. So, yeah, that sets us up for hopefully a good day.
Well, talk to us about that, because we missed you in one of your heats yesterday, and I think a lot of people were wondering if that was going to turn your weekend around completely. What prevented you from getting out of that race?
I had a puncture, which also may have been potentially why we struggled a little bit in qualifying yesterday as well. But yeah, one of them things. Hopefully we can turn it around today.
So you expect there's plenty more for us to see from you today?
I hope so.
Thank you very much. Best of luck, Caden. It's going to be a quick turnaround here in Parc Fermé. Let's get back to the racing.
Thank you, Ceol. The second half of Senior X30 qualifying is on track at the moment. Interesting that, I think we've got pretty much everybody on track early. It's amazing. We have one big name like Blake Southern missing the lap, starting last. That sends a bit of a worry down to all the other teams, even if they're in a different class. All right, okay, well, let's just get out there early, so we don't want to happen to us what happened to poor Blake Southern. The 342 on your screen, Gabriel Stilp. who was very, very quick yesterday. He was responsible for our only on-air apologies yesterday for a bit of a naughty word that slipped out. But we won't hold that against him. You have been looking at rules, Andrew, rather, because you're about to give some very important public service announcement.
We said a slightly incorrect. We're correcting our own mistakes. No new tyres at this stage, but for the junior and the senior categories, for the qualifiers through to that final.
So in junior Rotax, senior Rotax, junior X30, senior X30.
It is new tyres.
For the Grand Prix.
For the Grand Prix.
For the Grand Prix, okay. Well, there we go. So no sandbagging. There's no point. You're, the 36 drivers in those 4 categories who make the final,
and
make the main event.
And only the final. You know, in some competitions...
You get one for the superheat.
Yeah, you get your two sets of tyres, or some competitions run 1.5 sets of tyres, whatever it may be.
Yes.
And sometimes people will deploy them in a superheat to make it into the big race at the end of the weekend. That's not the case here this weekend. It is purely getting that top 36 in those categories that have a cut-off, which are the junior and the senior categories. Then you get that new set of tyres for the big one.
Exactly. Now there is the number 32 kart. That is Monty Brathwaite for the Croc promotion team. I've seen Stuart Brierley here, Dylan Brierley's dad. Stuart, he said he never did Kartmasters. He said, I wanted to get involved. And of course, Dylan Brierley used to race for the Croc promotion team. And Stuart, he said, so he's been given a driver. I'm not quite sure which Croc driver. Stuart Brierley, chief airbox checker for the Mad Croc promotions team, just to make sure those airboxes are on tight. Because the very first driver that Alpha Live put an onboard camera on in the British Kart Championships, that was, let me see, I want to say 2023 at Shennington. First onboard camera, Dylan Brierley, fantastic. On the rolling lap, Dylan's not going very quickly. Dylan's not going very quickly. Dylan's stopping. Our onboard camera isn't even going to make the start. Why is that? And Dylan then showed us as he got out of his kart and picked up his airbox, which Stuart might not have tightened.
Oops.
So that was an inauspicious start to the life of the Alpha Live onboard camera.
It did lead a bit of a cursed life in its beginnings. I remember when we stuck one on a Club 100 kart in the BUKC finals, driven by our friend and colleague, Mr. Piers Pryor.
Right, okay.
He crashed into the pit lane.
Really?
Yes.
Well, or how about this? At the Grand Finals in 2024, Alpha Live's first Grand Finals at Sarno in Italy, the very first final of the day, Micromax, and we put it on a young Brazilian driver in Micromax who promptly stuffed the kart into the wall on lap number 1, taking camera with it.
We've got a new fastest time in the category. Nat Johnston has popped in a 55.86. That's quicker than what McQueen did in group number 1. Now, can anybody else beat that time? Johnston has taken the checkered flag, as has Freddie Lloyd, 59.90. Archie Owen likewise has also seen checkered. Morgan Moore is still out there, but it's not done a particularly good second sector. Who else is looking quick? Aaron Brown's looking quick, goes P3. Does the PF International driver with a 56.02. Who's still out there? Harrison Mackey's still out there. If it's a mega sector 3 here for Mackey, he could go up the other. Oh, he does, but only P14. That's not what we were expecting from Harrison Mackey. First sector, not to Harrison's liking. I think he was 2 or 3 tenths off the pace he really needed.
Well, 3 tenths on the sector.
So Nat Johnston holds on. He didn't get the extra lap in, but it doesn't matter. The driver of kart number 15 for Mick Barrett Racing is the fastest driver in timed qualifying here this morning for Senior X30. 55.86 seconds, 8 hundredths quicker than McQueen.
Yes, indeed. But now, James Fitzhugh, our producer, has just reminded me that it's not always a curse to have our onboard camera. Because William Antrobus at Wilton Mill had the onboard camera, won a race and turned around and give it the big, thumbs up, the big P1 into the onboard camera as he finished. So it's not always the curse. The camera cart is not as cursed as the commentator's curse.
Oh yeah, that's very powerful.
We're 2-1. I'm leading 2-1. Curse the commentators. We both cursed Tom Reed.
Yes.
And I cursed Alfie Ward.
I think we got Isabella Stanmore Wilson
And
yesterday.
yes, yeah. We
Now, what we will say, folks, I mean, my esteemed colleague is going through his orange drink.
Yes.
There's no orange confectionery with the chocolate on top. So I assume you're
still-
saving it all for tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, and I had to go and buy my Iron Brew last night, along with petrol.
There's Nat Johnston at the back of the line.
Dan the man. Daniel Wagstaff, he of Alpha Live fame. Dan the man has got a plan, but it's not here at PF International. He's not here with us this weekend. Where are you, Dan Wagstaff?
James misses you.
James Fitzhugh misses you, although Kieran Mogg, who is Dan Wagstaff this weekend, has just been very offended by that.
He's there to be offended.
Yes, quite rightly so.
Keep your messages of support coming in. The Senior X30s will be back out for their first set of races as he consults his timetable.
Can I just say very quick, yes?
1 o'clock, or just after 1 o'clock. 1:07 to be exact.
The S8 racing team, those
Yes.
TB karts look very, very
They're
smart.
nice.
They are really. And they're quick as well.
Yep.
They're quick, I have to say. The S8 racing, the mean green TB kart machine. There is
Useful,
another 40 kart Sam
wagon
Horton.
in Belgium.
Yes,
They tend
yes.
to run very, very well in the kind of circuits like Genk and
They do. Interesting because they do. There is. What are we doing here, ladies and gentlemen? We are making sure that the weighbridge is calibrated because
normally means that someone's a
Sam
little bit
Horton
close.
was on the limit. Now, this is what's going to happen. You get a second bite of the cherry. Is that still not on then? Now, he will get a third bite of the cherry, although there is the iPad of Doom showing the weight. Now, will he be moved to the side to let everybody else go through, and then he gets one more chance, and then if that's the case, that is underweight, and he goes to the back of the field. So that is qualifying still ongoing. We have got, how many sessions have we got left? We have got mini, micro, and then the mini X30.
2 minis and 1 micro.
If you weren't watching yesterday, so the Water Swift and Water Swift restricted categories have been combined and they're now called Mini X30. They're running to Water Swift regulations. Yep. The only difference is that you have to be in the year of your 9th birthday to do Mini X30. So some of the very youngest Water Swift restricted drivers, they can't enter Mini X30, which is why we're seeing drivers like Harley Hibbert, who is still only 7 years old, racing in Micromax. Yep. It's why Fusion Motorsport are running a Rotax engine for Joey Brown and for Harley Hibbert for the first time in about 3 years. Congratulations to Zach Krakelar, the team manager of Fusion's international arm. He's just had, or his wife has just, or his partner has just had a baby. And Dan Hazelwood has been dragged away from Kartmasters to Sweden to oversee the running of that team. So fingers crossed. We will do our best to keep you up to date with what is happening in Kristianstad, because we've got a number of British drivers, some of whom are very familiar to you and familiar to Kartmasters, competing out there. The likes of Albie Lapper, who is currently leading. He's our reigning junior Rotax GP plate holder. He is currently leading the FIA Academy standings for seniors. So that is...
We will come with spoiler warnings as well, because I can appreciate that there may be quite a few of you watching this one who want to go. It's the match of the day scores on the 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we will update you at certain points, and because some of you will be watching this, obviously, and then when this finishes, and you rewatched last night's Paddock Show, obviously, then you will go and watch the other event at Kristianstad with our colleagues, the PFI Pigeon himself, Anthony Jordan, and Cole Sutherland. Here we go. Commentators, thinking of coming to spectate tomorrow. What's the car parking situation like? Plenty of room? ? No, it is rammed. If you can car share. If not, get here early. The field, the extra parking field, it gets busier and busier every year. It will be tight. So please come early or car share. Think of the environment, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Layla Bell Racing, who, obviously is Iron Brew is her favourite drink of choice. She is saying to come on to Logan Rolfe, the PF plate holder. That is the Origin Motorsport number 157 of Ayrton Goldsworthy. That kart, again, such an attractive liveried kart. The number 91 on track, Aurelia Simpson. And here come the cavalry. Is Minimax qualifying. We are 2.5 minutes to go.
No groups in this one.
Nope, everyone's going to make the name.
This is just straight everyone into one session. Whoever's fastest doesn't have to wait for their pole position. They will be the recipients of it. Head to Callum, who's cheering on Alex Riley. Scores overnight. Oh, we should go through that.
Yes.
Of how this class looks from the heats that we saw yesterday. Bear with us. Sebastian Behrman, winner of the Micromax Grand Prix 2 years ago, leads the competition overnight with a win and a second place in the 2 heats we saw yesterday. 2 points. 2 drivers on 6 points, Maximilian Eberhardt and Joshua Cook. Jackson Hilton had a good day yesterday, won the second heat. He's currently on 7 points overnight, stands in 4th place as we go into this qualifying session. Austin Oman, the man in form, 5th place at the moment on 10 points. James Roots is 6th on 11. Dean Singh Pahal, winner of the Micromax British Championship on this very ground at the back end of last year. Dean is currently 7th on 13 points. Eddie Duncan, 8th on 15. Otis Cleary, 9th on 19. Oscar Kenny completes the top 10 overnight with 20 points. Selected others, Logan Rolfe 11th, the PF plate holder. Chloe McGill was 12th. Chloe raced really well yesterday up through the field. Dimi Uzanov maybe looking for a little bit more, 18th place overnight. Mick Clinkers for the international viewers, 22nd overnight. All of those scores you can find over on www.motorsport-timing.co.uk.
And while we're mentioning motorsport-timing.co.uk, mention Des Woodcock and Yaz Manchester, who are our chief timekeepers this weekend. Our other colleague, Ian Rogers,
Little Legs himself,
is Penfold, what was I like to call him? He is with Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland out in Christianstad.
Sorry, as he's keen to remind us, FIA official timekeeper. Ian Rogers.
FIA official. Look at that.
Yes, he's working hard over at Christianstad this weekend. We'll be back with us next weekend at Wilton Mill.
Colin Whittaker,
TV star now as well, after his interview for the build-up show last week.
Yeah, he was on telly. Watching for Rolamid. Who's Rolamid?
That's Sam Dimolo. Morning, Sam.
Sam Dimolo. Yes, Dimolo. I get it.
You get it.
He's turned the letters around in his name. Yeah, hi Sam Dimolo. I commentated on Sam when he was in junior TKM 4-stroke. That shows how old I am. Checkered flag is out. The Cookie Monster, Josh Cook, ahead of Luke Millward. Luke Millward on that TB kart.
Yeah.
Andrew Mather. Here we go. There was a brief replay. The kart's flooding across the line. Sebastian Behrman goes top of the pops. Joshua Cook second. And this is, that's...
I was about to say, why is Maximilian Eberhardt in the pits? That's why Maximilian Eberhardt's in the pits.
Along
was that with Jackson Hilton,
who was yesterday's pole sitter.
Now, it's not too bad for them. Eberhardt is 10th at the moment, and then Hilton 5th. This is the... that's how it happened.
Coles on Coles. Who was the other Coles driver that was involved in that? I'm looking down. It could have been, Alfie Phillipson. It could have been Ethan Manzi, Eddie Duncan, possibly. That isn't a great start for the day. Let's have a look. Ronnie Faulkner is watching. Hopefully to be back out in Junior X30 soon. Struggling with sponsorship. Well, Ronnie. Oh, the PFI pigeon is back. It's Anthony Jordan, ladies and gentlemen. Is that a pigeon? That's a strange-looking pigeon. The pigeon is.
I mean, he's a strange-looking man.
It's metamorphosized into something else, and it's moved his house. He's moved home. He's no longer under the bridge, is Anthony.
He's done that a lot recently.
He's moving around a lot. Yeah, oh, he's the Weybridge now. Well, I mean, after he caused the power outage yesterday by ordering 9 cheeseburgers, 8 fries,
chicken nuggets,
and Deliveroo to Sweden, Anthony Jordan, he's the PFI pigeon himself. There's Chloe McGill. Great to see Chloe back in the UK. Now Chloe is racing. She's in various academies. She's racing all over all over Europe at the moment. Is Chloe? There's the number 32 kart. That is James Roots. The Roots were on fire yesterday. The Roots was on 2 wheels at one point. The Roots is smouldering at the moment, ready to catch fire later this weekend. There's the number 64 kart. That's Will Eden for Pro Train Racing. I like the new Pro Train graphics. There's Logan Rolfe. Now, Dian Singh Pahal, his Dan Holland racing kart is a slightly different shade of blue. Cully, his dad, told me the name of the shade of blue this morning, which I've promptly forgotten. It begins with D.
Delightful blue.
Delightful blue for Dian Singh Bahal, I think, is the answer that we were looking for. Maximilian Abrahart, 10th fastest after that incident. Ethan Manzi also came into the pits early. He may have been the other Coles racing kart that was involved in that incident. Now, where would Jackson Hilton still qualifies 5th? Which is very impressive. Dimi Uzanov getting a lot of support online, 5th. And there, walking through in the Sodi kart race suit, that's Alfie Garrett. We'll talk about Alfie Garrett on the Sodi kart in a little bit. But Ceol Lynch has got Chloe McGill down with her.
Thank you very much, Henry and Andrew. Well, qualifying sees Sebastian Behrman to get pole position after the win in his heat yesterday, but we're going to get the perspective from Chloe McGill, because Chloe, you have improved drastically since yesterday.
Yeah, finished quali there with a P8. Obviously it's our first year in Mini, so it's a practice year, but I'm trying my best and we're up there.
You were getting all involved in those heats yesterday. Tell us, do you feel the difference between another, for example, British Kart Championships event to Kartmasters? Because everyone comes and brings it their absolute all at Kartmasters, don't they?
Yeah, obviously everybody wants to win. You're all going for the same bit. But yeah, you need to get your elbows out and get stuck in.
Now, it's your first year in Mini, but you did do Kartmasters last year. What was the biggest thing you learned that you're going to try and change heading into this one?
The biggest thing I learned is obviously you need to be in on people at all times.
Thank you very much, Chloe. Best of luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Look out for Chloe McGill starting from P8 for her heats today then. Let's move along though from the to the class that Chloe graduated from, Micromax.
Chloe did indeed race in this Micromax class less than 12 months ago. These are our youngest drivers here at Kartmasters 2026. They're out on circuit straight away as the number 77 of Harley Hibbert, Mason's younger brother.
And I have to say, that is a sight you don't see very often. This is a Rotax class, and you are looking at a Fusion Motorsport kart.
So not long in this session to go then. There is another familiar sight with a new driver, Robbie Lyons. This is Corey's younger brother.
Young Robbie.
For the Daily Motorsport team, the driver from Limerick.
Still think the Daily Motorsport karts are the best out of them all. I don't mind. I'm always a fan of the different liveries. I talk about them all the time. The Daily Motorsport karts, the best looking karts here. We talked about the Danny Curl Academy, the DK Academy karts looking like the 1985 Ram Formula One team. Here's another one for you, ladies and gentlemen. Look up the 1991 Modena Lamborghini, Lambo F1. The Lamborghini had a Formula 1 car for a season in 1991. It was called the Modena Lambo. Nicola Larini and Eric van der Poel drove it, and the blue that Lamborghini used is the same shade of blue that Daily Motorsport uses. Are you in agreement,
yes,
Andrew Mather?
I am. I like that. That's a good one, and I can testify that those DMS machines go a lot further than that Modena did, because if I remember my early 90s F1 history correctly, that Lambo V12 spent a lot of time blowing up.
Yes, it did. It spent a lot of time blowing up.
It sounded fantastic for about 2 laps.
Yes, the Lamborghini V12 Formula 1 engine of the late 80s, early 90s was a sound that if you heard it once, you were lucky, because that means it hadn't blown up yet, but it was absolutely glorious. Eric van der Poel got as far as about 5 laps to go at Imola before it ran out of petrol, because they weren't actually sure that it would ever make the finish of a race, so they didn't build the fuel tank big enough. And that was that.
So we've gone into a hole here.
Sorry,
I'm now looking at results of Phoenix 1991, and Nicola Larini getting a 7th place finish, albeit 3 laps down. It was a different era, wasn't it?
Young Robbie Lyons. The Lamborghini blue on young Robbie Lyons' kart has heard us talking. Oh no, he's got going again. He was just finding himself a bit of clean track. I thought, oh dear,
I thought that was going to be one of the worst commentary curses of 2026.
Yeah, talking about a Formula 1 car that has the same paint scheme, and then the kart itself hears that and breaks down.
That's fine. It's all good. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go.
The days where Damon Hill, early 90s, where Damon Hill won the Australian Grand Prix by 2 laps. That was 1995. The last one at Adelaide. You're getting excited.
Oh, I am. We'll come back to that. Is that Hendrix Fallat in a bit of trouble? Oh, it is. In the number 15. Now, that is a technical problem for the Tommy Weir Racing Pantano kart of Hendrix Fallat out of this qualifying session. I'm going to try and get this stat out really quickly. What's special about Adelaide 1995 and Damon's win Melbourne 1996?
They were back-to-back.
It is the only time a Formula 1 driver has won back-to-back races in the same country.
In different seasons?
In different seasons.
Yeah,
or at any time of the season.
Oh, any time of the season. Okay, back-to-back group. Okay.
Because the 95 season finished with Adelaide, which was its traditional point of the season, until they went to Albert Park at Melbourne, where it became the traditional starter of the season.
Yes, and that is a very, very good, Andrew Mather. Your time in the commentary box next to Mr. Anorak here is paying off in spades. Look, now we are looking at Frank Morris will be going out in the next race. However, Frank Morris has a dragon on the back of his crash helmet, the S8 Racing driver, and why are we treating Frank differently? Because lots of drivers have logos. Frank and his family, we've mentioned it before, do a lot of very, very good things for karting. They raise a lot of money. We're going to come back to the poll after we have covered the end of Micromax qualifying, which is currently led by Jay and Prakash. They come to the line. Is Prakash going to hang on? Let's find out. The answer is yes. But about 10 of the drivers beat Prakash's earlier time to knock him out of the top 10, and Jay and Prakash comes back. Boom, 104.88, beating Benjamin Schliever by 1/10 of a second. Benjamin Schliever and Arthur Bowers, identical lap times. Second and third, Lenny Barton, fourth. Wraith Owen, Ronnie Allen, Sawyer Henderson, Kyle Vieira, Oliver Woodall, and Will Wainwright. But J.M. Prakash, the international trophy champion, on his way to the Rotax Grand Finals, having a storming season in Micromax.
And what a turnaround as well. This is a driver who's, and he gives himself the fist bump there. That
he's just seen his name on the big screen at the outside of that corner. And the drivers slow down. Yes, there I am. Looking out for Dave Tooley, his mechanic, to say, yep, we did it again. Back to the poll. So Frank Morris, whose family raised a lot of money for a lot of good causes in karting, he has got a dragon on the back of his crash helmet. The dragon doesn't have a name. You, the viewers, are going to name the dragon. Frank and his team came up with a shortlist of 4 names, which are on the live poll. The 4 choices that you have: Draco, Taron, Gary, or Pete the Magic. So you get to decide what the dragon at the back of Frank Morris's crash helmet is called. Is it going to be called Draco the Dragon, Taron the Dragon? I think someone likes Taron Egerton. That was a mum's vote, that was.
Okay.
Someone likes Harry Potter, which is what Draco is for.
Someone likes to take that.
Someone like, well, no, I think someone might like our scrutineering team,
Well, that's
because we've
true.
got 2 Garys in scrutineering. Gary Walker and Gary, the other Gary.
Other Gary.
Other Gary. And could we have Gary the Dragon? Or is it called Pete the Magic? Not Pete, Pete the Magic. That's the. So you got 4 choices. Please keep voting. Name Frank Morris's dragon.
There's Sebastian. Oh, no, sorry, it's not Sebastian. Apologies, I can't read my numbers. That was Jensen Darlow just coming across the screen.
And you've only got a few moments to vote, because Frank Morris is going to go out in the next qualifying session, because he is in the Mini X30 class, which is next up. And at the end of Mini X30 qualifying, then Ceol Lynch is going to confirm with Frank Morris the name of his dragon. So Frank Morris in kart number 55. There is Hendrix Falat being pushed back to the pit lane. Andrew, before we get into this, there's some very important stuff that we have to talk about in Mini X30
Yes,
as well.
there is. I was just going to go, because apologies, folks, I didn't give you the rundown of how the scores were for Micro Max overnight.
My fault.
Arthur Rhodes top at the moment on 2, Lenny Barton second on 6, Jane Prakash third on 8, Kaya Vieira 4th on 10. Hendrix Falat does have a good position overnight, so yeah, that's not what he wanted. He'll start at the back of the grids for the heats, but he is defending a 5th place at the moment on 12 points, so not all hope is lost at this stage. Benjamin Schlivar 6th on 14, that's the same score as well for Oliver Woodall. Ronnie Allen 8th on 20, quite a close battle at the moment for that 8th spot. Jensen Darlow and Rafe Owen also have 20 points, all of those scores available over on the Motorsport Timing UK website. That's where all the stats and figures and officials' decisions likewise are going on to the web. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Ceol Lynch.
I can't know. All right, Jane Prakash gets pole again in his first ever Kartmasters, but we're just gonna come down. Come on, Luke. Down a bit more. Benjamin Schlivar, your first ever Kartmasters as well in Micromax. How are you feeling?
For quali, I felt very nervous, and then I just talked to myself in the lines down the track, and then I just ended up all battling, and then I was surprised actually getting on the podium, P2.
Exactly, you know this track very well, and you're also no stranger to Micromax. You're very experienced. Do you think being one of the more experienced drivers in this class this weekend is going to help you?
Not that much, because I think everyone else has had experience as well, but I've been in bigger races before.
Now, on the front row for the heats, what's the plan?
Just try to get over onto the inside, find my way in a gap, and try to come out second or third.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. We'll let you get on with your day.
Thank you.
Right, let's come back up to end this one, and he's disappeared. Thank you very much. That's it. More cots are out on track. Let's go to them.
Thank you very much, Ceol, and great to hear from Benjamin Schlivar speaking with such confidence there. Right, into our last qualifying session of Kartmasters 2026. This is Mini X30, a number of familiar names from IAME Waterswift and IAME Waterswift Restricted. Now, I would like us to try and find the 6060 of Oliver Kleinfelter, one of the runners for Tim Wilson Motorsport. There's a Tim Wilson Motorsport car way into hairpin one. A big hello to Ayrton Lima Evans. Ayrton was originally on the entry list for this weekend. Unfortunately, I got in contact with Aileen Ayrton's mum. Ayrton broke his big toe at Super Prix a couple of weekends ago, which is a real shame. It's been racing up through the ranks. Another driver who's come through from the Arvan Drive Club 100 scene. But Ayrton and his brother Arthur have been... Oh dear, there's a bit of a spin.
Oliver Kleinfelter there. That was a rotating kart. This is tripping over and slowing each other down. So it gives us a good chance to, look at the nose cone of Oliver Kleinfelter's kart.
So the reason why we're looking at Oliver Kleinfelter is that Ayrton also drives for Tim Wilson Motorsport.
Yes.
So firstly, he says hello to all of the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. But as also him and his brother Arthur have been running a campaign for the Brain Tumour charity and a homeless project. So they're looking to spread the awareness on that. So big well done to the Limmer Evans family for those charitable efforts, and much hoping that we see Ayrton back on circuit very, very soon.
Yes.
Once his big toe's okay.
Once his big toe's okay. But again, Kartmasters is where we like to highlight all the good. And there, it was Corey Lyons that spun. Corey Lyons spun because he was on a quick lap and these drivers were all dawdling about, and poor Oliver Kleinfelter just clouted Corey Lyons. Frank Morris is in this session, and you have got 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 2 minutes to get your votes in to name Frank's dragon. That's right. We do the real hard-hitting journalism at Kartmasters. There's Frank.
There he is. Oh, it's a Welsh battle.
It's a Welsh battle because is that Effin?
It's William Bennett.
It's William Bennett.
Behind.
William Bennett, who has given us some mugs. William Bennett's merchandise, temperature-changing mugs that when you put hot water in them, it changes colour to show off the William Bennett Motorsport logo. Well, not everyone from Wales loves each other. You've got the two Welsh dragons now. The back of Frank's crash helmet. That is the dragon that is going to be named. And thank you. We got more than 50 votes already to name a dragon. Kartmasters. If you're new to Kartmasters, we talk about kart mechanic bingo, paddock pooches, the PFI pigeon. We talk about naughty cutbacks, and we name dragons, and we watch. Oh, that wheel is about to fall off.
Travis Giddings.
Keep it on. Is that a wet tyre?
Or is I think it'll be being cut into a wet tyre.
It's been cut into a wet tyre. Something has collapsed at the front of the Travis Giddings kart. He is one of our privateer drivers from Tadley. Travis Giddings will return to the pit lane. So please keep your votes coming in. Ceol will announce the winner of, she will tell Frank the name of his dragon.
Very quickly here at the
in about
scores
a minute's time.
Overnight, whilst the drivers ramp up for their final laps, as there is the scene for Travis Giddings.
What has broken on that kart? Let's have a look. So both front wheels are bowed in. Is that now? There's a very, very bent left front stub axle there. That's an interesting one.
Chester Forks leads this one overnight, 0 points. Evan Owen second on 5. Mason Hibbert third on 7. We'll come back to the rest of them because the final times are coming in. Evan Owen currently fastest in this group by 3 hundredths of a second over Ilyas Sami, but these are the key moments. We haven't generally seen that many quick laps right at the end of these mini X30 sessions, but we do there from Chester Forks, who goes to a 62.67, takes provisional pole position. Owen, Sami, Uzanov have not seen the checkered flag yet, but they've also not set personal bests through sector number 1. Here they are, in fact, Owen, Sami, Uzanov in that order. Sami has gone purple through sector number 2, though. Ilyas Sami has still got a chance here of taking pole position away from his teammate Chester Forks for the heats here today at Kartmasters. Through the last couple of corners, what is the time going to be for Owen, Sami and Uzanov? Will Forks stay at the top? Yes, he will stay at the top. There was no improvement from Owen. There was for Sami, but stays in third. Uzanov also set a personal best, but stays P4.
And Dimi Uzanov, the only non-DK Academy driver in the top 5. Because Forks, Owen, Sami, and 5th place driver LBJ Stubbs, all part of the DK Academy. Poor Travis Giddings he's going to need a hand. Something as maybe a bolt has sheared on that Travis Giddings kart. that has caused that left front wheel to simply collapse. Now, okay, the results, ladies and gentlemen, are in. I'm going to ask, am I allowed? The results are in. The results are in. Now, you, the viewers, can see the name of the dragon. And Ceol Lynch, possibly the biggest assignment of her karting career to date. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, we get straight in to the hard stuff here, the real hard-hitting journalism. Naming a dragon. Hello to Chloe McGill's grandparents watching in Bahrain. Hope that you are well. So in Bahrain, it's going to be nice. It's going to be a nice Saturday afternoon in Bahrain, maybe even early Saturday evening. Chester Fawkes, FNO, Ilyas Sami, Dimi Uzanov, LBJ Stubbs, your top 5. Oliver Kleinfelter, after that incident, will start as qualified 23rd. Corey Lyons, all the way back in 20th. And Frank Morris, 18th fastest. As we know it.
Hello to once again to Layla Bell Racing, noting Rio Pocock taking on the Grand Prix so soon after the incident earlier this year. Yeah, Rio made a comeback to the British champs, well, I'll say a couple of weeks ago. So it's been a lot of races recently. My brain is a bit of a calendar mess at the minute.
Producer James just had a fantastic this naming. You know, we've named a dragon.
Yes.
How about if you maybe somebody who's maybe expecting a child? We could have the Alpha Live viewers, we could name your child. We can name your child, ladies and gentlemen.
We don't recommend it.
We don't recommend it, but it's a thing.
If
it could be a thing. We have got a few minutes before the first race of the day. Ceol Lynch is now trying to find Frank Morris. She has the results. You can see the results. Matt Copsey, I expect an 8-foot fiberglass dragon next year. If you know, you know. And well, I mean, we had a dragon bursting through Cardiff Castle for the Rugby World Cup back in the day. An 8-foot magic dragon. That's interesting. That's a good one. Okay, we are going to... There is Frank. He's the anticipation levels are rising. He walks across the screen. He is going to head towards our own Ceol Lynch. The tension is palpable. He wants to know what his dragon is called. I can see the man from Vital Fuels is equally as thrilled with the prospect of hearing the name of the dragon being named. That's not Vital Fuels anymore. It's a different name now. There's Reggie Chandler walking across the screen, arms out, not happy. Reggie qualified 13th. So we are waiting. Now we'll be starting racing. So racing will begin. The first race will start at 11:55 in about 5 minutes' time. I normally go out and check the weather at this point. Not even I. I mean, I need to go.
That can set you for later.
Right. Okay. The moment is with us. Ladies and gentlemen. Ceol Lynch is with Frank Morris.
Thank you very much, Andrew and Henry. Right, while Chester Fawkes extends his good run in Mini X30, we've got more important things right now to talk about. And we're going to be naming a dragon. Frank Morris, you spoke to Henry Beaudette yesterday on the Paddock Show, didn't you? Let's show them quickly, show them the helmet. This is the said dragon, and show them the back of your suit. Do a spin, there we go. Said dragons are these. Do you have any idea the names that have been on the poll? Because the viewers of this stream right now, they've been voting during your entire race.
I know there's Draco, Gary, Pete the Magical Dragon, and there's Tren.
There you go. He even knows the names, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready to hear the name?
Yes.
It's... drum roll, please. It's Gary.
That was just it. It was just a dare. It was going to be definitely one because it's just a funny name. And
now, in a close second place was Pete the Magic. What would you have preferred?
I would Gary.
Oh, really? Oh, there you go. The viewers have done you a solid then. After qualifying, back to the racing briefly. What are you going to do in the heats? Your qualifying wasn't brilliant.
I'll just work my way forward and try and get more overtakes and just work through.
Absolutely. Best of luck with that. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you. Right, there you go. You have named the dragon. Frank Morris knows. Let's get back to the racing.
Thank you very much, Ceol. Thank you to Frank as well. And everybody who voted as well. Gary the Dragon is the name on the back of Frank Morris's race suit. So that is all time qualifying for the Uptonsteel Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix of 2026 done. It is pure racing from this point forward. The next bit of business for all of our drivers is the third round of qualifying heats. We will start with Junior X30. It will be a Group A versus C race for all of them. And all of the scores from yesterday do carry into today as well. Can George Edgar continue the good form that we've seen over the last 24 hours or so? Could we see this young man on your screens here, Jacob Backler, the number 69, do a good job here? He overtook a number of drivers yesterday. Was 32nd in timed qualifying, 4th and 4th in the final race results. Today, he starts on the very front row of the grid, at least for this race. Has been drawn into Group C as a result off the back of the qualifying results from earlier on this morning. Keep your messages of support coming in for our drivers. And if you're new around here and you haven't done so already, and you don't mind doing so, do hit that subscribe button, the like button, and share the broadcast out with your family and friends. Really does help us out in this sport. Plenty more racing coming up over the next few weeks. We'll be at Wilton Mill next weekend for the next round of the British Championships. We're then back here in 2 weeks' time for another round of the British Kart Championships. Then we go into a bit of a break. At least this part of the team for Alpha Live does. There's always something on, whether it be in karting or other forms of motorsport. This race due to go off in 60 seconds' time, or at least the formation lap's due to start in 60 seconds' time. There you hear the instruction to the mechanics to clear the grid. And I always find this a really interesting moment to watch the driver's body language. It's just them, the kart, the track, to their own thoughts at the moment of how they're going to deal with this next race. All of them will know the job at hand. For some of them, they'll be trying to defend positions high up the intermediate classification from yesterday. For others, they might be a little bit further behind in those scores, and they'll want to try and push their way forward. Now, it's 36 drivers racing in this category now, so everyone will have a spot on the grid for the Grand Prix on Sunday. But it's such a close class. You want to be as high up the order. I know it sounds obvious, but this is going to be a race that'll be potentially hard to win from further down the order. Let's get into it then. Racing begins on Kartmasters Saturday. Junior X30 up next. So the second half of the heats for Junior X30 at Kartmasters 2026 is upon us, and here's how they line up for this next race. George House starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, Jacob Backler, George Quinlan and Zach Champney go from row number 2. Henry Clark and Sukhmani Kira second in the points overnight. They go from row number 3. George Clark and Colby Patterson, they start on row number 4. Aaron Richardson and Harley Musk start inside the top 10. Sophie Campbell and Alex Riley go from row 6. It's then Archie Rogers-Tyler and Alfie Brown on row 7. Charlie Blenkinsop and Simeon Stone on row 8. Max Endicott needs to get his overtaking shoes on. He starts on row 9 alongside Luca Narroway. Alfie Ward and Max Mason complete the top 20 for the start of this race. Ryan Meta and Ollie Brunt, they go from row 11. Henry James and Katie Donaldson start on the 12th and final row of the grid. 24 drivers ready to race here at PF International. The sun is out, the conditions are good. 21 degrees air temperature for our competitors. Not too hot. Nice grippy surface for everybody out there. Into the tram lines in a moment will go the drivers. This will be another 10 minutes plus 1 lap race This is where it starts to get interesting. Can George House, last year's Miami Euro Series X30 mini champion, get the jump on Jacob Backler from lights out? We are racing on Saturday here at Kartmasters. Good start for both drivers on the front row of the grid, but it's going to be House who has the early advantage. I think Backler might have been a little bit wide through the Bruno Ferrari S's. One of the Birrells has come forward. That should be Zach Champney. It is Zach Champney up to P2. Good start for Sukmani Kira as well. She's up to P3 in the early stages. Champney defends down towards hairpin number 1. Henry, that was spot on from George House. He's got a lot of experience of being at the front of races. He is still in his first year in X30 Junior, though. We shouldn't forget that. It is a much more physical class than he experienced last year in the minis. This day is crucial, isn't it, for him to keep his fitness and his results up?
It's now the hardest class-to-class jump in karting. From mini to junior, you not only have to deal with the extra power, the extra grip of the tyres, you also have to deal with going from the 950 chassis to the full-size chassis. And here we go. George House leads at the end of lap number 1. Sukmani Kira, Zach Champney, Jacob Backler, Quinlan and George Clark. Clark, who ended qualifying yesterday on his roof. He went a lot better this morning, and he is there in 6th position. Aaron Richardson is running in 8th position. I saw a good start from Alfie Brown in the number 94 Jade machine, the Birrell Art Jade Run team. And Alfie Brown up into 11th. There's the move into hairpin number 2. That is George Clark passing George Quinlan, I believe, going into the short chute. Now they're out of the Fullerton S's. House still leads by 0.8 of a second. Sukmani Kira has got Zach Champney and Jacob Backler behind them, but this battle that we're looking at is allowing the sort of the front group to pull away a little bit. Out of the final corner, 8 minutes to go.
Here goes Kira down the inside. House closes the door. No change of position then at the front of the field. That's good news for Zach Champney. He's able to rejoin the back of this group. George Quinlan there in the second of the bright yellow helmets is P4 right now. There's a bit of a gap, and is that George Clark going for another move? Yes, it is. George Clark fighting with his teammate Henry Clark. No relation between those two, but George up to P5. Had a breakthrough result earlier in the season at Franciacorta, was on the podium. He's another driver like your race leader George House, who is in his first year in the junior categories. And remember him on that weekend. It was a race won by Max Endicott that he was very... it's problems for Alfie Ward again. Oh my goodness me. What's that? 4 competitive sessions that Alfie Ward has not seen the end of so far here this weekend at Kartmasters. 7 minutes to go in this one. House still leading from Kira. House points forward, says, let's work together. The numbers are still a little bit too high for my liking at the front of this field. Kira's response is to go down the inside and take the race lead. Bold stuff. House goes in. Not enough space there to fully commit to the move onto the Litchfield Bridge. But this is why, in my opinion, Henry, Sukmani Kira is properly in the mix this weekend. Her attitude, her decision-making is on point. There's a clash there between the drivers who were fighting for third, Zach Champney and George Quinlan. They lose a number of positions in that exchange, and they're going to lose more. Colby Patterson's going to have a go at both of them now. That'll benefit Richardson. George Clark, Alfie Brown as well, I think, has picked up a couple of positions. And here comes Max Endicott as well, the reigning Miami Warriors final champion in this category. Did not have a good qualifying earlier on today, but once again, Henry is on the move, and he's got the fastest lap.
Yeah, let's unpack that. And there is a problem out of the race. Joining... I
think that was Alex Riley.
Yeah, Alex Riley. So, let's unpack what happened. George Quinlan goes for a move on Zach Champney at hairpin number 1. Doesn't quite work off. They both get delayed. And that brings Alfie Brown and Max Endicott into play. Endicott's already up 8 places. Brown already up 9 places. The top 3 try to break away. Kira in the 44. House in the 77. They've been joined by Aaron Richardson from 9th on the grid. And the number 42 of George Clark closing in as well. There is Max Endicott making another move. Is that Max Endicott? I believe it was. Endicott already into the top 10, chasing Colby Patterson. In fact, no, that's not Endicott. That's the number 69 BMR restart kart of Jacob Bashler. I apologise. From behind the mesh wiring on the dummy grid, you see the karts flash through the final chicane under the Litchfield Bridge. Kira extending her advantage because they're squabbling over second. That was almost. They're still squabbling. This could hand the race to Sutmani Kira because House, Richardson and Clark cannot decide who is going to lead the chase up to Sugars.
Good move there from George Clark. Took advantage of that warning for George House in that number 77 machine. Clark locks in third place, defends through hairpin number 2. Harley Musk is there as well in the green and white helmet. Kart number 21 for Fusion Motorsport is the fastest driver on circuit. Richardson's run a little bit wide there out of the Fullerton S's. Recovers it nicely, holds fourth place. 4.25 minutes of this race to go. Just a note further down the order, who's making progress? Alfie Brown up 7 places, 2P7. Max Endicott, we mentioned, to confirm he's up 8 places to 9th. He's just at the back of the shot now. Here goes Richardson. Loads of power there for Aaron Richardson to breeze past George Clark. Not much that Clark could do about that. In fact, Clark is properly on the defensive now. Here comes Harley Musk around the outside of Alfie Brown in the number 94 machine. Well, you can tell it's stepped up a notch here in the first race of Kartmasters Saturday. This is feeling much more frenetic than it did yesterday. There down the inside goes one of the BMRs. Jacob Backler back up another position. Brown's gone with him. Back comes Musk. This is a tough moment now for George Clark, who started the lap in third place. It's going to be down and outside the top 6. Here comes Endicott with a bit of gold across the top of his race lid. He's now having a look at Harley Musk into Bobby Game corner. Henry, we've still got another 3.25 minutes of this and one more lap.
Exactly. You said it right. It has ramped up considerably. Desperation, not yet. Don't forget, however, these drivers in this class have only got one more race to go today to decide where they start from the superheat. Now, we've had the question of who's going to make the main event or not taken away from us because we're down to 36 drivers in this class. So everyone will make the main event, but of course, it's not a case of, pre-final, then final. The superheat it works slightly differently. Ceol Lynch has got some breaking news for us down in pit lane. What have you got for us, Ceol? Oh, she's in the grandstand.
Hello, George House's mechanic. I'll come up, I'll join you then, so I'm not too short. You must be proud of George with how he's doing this weekend.
He's doing really well. For his first year in junior, he's smashing it. So we're back at the leader now as well.
Sitting well in second so far, do you think he's going to be able to take the win for this one?
I think so. I reckon he got it on the last lap.
And you guys have been working really hard with him this weekend. Do you think there's a GP plate for the win?
It's on the cards, I reckon. I reckon he can do it. It's anyone's win there.
Thank you very much, Lewis. We will go back to the racing now.
That's a good one. Speaking to the mechanic mid-race, well done, and thank you to Lewis for that. Lewis was the mechanic for the drive that I brought over for Kartmasters. I'm thinking 2017 from Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. De Leon came over, and we've got another move there. That is the number 21 kart of Harley Musk moving. Max Endicott now into the top 6. Alfie Brown into 4th position. Endicott has passed 11 drivers and is not done yet, although he's got a 1.3 second deficit to make up on his teammate Jacob Bashler for what would be 5th position. We're looking at the 7th place kart, Zach Champney, who has got a whole heap of trouble behind him. Number 1 in the form of Archie Rogers Tyler. George Clark has slipped to 11th. Henry Clark is 12th. Then it's Charlie Blenkinsop. George Quinlan has fallen back.
I should just note, unfortunately, Simeon Stone is out of this race. Pulled off a couple of laps ago.
He was getting cheered on by a lot of people. His mum, his brother, his sister. Dom cheering Simeon Stone on, and the Jade Racing driver number 18 out of this race. 21 drivers remain. 30 seconds plus a lap to go, and Lewis was not wrong. He said he thought that, he was a little bit, because he said that George House was going to catch Marnie Kira on the last lap. Well, we've still got 2 laps to go. He's done it early, but he hasn't passed her. Can he make a move?
This is going to be a good race towards the end of this race. George House, who started competing in karting at the age of 6. Raced up through the Bambinos. He's got maturity beyond his years. Is already a championship winner in various competitions around the UK and around the continent. What can he do here with 1.5 laps to go? Kira defends. That's good defensive work from the Alpine Racer Academy driver. There's going to need to be a little bit more into hairpin number 2. Is positioning her kart really well, but this is encouraging the Argenti Academy back driver, Aaron Richardson, to get into the fold. House has a little look there through the Fullerton S's. Kira runs wide. House may get an assist here from the number 3 seed to go through, and does so. So George House takes the race lead. Time is up. They'll see the last lap board in about 5 seconds' time as they come round the final corner. Who is going to win this race? Who's going to get their Saturday started in the best possible fashion? Aaron Richardson looking to recover back from that 13th place in the first round of heats yesterday. Oh, he's trying to go around the outside, but he's run wide and run too wide. Back into second place goes Kira. Richardson just tried too much on the front end of the kart there. Henry stepped out. It didn't give him that hook and that momentum round the corner. George House is closing in on victory here.
Almost understeered onto the grass, which would have been disastrous. As it stands, Richardson will settle for 3rd position. Sukmani Kira, now she defended against George House coming into the Fullerton S's this corner a lap ago, and it eventually cost the race lead. However, the fact that she defended, that was an important move. That's like, oh no, you are not coming through. You will have to fight your way past me, is what Sukmani is saying. She almost feigns a little glance to the inside coming into the Mike Wilson complex, but saves that desperation move for maybe later on as the checkered flag waves to conclude race number 1. Well, Lewis the mechanic, I mean, if this could be a new thing. Ceol Lynch speaks to a mechanic during the race, and that mechanic's driver goes on to win. George House by 0.17 of a second over Sukmani Kira. Aaron Richardson 3rd, Sukmani's Fusion Motorsports teammate. Then the two leading BMR restart karts, Jacob Backler and Max Endicott, up 12 places from 17th to 5th. Alfie Brown finishes 6th as we look at the provisional results. Alfie Brown for the Jade Racing team. And behind Alfie, we have got Harley Musk, Colby Patterson, Zach Champney had a rough race, quicker than 9th place. George Clark rounding up the top 10 ahead of Henry Clark, no relation. Same team, same spelling, no relation. Archie Rogers Tyler for the Mick Barrett Racing team rounds out the top 12. George Quinlan, Charlie Blenkinsop, Luca Narroway on the Falcon kart. Then Ori Meta, Max Mason, Ollie Brunt, that's your top 18. And the remaining runners, Sophie Campbell, Henry James, Katie Donaldson, the last driver to finish the race. Simeon Stone, Alex Riley and Alfie Ward are the retirements. Thank you to David Whitehouse, keeping things nice and clean on the chat. Appreciate Motorsport Magpie's efforts. Alistair Main is about to realise what the block button is for. There we are, you know, and yep, there we go. He's trying again, however, but you've got to get up early in the morning to get one open over on Motorsport Magpie. Now this is the area where the top 5 or however many drivers, the scrutineers want, they will go to the right-hand side of this screen through to the weighbridge. This is where every other driver goes. They will have their nose cones checked. There was a situation with a pair of white socks and white trainers which upset somebody on the live chat. And so there we go. Race number 1. Well, race 21 of 58 that we are bringing you this weekend.
The chat, maybe. I don't think we're in any position to criticise people's people's fashion choices this weekend?
Well, I mean, yesterday I was wearing a very bright red Karting
Yes.
Armchair Experts T-shirt. You were wearing a very bright yellow. It was ketchup and mustard, apparently. And Ceol in a very bright white top. It was ketchup, mustard and mayo.
Hello to Paul Janes as well, who asked online whether they were slim fit shirts. It's
Well,
like, no, it's just us.
No, we just look really slim in them. That's why. That's what it was, Paul.
Just to note on that win for George House, provisional results, of course. If there's one slight criticism I've had of George so far this year, it's not criticism, it's more an observation. Sometimes so far in his first year of X30 Junior, he's qualified really well and then things haven't gone well in his races. And a little bit of a spiral begins of just not...
It happens when you're quick over a single lap, but then things start to go wrong in the races. When you're in the first year of a new class and you're dealing with the extra grip, the extra power, the extra width of the kart, when you get knocked out of your rhythm, then you can begin a downward spiral that it takes half a season for most drivers to sort of snap out of.
The reason why I bring it up is that George had results of 7th and 18th yesterday, so the fact that he's back on track in a race condition and then got a race win, that's a really good sign for George House. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch. She's in Parc Fermé.
Thank you, boys, and that is right. George House, I must say, ironically, you seem to really be excelling weekend. You just keep getting faster. Yesterday, you didn't have all the results you should have, but that must feel great. You've had the best start to your day.
Yeah, it was good. I'm really happy so far. Hopefully we can keep this on going throughout the day, keep the good results. A few more race wins or one more race win at the end of the day, so yeah.
Now, you got a good start in that one. Marnie Kira also had a good start. She then got you towards the middle of the race. What were your thoughts then? Because it's easy to kind of look behind you, especially in your position with so many really experienced drivers within this class around you.
Yeah, well, I was trying to make sure I had a gap for the ones behind so I could chase her down and also maybe pull away a bit from them. And that's what I think I did. And also I caught them and I caught her and then managed to do it at the end.
Well, congratulations, George. Best of luck in the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's get back to the racing.
So into Senior Rotax then, race number 22 for Kartmasters 2026. It's the fourth heat that we've had to talk about so far this weekend for these drivers. Let's take you through the grid. It's a packed one, 32 drivers. Joshua Turnbull will be alongside our pole sitter Freddie Lloyd on the front row. So Freddie Lloyd and Joshua Turnbull on the front row of the grid. Macaulay Bishop and Adam Wooden on row number 2. Row number 3, Guy Cunnington starts 5th with Charles Green in a much stronger position than yesterday, P6. Ryan Gandor, Joshua Smith there on row number 4, Oliver Liversidge and Miles Barthorpe on row number 5. James Lowther needs a big day. He's outside the top 36 as things stand, starts on row 6 alongside Miles Roby.
Now we have got James Tester and Lucas Howell on row 7, Liam Hartley and Joshua Graham at our position in grid 16. Ryan Carews from the UAE and Louis Westover returning to karting. He starts 18th. Brandon Truman, Eva Morris, Benjamin Baker, Alfie Littler, Drew Preisner and Arthur Brownless. Your top 24. At the back of the field, watch for Joey Brown, Lloyd Hare, Arav Dewan, Bailey Heath, Joe Yao and Austin Johnson. 2 more drivers, the final row of the grid. Lloyd Palmer and from Bahrain, Yusuf Al Ali. 10 minutes. Freddie Lloyd brings them to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Lloyd gets the drop into turn number 1. Everybody else following through in nice order. And on to the banking for the first time. Marshall making his way back. That Marshall was ready to pounce on any errant go-karts, but there were none to pounce on as everyone behaved themselves. Now, Guy Cunnington sweeps across from the outside to the inside in 3rd position. There's Charles Green, whose family are watching all the way from Cornwall. Green has lost a place or 2, but still not a bad start. There's the number 15 kart going through the screen. That's Joshua Smith from the KX UK team. Oh dear, that's going to be big. Josh Graham hangs on to it. What a save from Josh Graham. I haven't seen a save like that since the Curaçao goalkeeper in the World Cup. That was outstanding. I didn't see the other driver. It was a Hunter Motorsport driver that was involved with Josh Graham.
I think was it Lucas Howell in the number 99 that took avoiding action at the second part of that incident. 8 minutes and 40 seconds ago. Look at the lead that Lloyd's got. 1.1 seconds clear as Cunnington slips down the inside, takes second place away from Josh Turnbull. Macaulay Bishop there as well. He checks to the inside. Great overtaking there from Macaulay Bishop. That's what he's all about, up to P3. But Turnbull gets really good waft out of hairpin number 2. Draws back alongside. There's a yellow flag out.
There is a driver stopped on the inside of the Mike Wilson complex. And driver is... It's Joe Yao for Jack's Motorsport. Marshals are with Joseph Yao. The racing continues. Lloyd leads by 1.5 seconds. Now, if this gaggle can sort themselves out, I'll be really interested to see Guy Cunnington and Macaulay Bishop working together to try and close on Freddie Lloyd. In 2019 at Sarno at the Rotax Grand Finals, Guy Cunnington crossed the line first. Well, did he? His nose cone crossed the line first, his transponder didn't. And Guy Cunnington was given second place behind Finland's Axel Sanjala. It was so close, they've actually changed the rules about timing and scoring because of it. On that same day in 2019, as Guy Cunnington finished second in senior Rotax in the Grand Finals, Macaulay Bishop finished second in Micromax. And here they are together. Bishop to the inside. He takes second position. I can see yellow flags.
Red flag.
Red flag. Red flag is out. Red flag is out. This is for driver number 88, Joseph Yao, or Yaw, from Jack's Motorsport. He is with, there are 3, I can see 2 marshals, and I believe that is either Dan Ashton or David Manchester, one of our race directors, on the track with Joseph Yao. Roger Young says, quite rightly so, hello to Axel's mum, Tia Sanjala, who is a lovely lady. Axel, very, very talented driver, was sent out to Macau as part of the Roger Young International team. So we are under a red flag. Joseph Yaw is, I'm looking down, he is with several members of the team. I believe his kart might have inverted itself. So we are waiting to see. Now, if you are new to the sport of karting, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching this and you're thinking, how do I take the next step in karting? Or even, I know somebody in work or somebody's kids or somebody that would really, really like to get into karting, then send them to Kartmania. Kartmania is Europe's only kart show. It is held this year at Silverstone on the 14th and 15th of November. Martin Capenhurst is the organiser, who is a name that everyone in karting will know. Karting Armchair Experts, the biggest global karting online karting community, is the media partner, and it is £18 to get in, free parking. Under 16s, I think, or under 10s are a £5. But it is not just a kart show for people, say, racing here at Kartmasters. It is for people who might want to look into owner-driver racing, not at this level, maybe at a more grassroots level, maybe at a club level, maybe at something like an Access Karting, the GX UK classes, or maybe even go to Club 100. It's November the 14th, the 15th. There's a massive information centre there, where as you go in, Martin Capenhurst, Gary Pickard, and a number of other experts from the world of karting will literally sit down with you, look at where you're from. Where's the nearest indoor kart track to you? What do you want to get out of karting? What are you looking to try and do? So that is November the 14th and 15th at Kartmania at Silverstone. They're one of the partners of this event. We have a host more here at the 2026 Uptonsteel Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix. So while we are under the red flag conditions, and we will give you an update on Joseph Yao as soon as we can, let's hear from some of our sponsors from this event.
Welcome back, everybody, to live pictures for the Uptonsteel Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix of 2026. If you're just joining us, we're under red flag conditions midway through the senior Rotax heat number 4. That is a good sight to see. That is Zhou Yao on his feet, walking away from the scene of the incident that triggered the red flag that we're currently under. So all being well, I think we'll be back to racing very soon indeed. The race officials just going through the motions at the moment of getting the drivers back into the correct order before we restart this race. So on our screens at the moment, 3 laps completed. Freddie Lloyd there, kart number 271 for the Evolution Racing team. Is your race leader. Guy Cunnington second in the colours of his own team, and he runs with his family. Kart number 52, the former British champion, of course. Macaulay Bishop there in third place in kart number 6 for Dan Holland Racing. Then Josh Turnbull and Adam Wooden inside the top 5. Ryan Gandor, Charles Green, Joshua Smith, Oliver Liversidge and James Lowther. That is your top 10 on our screens at the moment. Unless I'm mistaken, this race will resume for the remaining 6 minutes and 49 seconds plus 1 lap. Now, I think we're going to have a look at a replay. We know that our driver is on their feet and okay. This may well be the incident that triggered it. So this was the Joshua Graham save with the number 99 of Lucas Howell. Now, does something follow here? So there's Joe in the number 88. Just behind, and so it wasn't. Oh no, it was. So there was the first touch with Graham, which I think that'll have been quite uncomfortable because it looked like the right-hand side of Graham's kart got into the midriff, or at least into the side of Zhou Yao, and then as he kind of turned left, it looked like it had grip flipped.
Yes, he's up and walking around. He was complaining about what is one of his legs was giving him a bit of jip. But no more. He's up and walking. Thanks to Dirk, who is here. Now, Dirk is our super fan. He is Kartmasters. Last year, we crowned, or you crowned the viewers, the ultimate Kartmasters champion. And yes, I believe it was Ben Barnacote who won in the poll. The ultimate Kartmasters fan is undoubtedly Dirk. because for the last 3 years, Dirk comes from Germany to spectate. And he's in the paddock. And last night, Dirk has a sweepstakes running where you predict the classes. And he was at the paddock show last night, going around taking all the information from people. I haven't entered. He asked me to enter, and I can't. We can't. It's not fair. I was going to say it's not professional, but when has anyone accused me of being professional? But it's not fair that we pick winners because we're here just to observe. But Dirk, not only travelling from Germany, as we go green straight away. And we're off and racing again. Freddie Lloyd, Guy Cunnington and Macaulay Bishop. And already Bishop, who was put back to third because that was at the end of the last completed lap, makes the move, goes back into second. Now this is Lloyd v Bishop, Cunnington and Turnbull third and fourth. Turnbull now takes over P3. The top 6 are all single file. Then it's side by side between Josh Smith, Oliver Liversedge and James Lowther. Lowther making good progress on a day that he needs to score well.
Brandon Truman looking a lot better as well than he did yesterday. He gained 7 places before the red flag and is looking to try and break up into the top 10. Here goes the number 77 of Charles Green, also needs a good day. So the race back from a red flag. We had a very short, slow procedure to bring them back round to the final corner, and then, as per usual, after a red flag where the race then continues, we go back in a single file restart, like the end of any slow procedure, really. 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Lloyd leads from Bishop. Who else made good progress off that restart? Lloyd Hare up 10 places now for Dan Holland Racing, up to P16 as Green defends from Wooden. They're trying to sling it around the outside is James Lowther. That just didn't quite work. It's a lot of hairpin down the inside lines of those hairpins. We've not seen too many Slim Shadies through that part of the circuit so far.
The grip levels make the naughty cutbacks and the Slim Shadies even harder. Because of course you need on the outside line to make a Slim Shady work and a hairpin, you need the combination of grip but not too much so you can let the kart slide and control the slide. Drivers from the next race watching on intently as Lloyd continues to lead from Bishop by 0.6 of a second. Lloyd Palmer gets a warning flag. Out on the banking, that red and white, red and black kart going through, was that, I'm trying to look back to see if that is possibly James Tester in the number 27. Further in front of them, here comes Bomber Smith round the outside. Doesn't quite work. James Lowther gets to the inside. Lowther passing Canada's Rayan Gandor. Gandor drops a couple of places. Behind Gandor now, the Jacks Motorsport number 90, Oliver Liversedge. Behind Liversedge is Miles Roby for the MLC Motorsport team. MLC Motorsport, they are battling 2 continents this weekend for MLC Motorsport. Oh no, the number 19 kart has gone around. That was Liam Hartley, the driver from Louth for the Jack Dex Racing team. I am my arch nemesis is here in the paddock. No, not Bradley Philpott. No, it is Darcy Sausage. Darcy Friel. Now, Kim Friel says that she's the worst paddock show pooch ever. She's not. She's just the most memorable one. She may be coming up to bite my ankles later, but I have found that if you have a chicken treat, then Darcy Sausage turns from a monster into a tiny little, like a cuddly baby. All you got to do is show her a chicken treat. Oliver Liversedge gets a 5-second penalty. Harry Friel, good to see Harry back. Harry had an injury last year, was a bit down in the dumps. And there's the move. Macaulay Bishop takes the race lead from Freddie Lloyd. Let's see, with 2.5 minutes plus a lap to go, what can Lloyd do? Ceol Lynch is trackside. Who have you got for us now, Ceol?
a re-race start like that is never what the drivers want. At that point, it's the mental game. We spoke to Freddie Lloyd quickly off stream, and he said it's going to make his job harder. Give Macaulay Bishop, though, the chance to get right behind him, and that's what's going to make this hard. Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Ceol speaking to a driver mid-race stoppage. That's impressive. Freddie Lloyd was right. It's going to make his job a lot harder, and it is going to be much harder now that he's no longer leading the race. Look for Guy Cunnington, Adam Wooden and Josh Turnbull. There they are. 3rd, 4th and 5th. They've lined themselves up, and they're trying to catch the leaders. Will Bishop and Lloyd play nice down the hill? By I mean play nice, will they work together, or will they start battling and taking chunks out of one another? I have a feeling that we may see a move from Lloyd, and if we do see a move from Lloyd, I think Bishop will probably not defend it as much as he can, because they will both want to suss each other out. This is two peacocks in the yard, both, preening their tail feathers to show who has got the most colour, and neither will want to give away their secrets before tomorrow afternoon.
Arguably, Lloyd needs the points a little bit more at this stage as well than Bishop. Lloyd is down the order versus where we'd expect him to be, 14th overnight, mainly as a result of a 10-second penalty they got in his after his first race.
For incidents with Jared Fox-Whiteley, I believe.
But, in the end, meant he had a 20th place finish in that classification, I should say.
Here we go.
In that first one. Here goes Lloyd down the inside of Bishop. Bishop doesn't fight it too hard.
Didn't think he was going to. Bishop will now have a little look at the rear of Freddie Lloyd's kart to see where he is stronger. And Freddie Lloyd knows this. Freddie Lloyd knows that Bishop is going to be studying. This is what drivers do. They're not just driving around following each other. They're always learning. Okay, is this kart turning in better than mine at this corner? Has this kart got a better exit speed out of this corner? Where might I be able to, make a pass, or attempt a pass, or set up a pass? Bishop backed out of it there. That was a great shot. Now he dives to the inside. Bishop actually break out. Oh, handy ha! Freddie Lloyd was thinking about a naughty cutback, and Macaulay Bishop knew that's what Freddie Lloyd was thinking and just closed it off. Now with the time up, now we're going to defend. Lloyd to the outside. Watch for the crossover. He gets it. Bishop's on the inside for the run to hairpin number 2. Still playing nice. Lloyd still on the outside.
He's going to get it.
Bishop Gazer on the outside. Oh, a Slim Shady on the straight for Freddie Lloyd. Okay, Macaulay, you can't give Freddie Lloyd the outside line. We now know that. Turnbull is up to 3rd. They're going to come to the last lap board next time around.
That will be quite a satisfying one for Freddie Lloyd. I think what Bishop was trying to do there, he was trying to control the space on the inside of the exit of hairpin number 2 to stop any kind of switchback. He bogged down a little bit, I think, and that was all the opportunity that Freddie Lloyd needed to get through. Here's your fight for 3rd place, just coming round onto the Lichfield Bridge now. Turnbull, Wooden, Cunnington, all in good form at this stage of Kartmasters weekend. Lloyd is stretching away from Bishop. Can Turnbull hold on for 3rd place? Cunnington's going to try and go around the outside, maybe have a switchback on Wooden for hairpin number 2. He's got support potentially coming in the form of Charles Green there as well, his teammate, who is converting that good grid position into strong points in this race. Warning flag for Alfie Litter. 5-second penalty for Joey Brown. Those are the latest notifications, quite a few of them in this race. This is going to be a very provisional result here, folks. Freddie Lloyd, though, will exit the final corner a little bit wide out of there. He's definitely pushing here, is Fast Freddie, but he's going to win this heated senior Rotax. Macaulay Bishop scores well again there with P2. Turnbull holds on for 3rd. Another heat ticks on by, Henry. The picture grows in intrigue between Lloyd, Bishop and the rest. There's still a long way to go.
Now, couple of people questioning there seems to be a lot of 5-second penalties. Well, yes, because I think that number 46, Lloyd Palmer, the number 99, Lucas Howell, the number 90 of Oliver Liversedge, the number 24 of Miles Roby. I believe that when the red flag came out, the scrutineering team will go and they will look to see which nose cone brackets have deployed. And the drivers would be allowed to put their nose cones back in. However, all those drivers that already had a nose cone penalty, that penalty is applied. You're back. Those penalties are applied. The nose cones are put back in, so a driver can get 2 nose cone penalties in one race if that race has a red flag stoppage. And Matthew Higgins joins us on the live chat. Matthew remains the last Welshman to win a Kartmasters GP plate title, and we look at the results going down the order. So those group of drivers, now after the restart took place, we had further penalties for number 341 Lloyd Hare. We had a penalty that Andrew just mentioned for Joey Brown. Thank you to the 1,000 plus people who are currently watching this live stream. We are going to get another question up on the poll shortly, once I've thought of the question that we're going to ask you. I do have, it's a bit of a self-indulgent question, because somebody asked me once, Henry, how many kart circuits have I been to? Ooh. Yes. Now, I went through the list of kart circuits around the world that I have been to, either as a driver, as a journalist, or as a commentator. Now, some of the kart circuits, I wonder, do we include the likes of the Bristol ice rink? When I did a university ice race, and I won, by the way, do we include that circuit? Do we include the circuit that I actually designed myself at the Thomas Robinson Stadium in Nassau, the Bahamas, which is still there and still used? Okay, yes. We include that one, but we don't include the Bay Street circuit that myself and Cam organised, as we got karts coming out. Ceol Lynch. Ceol Lynch was ready, but I was rabbiting on about how many kart circuits I've been to. So we may have a poll coming up about how sad I am and how many kart circuits I've been to. But the next race is on the rolling lap now. It's Junior Rotax, heat number 5.
Junior Rotax, heat number 5. Here's your grid. Finley Lyons and Braith Murdoch on the front row of the grid. Harry Taylor and Ellis Bell on row 2. Zach Turner and Ryan Rapini on row 3. Alex Shepherd, Tom Reed, they're on row 4. It's Nathaniel Gray and Tobias Johns on 5. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Charles Kitely start outside the top 10 for this one on row 6. Casper McAllister, Louis Radcliffe, they're on row 7. John Richardson and Theo Bradshaw on row 8. Trent Van Mellick and Joe Neal on 9. Ewan House and Oliver Fabricius inside the top 20 for the start of this one. Hugo McCluskey and Harrison Bishop, they're on row 11. Joseph Berkery and Alex Lynn on row 12. Harry Harvey and Odysseus Hole on row 13. Ronnie Smart and Harvey Sargent on row 14. Benjamin Lawn and Shay Hilton row 15. Ian Cameron will complete this field. Lewin Seidel will not take the start of this race. Also not starting by the looks of things, unless it's a transponder little issue, is Ronnie Smart. So 30 drivers in this one, the hardest category to qualify from for the Grand Prix on Sunday. What is the next chapter going to have in store for us? We're racing once again in Junior Rotax, and the two leaders on the front row touch. They both survive. By the time they get down to turn 1, that could have been an even more dramatic start. Henry Beaudette for Finley Lyons and Braith Murdoch. They have got away with one there.
Finley Lyons, they're stacking up, coming off the bridge in the middle of the pack. I was about to say, Finley Lyons came to the start-finish line still with his hand in the air. That is such a relaxed driver to be able to do that. At the minute the lights went out, his hands went to the wheel, and they needed to be on the wheel, because if if Murdoch and Lines didn't possess such an immense amount of kart control, we could have been seeing something that none of us want to see going into the first corner. Luckily, they got away with it. Coming off the bridge, there are drivers. So, Tren van Melk, the number 218 kart, is cruising around with damage to the front end of his kart. Who else did we lose? Alex Lynn has not come round at all for the Jack's Motorsports team. Oliver Fabricius also caught up in that incident. So was Benjamin Lawn. Ronnie Smart is out there. It was a transponder issue, and Ronnie is up into 26th position. On board now
Ellis Bell.
with the tiny Carter, Scotland's Ellis Bell, chasing the gold crash helmet of Harry Taylor, and that is what you call a hip and shovel, ladies and gentlemen. Ellis Bell, yesterday he got into an incident coming to Bobby Game Corner with Gold Chain Charlie Wolfit. Gold Chain was backing the field up. Ellis Bell realised, hang on, I've got 4 drivers bearing down on me. I've got to make a move. Half a gap opens, then it closed, too late. But what it does show is that Ellis Bell, who is one of the politest drivers in the paddock, but Ellis finds himself cheering for his friends on the podium after his friends have just, there's a spin on the bridge, and I was going to say that was almost an amazing piece of avoidance. Kart spinning, and then I can't see, it was Louis Radcliffe who spun initially. Louis has got going again, minus a nose cone, and I'm waiting to see the driver.
Joe Neal, the 722.
Joe Neal, so that's Joe Neal, the Uptonsteel sponsored driver for Thule Motorsports. I have a feeling that after watching that, and again it was a case of he just couldn't move out of the way in time, that might need to be some Uptonsteel to reframe that wagon, because that looked like a nasty one.
I hope his wrists are okay as well, because that's the other risk when you have an incident like that.
A jackknife sort of contact. Looking there, Ellis Bell setting the fastest lap of the race, and now moves in. That's Braith Murdoch moving into the race lead. Here comes Ellis Bell in 4th place with the camera on his kart. Finley Lines now down to 3rd. Here's Zach Turner. Bell to the inside of Lines, then tucks back. Here comes Zach Turner, the PF plate holder. Zach Turner means business this weekend. He did not, let's be completely honest, he did not cover himself in glory earlier this year at PF International. I believe he was excluded from a meeting for, a driving offence. Has learnt his lesson and has come out swinging in the best way. There's some swinging going on, maybe not in the best way. Finley Lines getting pushed to the inside. Well, Braith Murdoch, he isn't here to play ball today, because he is being very aggressive from the start. Needs to be, does Braith Murdoch. Last year, Braith Murdoch raised a huge amount of money. One of Braith's classmates sadly took her own life, and Braith, for the teenage prevention of teenage suicide, Braith raised a huge amount of money and awareness. Just seen Teddy Pritchard Williams' mum here as well. We will try and get the information for Papyrus, who is the group that helps teenagers who may be struggling with lots of things. There is a phone number that you can call, which I will do my best to get on screen for you all. As we look at Zach Turner leading Finley Lines. 5-second penalty for Ellis Bell. However, this is Ellis Bell. This is Ellis Bell showing his rivals that this weekend there's no more Mr. Nice Guy. He's had 2 5-second penalties now. That's enough. But he is showing that, hey, if I want to win this in Kartmasters, nice guys rarely come first. And that's not, there are lots of nice people that win Kartmasters, But in the race itself, in the Grand Prix race itself, you cannot have any friends. You cannot be nice to people because it is the Grand Prix and it is only one race, only one winner. And certainly Ellis Bell is showing the rest of the junior Rotax field that I am here to win and there will be no Mr. Nice Guy come the main event.
Keep an eye on the Cross of St Andrews on the lid of cart number 26 because Ewan House is up 10 places in this race, up to P9. Oh, what's happened there? Off goes one of the ultimate R's.
Is that Bell? Is that
Braith
Bell
Murdoch?
Or Murdoch? Is
it's
it three
Murdoch,
digits?
I think.
It's well, Braith Murdoch is going to be howling mad Murdoch if he's not after that. And the lead has changed. Finlay Lines back into top spot. If you haven't seen last night's paddock show, please go and watch it. It's a really, really good one. It's very different than usual. We have a great interview with Stuart Lines about what it's like being a karting dad, what it's like watching your son go from 25th to 1st. He's just watched his son go from 1st to 3rd because Ellis Bell, 5-second penalty and all, is now leading this race. That is what a race lead looks like at Kartmasters. Clear track in front. Now he's got Zach Turner sitting right on his chuff as they go into the banking.
One of the things that's really impressed me about Finlay Lines the last couple of weekends is Sunday at Kimbolton for the British Championships didn't go his way.
Yep.
He got a penalty.
Yes.
Some drivers may have let the head drop and start to unravel a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The way Finlay has responded since then has been superb. He's not dwelled over time on what happened in that pre-final at Kimbolton. He's got on with his business, and he had hard qualifying yesterday. He's not letting it put him down this season. He knows it's an important season for him in his karting career. So it's been good to watch.
So this is where we talk about over the space of 4 weeks. So Finlay Lines, 4 weeks, 4 weekends ago, 3 weekends ago. Oh dear, there's the number 115 kart out of the race, Harrison Bishop. And new leader, PF plate holder, Zach Turner. So 4 weekends ago, 3 weekends ago at Kimbolton, Finlay Lines black flagged out of the pre-final for loading at turn number 1 after a great weekend.
Oh, Ellis Bell around the outside.
Hang on a minute, Slim Shady. We had an onboard Slim Shady there. Oh, my cup of karting joy is about to overflow, and he's lost the lead. We'll go back to the odyssey of Finlay Lines the last couple of weeks because he reacted from Kimbolton by absolutely blitzing the field at Le Mans for the first 3 days. Didn't win the final, and he's just escaped a potential incident there. The 228 of Luca Holmes-Ballard getting turned around. Okay, things getting tasty now. And already penalties. Braith Murdoch under investigation. Technical flag out of the race. Louis Radcliffe. Warning flag goes out to the 281 of Finlay Lines. Finlay Lines has reacted. So that was the reaction from Kimbolton. Let's go and dominate at Le Mans at the International Trophy. Didn't win the final, but he won every other race. Comes here. Okay, we've now got to work out how not to sort of get a little bit overawed in a big final. Qualifies 50th yesterday. Highest press situation you're going to get in the UK. Drives beautifully through the field from 25th to take a win, and now racing this. In the space of a month, we're watching Finlay Lines develop so much, not just as a driver, yes, but also as a young person dealing with adversary. And that is the most valuable lesson of all. There is Ellis Bell. I almost want Zach Turner to overtake him so Ellis can have another go at a Slim Shady. We can capture it with the onboard camera. But he's defending. Now, of course, Ellis Bell's got a 5-second penalty. And the fact that he's backing the fields up means that 5 seconds is going to cost him more and more and more positions. He's looking over his shoulder. Well, it's going to be outside. Here comes Finlay Lines. Slim Shady attempt number 2. Not quite.
Just lost the front end of the cart a little bit there, did Finlay Lines. That's what stopped him in his tracks. Luke Holmes-Ballard is looking around the outside out of hairpin number 2. Finds himself on the grass creep. He's got through. Through goes Luca Holmes-Ballack. Here comes the Jacks Motorsport number 15 of Ewan House. We said to keep an eye on Scotland's Ewan House. Now Alex Shepherd's trying to get in the mix. There's Tom Reed as well in the 242 for Thule Motorsports. Harrison Bishop is the latest driver under investigation in this heat. Right, time is up. Final lap board is going to be out. Ellis Bell has the lead, but also has a 5-second penalty. So effective race leader at the moment is Zach Turner. Zach Turner would hold the lead with 1 round of heats to go. If he's able to get this position on track, it doesn't matter that Ellis Bell is ahead of him right now. He will be the first beneficiary of that 5-second penalty. To the inside jerks Holmes-Ballack, but that's going to open the door for House to try and sling it around the outside, side by side, 3 wide between Bell, Turner and Holmes-Ballack as they run towards hairpin number 2. Look at Finley Lyons, all of a sudden is back in this. All of a sudden Finley Lyons is now looking at inheriting this race victory once Bell takes this 5-second penalty. Holmes-Ballack is back down the inside of House. It's all gone a little bit pear-shaped for Turner, who's now under pressure from Alex Shepherd and Nathaniel Gray. What a heat this has been in Junior Rotax. Ellis Bell, if he can get around the final couple of corners, will take it on the road, but has a 5-second penalty. We'll see how many positions that costs him. Finley Lyons inherits the race victory. Luca Holmes-Ballack is second. There was an incident out of hairpin 2. The 125 of Harry Harvey was at least one of the drivers involved.
And he's very upset, is Harry Harvey. Thought initially he might have hurt himself, but he's not. He's just devastated. Crossing the line there, that's Shea Hilton in the 888 karts crossing the line. Harry Harvey will be the 24th and final finisher. So this is the first race where I can say maybe things getting a little bit overexcitable. Joseph Berkery failing to finish, Harrison Bishop failing to finish, Harry Taylor, Louis Radcliffe, Joe Neal, Trent Van Mellick, Alex Lynn. And again, I did use the phrase howling Mad Murdoch for Braith Murdoch, but the original karting Howling Mad Murdoch, Howling Mad Will Murdoch is watching. Hello, Will Murdoch, good to see you. You're not racing karting here at the moment. I don't know what you are racing, if you are racing or you're now just working in karting or just enjoying the karting. But, you know, you've got Braith Murdoch who is racing and, you know, man's going to use the A-team pun at every opportunity. So Howling Mad Will Murdoch saluting Howling Mad Braith Murdoch, who is howling mad because he finished 12th.
The rest of the provisional result on your screens there. That one's going to be another capital P-R-O-V. You get the rest, but there is the driver who at the moment, once that 5-second penalty is applied to Bell, your race winner, Finley Lyons. There is Ellis Bell. Dan DTK is absolutely spot on in the live comments that right now 5 seconds would drop Ellis Bell to P11. There was a little bit of a gap between Charles Kitely and Braith Murdoch that Bell will slot into. But Lyons will like that. Where did Turner come in the end of that one? P5. So that's his unbeaten record gone. We'll drop him at the moment as things stand behind Albie Friend and Cian Bernard. Lyons will stay on 6 points with that race victory. That is his second heat victory of the race meeting, Henry. So, particularly with this next one coming up, is another junior Rotax race. This we could really start to see this intermediate classification start to change.
Yeah, no, it is, and I think that is the reason why business is picking up a little bit. It also gives validation to the reason why we have a second qualifying session, because you just imagine this: if you qualified 50th yesterday and you're starting 25th for all 4 of your heats, then that 25th start place today will create even more desperation. So of course there'll be drivers who are desperate, like they are in every Kartmasters. But I think the second qualifying session has helped. Yes, we're seeing a raft of penalties. And here we go with the next race. But we are keeping her out. And I can see that, Dan Ashton, Nigel Edwards conferring on the start line gantry. But it's time that we round out the first half of our Junior Rotax heat races for today. It is heat number 6, race number 24 on the grid now.
Here's a grid then for the next race in Junior Rotax. Charlie Wolfett and Cian Bernard start in the front row. Finley Smith and Albie Friend go from row 2. Cole Denham and Fletcher Jameson on row 3. Teddy Cooper, Jack Robinson, they'll start from row number 4 in this one. The 121 of Logan Hartshaw and Kartik Kameta with a great qualifying will start on row number 5. Sebastian Chown-Clark and Conor Large, they go from row 6.
Row number 7, Kevin Ivanov and Riley Murrow. The human highlight reel, Harry Holland and James Fabricius, Aidan Clark and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. The top 20 rounded out by Denmark's Max Boxall and Logan Howells, then Jack Beasley and Marcel Poppercool in the aero suit. Ryan White and Max Douthwaite round out your top 24. And still they come: Jensen Powers, Toby Farthing, Piers Whitehead, Aaron Berridge, Adam Jodaitis and Josh Cormack. The field concluded by Blake Southern. Watch for the number 100 Blake Southern, Samir Paul. Now, somebody asked, why do we not run KZs at PF International? They're not banned. They have never been allowed to run at PF International. When this circuit was built, there was very, very strict noise regulations, and the KZs didn't conform to them. Paul Fletcher, the circuit owner, has just said, no KZs. And that's fair enough. He's the boss.
His circuit.
His circuit. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Oh, and already we got... That is the number 127 of Pierce Whitehead. So several of our privateers having issues. The other driver was Adam Jodaitis, the A3E Racing. That's the team that is helped run by Oliver Clark. Stephen Prentice is online. Stephen Prentice was the inaugural Honda Cadet Kartmasters champion. No Hondas again this year. No, that is correct. No Hondas again this year, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll see the Hondas back at some point. Here we go. Logan Hartshaw, no relation to John Hartshaw. Thank you to Emma Hartshaw, who I'm assuming is a relation of one of the two. I'm guessing Logan. Yes, yeah. Well, you know. Just a question. We were asking, the question is Aaron Berridge, related to Bob Berridge of classic Formula 1 car restoration fame. And the answer was they're not sure. Not sure. Big family, you know. Not sure. Here we go into another lap. 8.5 minutes to go. Charlie Wolfett leads. This is a snarling pack of Junior Rotax drivers. The top 4 are clear. Wolfett, Cian Bernard. There is Cian Bernard. Cian Bernard, the first ever Micromax GP plate champion. Second in juniors last year. Finley Smith and Albie Friend are with them. Good start from Finley Smith in the number 134 KR Sport machine. Albie Friend is next. Then it's the closer Cole Denham and Fletcher Jameson. We'll remind you once again, Fletcher Jameson, one of 2 drivers involved in that horrific accident last year under the bridge. The other driver involved in the accident, Zach Starbuck. Zach is working with Jack's Motorsport this year, helping Fletcher out, and has even sponsored a set of Fletcher's tyres for this event. Zach Starbuck has also sponsored a football team, but we'll talk about that later because you'll see a little bit more about that on tonight's Paddock Show.
Albie Friend up to P3, important race this for Albie Friend. There is Adam Jodaitis.
A3E Racing. It's a really nice looking kart. Well, it's still a nice looking graphics kit. It's not a nice looking kart anymore because it's slightly bent.
Kartik Kameta plus 3-second penalty. That's going to be for a race start infringement, drifting outside of the tram lines at race start. There's Riley Murrow, the human highlight reel. Oh, this could be another one down the inside of Conor Large. Gets through for P9. Also in the mix here, you've got the likes of Harry Holland, Logan Howells, Isabella Stansmore Wilson has had a decent start to this race. He's up 5 places. Blake Southern's in this group as well. From the back of the grid, has gained 18 places. Count them up.
Right.
One of the upcoming stars of this Junior Rotax category is on the move. 3 wide onto the bridge, involving Southern. You had Connor Large as well in the mix in all of that. Here's a change for the race lead. Charlie Wolfett to the front as Cian Bernard's taking a bit of a rough turn.
Yes, so the record is 24 places gained in one race this year so far at Kartmasters, set by Finlay Lyons and Sebastian Chowan-Clark yesterday. Blake Southern can beat that record. He's already up 18 places and he's got 12 more to gain. So he can gain 30 places in one race, potentially. He's got a bit of work to do, but he is got 6 minutes to go. JJ Allen racing. JJ Allen, Archie Young cheering on Aaron Berridge and Pierce Whitehead, the privateer drivers. Oh, no, that was a Guy Cunnington racing kart getting side by side, bouncing over the curbs. Ceol Lynch, what have you got for us from trackside?
Thank you very much, Henry. This is where the Kartmasters look starts to kick in for the likes of Adam Joditis. So unfortunate for him, after a difficult run in the heats yesterday, coming together a little bit, he's had the same again and a problem with his steering. One more heat to go. Can he be one of the drivers to turn it around, or is it too late? Let's get back to the racing.
That's a very good point, Ceol Lynch. Can he turn it around? He was not in the top 36 before the start of today. Now, there is Marcel Poppercool. You can see the difference. He's wearing the Danro aero suit, something that has divided opinion. However, yesterday, Marcel Poppercool, who was, and I think his teammate might be on one as well. So there, no, his teammate's on the traditional race suit. Marcel Poppercool consistently setting fastest laps in each of the races. Now, he qualified badly, and of course, it's not just down to the race suit. Of course, it's not. The Cato Motorsport car is looking really, really good. Marcel's got to figure out how to qualify it better, but in race trim, it is very good. Now, Blake Southern, but you can see the difference, and you know, a lot more people are starting to inquire, because as the aero suit starts winning more, now Charlie Wolfett there, that was unfortunate. There was no the 134 of Finlay Smith. Charlie was on his way.
Yeah.
Was he alongside? No. Did he have the momentum? Yes. Was he catching? Yes. Should he be put on the grass? No. Luckily, they got away with it. And I do apologise. Normally, I don't, and any commentator doesn't apportion any form of blame to an incident or criticise. We just call the action, because we don't want to give the race directors a headache by calling an incident that they may not have seen. However, this is Kartmasters, and we do have a reputation to uphold. And JJ Allen on his way to Rowra with a kart that his dad won in a raffle through kart competitions, which has another Tony kart available. The raffle is on Tuesday, and it's £1.23. Can win a Tony kart with a Rotax engine. JJ Allen, his dad John, won a Tony kart with a Rotax engine a couple of months ago. And I think it was £1. I think it was £1. It was £1 or it was £2. £2 won him a car and an engine, and JJ Allen. His son, and here's again. We've got drivers clipping each other onto the bridge, and that was a comedy of errors. We'll try and catch up who was involved in that.
It was Fletcher Jameson, who was the Jack's driver, falling down the order.
Cian Bernard was also in that. So this race has gone from bad to worse from Cian Bernard. So, and again, there we go. So that Tony kart that was won for £2 in a raffle is off to Tattershall. Well, it was at Tattershall, and now he's going up to Rowra.
2 minutes to go in this one. Albie Friend at the moment, I think he's on course to be leading the competition at the end of the third and penultimate round of heats for Junior Rotax. That being with Zach Turner having lost his unbeaten streak in the previous race. So the lead is 1.68 seconds from Finlay Smith. Here is the battle for second place. Finlay Smith versus Charlie Wolfett. Charlie Wolfett in great form so far this season in Junior Rotax, leading the way in the British Championships.
this is what Charlie's got to be careful of, because he will be a bit aggrieved at Finley Smith. So don't do anything now, because you might be upset at the driver you're trying to overtake. Now Charlie says, okay, you follow me now. As they try to close the gap. It's a forlorn hope, because it's 1.7 seconds. We've only got 90 seconds of the race remaining. But Wolfett and Smith, and that's, again, it's a test of a driver's mental aptitude. Yes, a driver has upset me. I am coming to pass that driver. Do I put a move on that's going to upset that driver because I'm upset? No, you don't. No. You just get on with it. You've got to forget it and move on. That's what Charlie Wolfett did. Sebastian Cohen-Clark runs in fourth. While Blake Southern, that defence again on Kevin Ivanov. Yes, you don't want to lose a position. However, you know, sometimes you just have to accept that a driver has got past me. Luckily, we're at a circuit where there are overtaking opportunities around literally every single corner. It's not like you're going to a place where overtaking is next to impossible. You know, it's the antithesis of that.
30 seconds remaining in this race. Here is the battle involving Cole Denham and Harry Holland. Harry Holland having a good Kartmasters so far. Looking to make it into the final. He's done so before. Here's Jameson back down the inside.
With Bernard, with Riley Murrow. And Riley Murrow's he's gained 7 or 8 places. A lot of people from the kart championship cheering on Marcel Popocool, Oscar Chezovic amongst them, Kasia Natek as well, cheering on Marcel Popocool, and Marcel has gained 9 places up into 13th position. Oh, there's Riley Murrow getting caught up with Fletcher Jameson sideways off the bridge. The clock has struck 0. 5-second penalty for James Fabricius, which a lot of people say that, oh, the officials only look at the front of the field. A lot of the penalties are coming in. Where's James Fabricius, for example? He's 29th at the moment before the penalties. So that officials, they don't just look at the leaders. Can they catch every single thing in a race of 32 karts? No, nobody can. But we've got lots of cameras, which means that it's harder to get away with murder here in Kartmasters than it is usual. And a lot of people have been saying that PFI have clamped down on driving standards a lot. There have been several events this year, and of course, if you look at the Trent Valley Kart Club events, which are available on Slipstream. Somebody else goes off to the inside there. Trent Valley Kart Club being televised for the first time this year, thanks to Slipstream by Alpha Live. You will have noticed that there are more and more exclusions, black flags, exclusions from events for driving standards after the checkered flag, as well as during the race. Here we go. Friend leads by 8/10 from Wolfett. We're looking at the battle further back. This is the fight between Harry Holland, Blake Southern. Southern is 8th, but the checkered flag is coming out for Albie Friend. Friend wins, Wolfett 2nd. Finley Smith is 3rd. Cohen-Clark and Kartik Kometa. Well, let's have a look. A 3-second penalty. Excuse me, a 3-second penalty for Kometa. He finishes 5th. That he will stay 5th because Kartik Kometa finished more than 3 seconds ahead of Cole Denham in 6th, Fletcher Jameson 7th, Blake Southern is 8th. Oh, plus 23 positions of Blake Southern. That's disappointing. Try harder next time, Blake. My goodness me. Okay. That is Emma Hartshorn is Logan Hartshorn's proud mum. And she wants to say hello to Logan's brother Jensen Hartshorn, who is mechanicking for Logan in the George Whitbread racing team. Okay, let's have a look. Albie Friend, Charlie Wolfett, Finley Smith, Sebastian Cohen-Clark, Kartik Kometa. That is the best result at a national level for the Vantage racing team, which is Aidan and Sean Rudge's team. New this year, Southern in 8th, Harry Holland, Cian Bernard, Ryan White and Connor Large. Marcel Poppercool finishing just behind his Cato Motorsport teammate Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Logan Howes with George Whitbread Racing, Max Boxall, Jack Beasley, Logan Hartshorn in 18th. Teddy Cooper 19th. Riley Murrow slips to 20th. Then another of the privateers, Aaron Berridge, Aidan Clark, Max Douthwaite and Jack Robinson. Jensen Powers, Josh Cormack, Samir Paul, James Fabricius, Toby Farthing, Kevin Ivanov falling back there. That is unfortunate for Kevin. The only retirement from the race, Pierce Whitehead came in on the last lap. Adam Joditis. I don't want to see more races where there are 10 retirements, because that generally means there's been several, part bending and braking accident. There's the number 13 kart, Logan Howes. It's not just the front runners that get called in the weighbridge. It can be anybody.
Yep.
It can be anybody, a spot check for anybody. Now, we have got more pooches on display. And, there's two. There's two. He's a big brown lab. Oh, just one big, large brown smile for that Labrador, who's probably a bit warm. And who is that? Lindsay. Is that Lindsay Oman walking her pooch away from the camera? That's a Scottish pooch. But Ceol Lynch is ready down in pit lane.
Thank you very much. Albie Friend takes another heat win today. Albie, how are you feeling?
Good. Yeah, it was a bit of a tough race at the start. Just had to make my way through and then go into the lead and got a gap. So
now we're on to Saturday. Things are getting more intense. You've got one more heat to go before the challenge really starts tomorrow. Are you starting to feel the pressure?
Not really. Just keeping calm, so I'm in the right position for the final, and then hopefully we can win it from there.
And what's it like inside that DHR awning? It's very competitive between a lot of you there at the front.
Yeah, it's very competitive, but it's very fair as well. Like, we don't take chunks out of each other every race. We just keep it calm, and then in the final, that's how it's going to go.
Thank you very much. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Albie. Good to hear some insight there. We are on to Senior X30 next. Let's get back to the racing.
Let's get ready for the next race then. I think we're on already to, race 31 in this one. Let's bring you your grid up for the next category. We'll do that in a moment once we've got the graphic working and whirring around. So we've had all of our qualifying practice sessions. That was Junior Rotax. We'll see them out again later on today. Next up out on circuit, race 25. I got very ahead of myself. I'm very confused there, saying race 30, because that's after the lunch break. So it'll be race number 25, Senior X30. I know what's confused me here, folks. Right, we'll just move some of the buttons around, get us the grid. We'll do it electronically for this one. And Nat Johnston will be on pole position for this one at the moment. This race due to go off at 13:07, so we're running a little bit behind on that one. We did have a red flag earlier on in the day, so thank you very much for being with us. If it's your first time watching an Alpha Live broadcast and you've not done so already, do please hit that subscribe button. And welcome back to the box. I'm just alone at the moment. I'm flying solo at the moment. Henry's popped out for a breath of fresh air. Going into this next one then, Senior X30. How are things looking going into this race part of the day? This is one where we've got no driver on an unbeaten record. We saw Freddie Lloyd take one of the heats yesterday. He is your current points leader in Senior X30 on 2 points. Gabriel Stilp was also a race winner yesterday. He's on 3 points. Harry Bartle as well was also in the winner's lane yesterday for the first heat. He's on 4 points heading into this one. And I'm just trying to remind myself where our fourth heat winner... it was Noah Wolf, wasn't it? Noah had a problem in his second heat, didn't he, where
yes.
He ended up facing the wrong way out of under the bridge.
Yes, that was an interesting one.
So he's a little bit lower down the order.
I've been doing some journalism.
Oh, have you?
I've been doing some journalism. We had a race, Harrison Crowther, in one of his senior Rotax races yesterday. We were speculating what the problem was. It was power valve related. He's out in the next race. He did say he didn't exactly nail qualifying this morning. Here we go then. This is race number 25 on your programme. Heat number 5 for Senior X30. Nat Johnson, Harry Bartle will lead them. Morgan Moore and Noah Wolf on row number 2. Alex Wiley and Bomber Smith on row number 3. Gabriel Stilp, Lewis Bird, Ethan Woodward, Oliver Meek on the alternate graphics kit for the Croc Promotions team. Archie Owen and Dorian Malik. Row number 7, Mayan Patel and Laith Khan. Then it's Monty Brathwaite and Daniel Bridgen. Row 9 is Dominic Parobok. And from Panama, Jose Halfon for McBarrett Racing. Reece Newburn and Alfie Gallagher for the R1 Racing Rookie Racing team. They round out the top 20. Scott Riley and Antonius Haddad. Then Aaron Lask and Oscar Cole. The last couple of drivers, Max Cooper, Piotr Yurovich, Bradley Heath, Daniel Kiahov and Sam Horton. The 29th place, Sam Horton starting at the back. We saw him not go through the weighbridge and he was underweight after qualifying, so he is starting at the back. Somebody in even worse strife, the number 32 kart. The Croc Promotions number 32.
That's going to be Monty Brathwaite.
Yes, out of the race. I'm looking at the wrong grid, which hasn't helped matters. Why have I got? They're not in the right order. That's why. Okay. Hello to Simon Harris, Tyler Harris's father, watching back home as we go green. Under the bridge we go. And everyone out cleanly. Eric Radke saying, Mika is so schnell. That is Mick Klinkers is so fast. Well, we'll see Mick Klinkers a little bit later on. As down towards hairpin number 1 we go. It's quite a spread out start, I have to say.
Good start for Noah Wolf. Noah Wolf up to 3rd place, ahead of Harry Bartle at the moment. Morgan Moore has also had a strong start to this one, moving forward and looking to challenge Nat Johnston for the race lead in the early stage of this, nearly 3 wide. In the middle of the pack, there you can see Alfie Gallagher in the number 14 R1 Racing Rookie Racing entry. That's the team he runs himself, mainly for bringing new drivers into owner karting, particularly in the Rotax E10 category. That's not racing here this weekend, but will be present next weekend at Wilton Mill.
Rookie Racing, they're actually based underneath us. Underneath us, yeah. It used to be the little room that Boston College had. Now it's Rookie Racing underneath us. So they're based here at the circuit. And again, Alfie Gallagher, there's a lot of good things to help young drivers into the sport. Here we go. Morgan Moore has caught and is working over Nat Stappen. Noah Wolf says, hold my offset raceway, and moves into 2nd place.
Good work there from Noah Wolf. Morgan Moore's going to come back at him, though, into Bobby Game corner. Here comes Bartle. Bartle up to P3 with all of that. Not too much of a problem, though, for Noah Wolf at this stage. This one will go back and forth. He needs to keep a weathered sense of Gabriel Stilp there in 5th place. Lewis Bird up to P6 on that last lap. Alex Wiley's had a decent start to this race as well. Alex, one of those drivers outside the top 36 overnight, as Wolf has a little bit of a nibble at Bartle. Morgan Moore has more than a nibble at the race lead and takes it away from Nat Johnston. Bit wide in the background there is one of the premium karting runners. I think that might have been Archie Owen in the 140. Here again comes Wolf at Bartle. Through goes Noah Wolf. Gabriel Stilp's eyes will be wide open for potential opportunities here, and he's going to have one out of hairpin number 2 alongside Bartle towards the Fullerton Essers. Bartle gets back ahead. Bartle, oh my goodness me, up on 2 wheels there off of the curb. Momentarily back ahead of Wolf. Here comes Lewis Bird, fresh off victory last Saturday, 7 days ago, in the British Kart Championships for the first time. He's definitely in form. It's heating up again here on the early part of Saturday afternoon. Bird has a go at Stilp. 7 minutes remain. More from Johnston.
Oh, we got a big one going into the bridge. They all keep it out of the tyres. However, Oliver Meek is backwards. And Part moves up the barrier to retire that kart. That was Oliver Meek, the bear. You can see the big bear on the top of his helmet. And he's got the alternate black racer. He's now disappearing down towards a marshal post. You know, that is the hardest thing for a driver to do, because the marshals have got a hard job, because you've got to get any driver out of the race to a marshal post instantly, to a place of safety. And quite often a driver that has just come out of a race for reasons that weren't their fault, they're less than inclined to be told what to do. However, more and more drivers, I'd love to say every driver, but we can't, but most of these drivers, they respect the marshals and what they do. So there's one person that a driver will listen to in that emotionally heightened moment after they've just crashed out of a race. It is a marshal, and quite rightly so. They are the most important voices on the track, because they keep the drivers safe. Ayrton Lima Evans with his baddie toe is joined us on the live chat, cheering on the Tim Wilson Motorsport team. We'll get information on where you can go to help support the cause that Ayrton Lima Evans is supporting, and his brother.
5-second penalty for Laith Khan further down the order. Just to come back to that Meek retirement, it's going to be a bit of a nervy wait now. Oliver was P21 overnight in the scores. Will drop down as a result of this. Here comes Bartle once again on the attack. Gets through past Gabriel Stilp. That's for 5th place. Here comes Joshua Smith as well, who's the next driver to go through past Gabriel Smith. Past Gabriel Stilp, I should say. Archie Owen now on the move. Archie's quietly getting on with his work here.
Yes.
Consistently up in the top 10.
And Archie, we haven't seen Archie much in the UK this year. Racing in Europe, racing FIA, WSK, I believe, maybe a Army Euro Series. He is still racing a lot. He raced out in Las Vegas last year, did Archie Owen. That was with the Croc team now, or the BMR team. I can't even remember which one. But he's now, Archie, with the premium karting team. We're looking at that very distinctive bright pink crash helmet arrangement. That is the number 159 kart. That's impossible, because there is no number 159. My eyes are simply deceiving me. It is... Talk amongst yourselves. Is that not Aaron Lask, possibly? With the MDL Motorsport team. Should have gone to Specsavers, ladies and gentlemen. Roman Vickery Racing saying good luck to all from Forest Edge Racing. Forest Edge Kart Club. There is the battle for the race lead. Morgan Moore and Nat Johnson. Mayan Patel is now under investigation. Wolf being chased by Bird in 3rd. Then it is Bartle, as Oliver Meek watches on forlornly at the race that he was in about 4 minutes ago. And that is what a driver sees after they have DNF'd from a race. Good luck to everybody at the DER Dave Edwards Racing Scholarship. Change for the race lead. That is Nat Johnson now into top spot. Morgan Moore doesn't try the crossover, doesn't try to come back at him. They are they were 1.5 seconds in front of Noah Wolf. That gap will have come down a little bit and into Bobby Game Corner around the Mike Wilson complex. Let's see. Will Wolf close in? They crossed the line. The gap was 1.4 seconds. It's now 1.1 seconds. 2.5 minutes ago. Noah Wolf's not out of this one yet. He is not out of this one yet, ladies and gentlemen.
He's already had a heat win so far this weekend. Petr Jurovic has had a 5-second penalty. That's not good news for one of the one of the VRE drivers. Bit of a mistake there from Johnston. It hasn't cost him yet, but he was a little bit away from where he wanted to be through hairpin number 1. There is Noah Wolf. More than likely going to become your British KZ2 champion later on in the in the autumn. Not in the winter, it'll all be done by the winter. Can he win this race though in Senior X30? Can he add to the 2 cadet GP plates that he got a few years ago? Well, he's going to have to catch these 2 first and then race through the rest of the heats and those super heats tomorrow before we properly think about GP plates. But this speed from Wolf could be a good indicator of how things go tomorrow. Johnston still holds the lead right now ahead of Moore, but Wolf is the fastest driver on circuit, 55.96 last time around. The problem for Wolf, was out is one of the VREs. That is Petr Jurovic, who's going to go no further in this one.
Having a look to see what's come off. He's just tried to unscrew the top of a very hot radiator and has burnt his hand.
Was P31 overnight as well, so he's probably going to drop out of the top 36 after this round of results. We'll have the next heat and then the super heat to try and turn that around. But as you say, Henry, if he's just done something there that's giving him a secondary problem.
Like a burnt palm.
Yes.
I mean, the glove throw beforehand was good, I have to say, for Petr Jurovic. Then he made the mistake of trying to take the radiator cap off and realised it was
a bit warm.
With Q Morgan Freeman voiceover, it was at this moment he realised he messed up. Across the bridge.
15 seconds of this one to go. No changes in the order, but Wolf is continuing to close in. He's done back-to-back fastest laps of the race so far.
Jose Halfon has just retired, the Panamanian driver for the Mick Barrett Racing team, Antonius Haddad. And this gives you an idea. Now, Antonius Haddad has raced in the UK, in the UAE, and races quite far up the UAE X30 grid. I happen to think that the UAE Rotax Max Series is strong within the UAE X30 Championship. And Antonius Haddad has gone from front running in the UAE X30 Championship to running 25th at Kartmasters. And he's a very talented driver out in the UAE. It just goes to show, as we're looking at just how strong British karting is. Here comes Noah Wolf trying to go around the outside. Will he do a naughty cutback? Naughty cutback, number 1 of the day, Noah Wolf. Thomas Fleming is watching. The highest score we had of the Flembog scale yesterday was a 6.2, but that, I think, was slightly better. Where does that land on the Flembog scale of naughty cutbacks? It was a very, very good one. Here comes Harry Bartle now trying to reclaim position number 4 from Lewis Bird, who continues to run in the number 7 kart in P4, as Wolf now has a lap and a quarter. Or does he? This is the last lap, sorry. The last lap board is covered with penalties and warning flags. Checkered flag is out. Nat Johnson makes Nat Johnson takes the victory by 9/10 of a second over Noah Wolf in second. Morgan Moore is third. Lewis Bird, Harry Bartle, Joshua Smith, Archie Owen, Gabriel Stilp, Alex Wiley, 9th for Alex Wiley, 10th for Rhys Newburn. They are good result. That is good results for those 2 drivers. Now, did we cover the 5-second penalty for driver number 171, Bradley Heath? No, we didn't. Well, we have now. So Bradley Heath, who was entered as 271, but is actually 171. There we go. That's another one for my notes.
Little stat for you. 5 heats, 5 different winners in
Jolly
Senior
good.
X30,
Excellent.
showing how competitive it is. So Johnston, Wolf, Moore, Bird, Bartle and Smith. That's top 6. Archie Owen, Gabriel Stilp, Alex Wiley and Rhys Newburn all in the top 10. Good drive there from Laith Khan, 11th. Scott Riley up 9 spots to 12th. Mayan Patel, Alfie Gallagher and Aaron Lask all in the top 15 on the road. Dorian Malik, Sam Houghton up 12 places there to 17th. And Ethan Woodward, Max Cooper, Oscar Cole take us down to 20th. A few more finishers: Daniel Bridgen, Bradley Heath, Daniel Kiyov and Antonius Haddad. 4 retirements in that one: Dominic Parabok, Jose Halfan, Piotr Jurevich and Oliver Meek. Monty Brathwaite was effectively did not start in that one.
Question coming in: a Croc promotion still racing? Yes, they are. Of course, they've just been in this race themselves. Gabriel still finishing in 8th position. You can see the other Croc promotion car being walked back there by Oliver Meek's mechanic. They just go in front of our building, the timekeeping building here and commentary box area. At PF International, you've got the start line gantry over just in front of us. That was, now we are rattling through the races. So that was race number 25 out of 58 this weekend. It wasn't a great race for Croc. Monty Brathwaite failing to start. There is Monty Brathwaite's kart being pushed back. Oliver Meek crashing out. And Gabriel still finishing 8th. Now we are joined on the live chat by a master. Not a DD2 master, but a Clays the Masters winner, Tyler Whedon, who won Clays the Masters, which remains the most fun event I've been to this year. About 97,000 Formula A and Formula Super A karts. Well, 97,000, that was the total amount of RPMs that were being tuned on the run down to Billy's at Clay Pigeon. Tyler Whedon is this year's Clays the Masters champion. Hello, Tyler, watching on the live stream. Ceol Lynch, meanwhile, is down in the paddock. Take it away, Ceol.
Here with Nat Johnson after a strong performance so far this weekend. Nat, you've taken a heat win. How do you feel?
Yeah, really good. It was a really positive result. Obviously, it was a tricky day yesterday, which left us ranked 10th. But yeah, we've had a perfect day so far with pole and qualifying and heat 1 wins. So it feels really good to, sort of bounce back. And I feel like our pace is strong, so lots of positives taken to the second heat later.
This isn't the only weekend that you've been strong at so far. You were really strong last weekend at the British. This is your first year in senior. How do you feel to be really pushing with the likes of Freddie Lloyd yesterday in those heats?
Yeah, really good. Again, like I always say, it's really good to just learn off everyone. But now, yeah, I feel like I can be competitive and, yeah, see what we can do in the final tomorrow. But yeah, I'm really pleased. Obviously, it's my first year, so it's nice to hit the ground running.
Thank you very much, Nat. Anyway, let's move along.
Thank you very much.
Heat 6, Senior X30. We will rattle to the grid. Doubly quick. Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd, row number 1. Max Ewell, Aaron Brown, row 2. Caden McQueen and Cameron Edmonds go from row number 3. Dylan Patel and Joey Brown start from row number 4. Bailey Brooker and Tristan Powell round out your top 10. Harry Hurst Grover and Sam Lewis on row number 6. Then on row number 7, you have Ewan Charman, Harrison Mackey, Joao Castro from Brazil, Hayden Eldridge, Henry Carter and Harry Cottrell. The rest of the field: Ryan Gill, Ben Cutsbland, Katie Ashman, Liam Karabelov, Ethan Higgins, George Quartermain. And the final few rows: George Wang, CJ Bennett, Jensen Buckingham and Charlie Phillip. Hopefully Charlie has got 4 wheels on his wagon. Bishop and Lloyd take 2 today. They cross the line. Lloyd gets a very, very good start. Bishop maintains the lead through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Out onto the banking we go. 3 wide. Oh, Bishop and Lloyd come together. The leaders come together. And it's chaos behind. Bishop and Lloyd just touching wheels as they turn into turn number 3. And they spun the 75 car. Max Ewell had nowhere to go. Somehow, Freddie Lloyd has continued in the race lead. Somehow he managed to hang on to it. Who is that that's come through into second place? Is that Tristan Powell? It is the 388 Tristan Powell second. We're waiting to see where Bishop comes through. But let's have a look. As they come out, oh, you can see the incident actually happened in about 6th or 7th position because Lloyd was getting shoveled into the back of Bishop's kart. Bishop gets turned around. There was about 3 or 4 karts behind that were all giving a bit of a push and shove. Cameron Edmonds up into 3rd position. He was one of the karts involved in that. He now runs 3rd. Harrison Mackey is in 4th. The Tim Wilson Motorsport kart. Bailey Brooker runs 5th. For the TWM team, there is Brooker with that bright yellow crash helmet, number 71. Sam Lewis is next. Ben Cuts-Bland for Vismo International is there as well, that deep purple liveried kart. Ben Cuts-Bland, who has raced twice this year, has Ben Cuts-Bland. He works very hard. The Vismo International team supports Ben and his efforts to raise money to race remarkably well. Ben Cuts-Bland is not letting his supporters down. He has got Sam Lewis, Hayden Eldridge, Max Ewell, Henry Carter, Joao Castro, Dylan Patel and CJ Bennett behind him. Macaulay Bishop, Harry Cottrell has sadly retired. Macaulay Bishop runs 16th at the moment. And it did look as though, Lloyd turned Bishop around. However, Lloyd had Max Ewell pushing him. Ewell, I think, had Cameron Edmonds pushing him, and Cameron Edmonds had another driver pushing him. I didn't see the number of the other driver. That was, the number 65 car, Ethan Higgins, turns around, and he's not happy about it. That was big. It could have been even bigger. Somehow, the majority of the field was able to get around the spinning cart of Macaulay Bishop without pile driving into them and causing a frightening crash. But that is too many drivers in about 6th, 7th, 8th position, pushing the leaders onto the banking. And of course, at some point, that Macaulay Bishop has got to get off the gas and turn the wheel. And that is where the problem started.
Oliver Atton predicting that Bishop is going to have a massive comeback. Well, he's got back up to 14th place now in this one. He's just taken that spot away from Ryan Gill. Caden McQueen just behind him in this one, also trying to charge back up the order.
Yeah, McQueen was caught up and was delayed as well. Oh, look at this. You want to know how fast these karts go? Have a look at that camera angle, ladies and gentlemen. Literally fast enough to suck rabbits out of hedgerows. That's a line from Guy Martin, which I will steal.
Technical flag for Joey Brown. Joey's going to be out of this race. He's down in 18th place at the moment. Here's your train for 2nd place. Harrison Mackey going into hairpin number 1. Max Ewell having a look at Tristan Powell there for P5.
Aaron Brown.
Sorry, no, not for Don Tristan Powell.
25th.
Tristan Powell's further down the order.
Well, no, Joao Castro out of the race. Another Croc Promotions kart grinds to a halt. It's not been a great couple of races for the Croc Promotions team. Tristan Powell was 3rd. Ben Cuts-Bland up into P4. You want to talk about an underdog story? Ben Cuts-Bland. He's raced, this is the 2nd race he's done this year. He works extremely hard. He gives all his money to Vismo International, who then say, that's not enough to race, so what? We'll put you out there anyway. And that is a case of a team understanding that you've got a talented driver with limited funds, so the team puts their hand in their pocket, takes profit out of their business to get a talented young man on track for the British Grand Prix. That talented young man is in the bright purple kart and the black race suit. You can tell, no team race suit, black plain Alpine Stars race suit. And he's now making a move. Oh, he thought about a move there. Ben Cuts-Bland is having a great drive. Don't spoil it now, though. This is the problem. When you don't race week in, week out, and you get put into a hornet's nest like that, the number 9 kart, CJ Bennett coming together with, I think, Bailey Brooker. It's that we call it knocking the ring rust off. When you're in such a pack of karts and you're not racing week in, week out, you just lose that It's not a tenth, it's not 100, it's a millisecond, it's a split second that the best drivers have to react. Bishop, speaking of best drivers, or among the best drivers, there's Bailey Brooker, who started this race so well, is now out of the race. Bishop, meanwhile, was 16th, make that 9th with 3.5 minutes to go.
That's not good news for Bailey Brooker. Bailey was 40th overnight in the heat points, so he's going to drop even further away from that top 36 area where you need to be to get to the big one tomorrow. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of this race to go. Freddie Lloyd in full control of this one. 3.84 seconds ahead of Harrison Mackie, who was having some troubles earlier on in this race, but seems to have gathered himself and pulled away from this group. There's Caden McQueen in the number 12, the 142. He's moving so quick, I missed the 4 in the middle of the race number.
Yes.
And he's back into the top 10 now. CJ Bennett, that incident that we saw for the number 9 earlier, I think is under investigation.
Bishop to the inside of Ben Cuts-Bland. Picks up another place. That puts Macaulay Bishop back into P6. Signals to Ben Cuts-Bland, right, follow me. Ben Cuts-Bland, I would imagine, will obey orders. When Bishop tells you, right, well, you don't race very often and you get passed by Macaulay Bishop, the reigning Grand Finals champion, then you do listen to what that Grand Finals champion has to say. Ceol Lynch is trackside. What have you got for us, Ceol?
Thank you very much, Henry. Bailey Brooker sees the start to his day early, unfortunately, in that heat. What's happened?
Unfortunately, we crashed out, but it was going well until then.
You started 9th, you got up to about 6th. Yeah. You've still got a heat to do. How are we going to bounce back?
Just go in hard, be quick, go front, forwards.
Right, let's see who else is going forward, back on track.
Well, at the moment, Max Ewell is trying to find a way through past that beautiful green and white S8 Racing prepared TB car of Hayden Eldridge.
Yes, and they're both about to meet Macaulay Bishop on his comeback drive, I have to say. Risky, brave interview there from Ceol Lynch. Interview a driver, Bishop's been turned around again. Ben Cuts-Bland on the grass. There was another driver involved. Caden McQueen gets held up again. And... Macaulay... and there is the problem. That's the end of the number 63 car, Henry Carter. Ben Cuts-Bland also involved. Bishop now runs... Well, he's still 6th. Brave interview. Interview a driver just after they crashed out of a race and without a swear button. Well done, Ceol Lynch. Well done, Bailey Brooker, for keeping it professional after what must be a very disappointing situation. Here we go. This looks good.
This is for 6th place. Sam Lewis has got through in all of this. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you, Sam is running with the Evolve livery in honour of Chris Lamar. Chris, all of our thoughts are with you, mate, here this weekend. There's a great scene here yesterday evening after the racing had finished. That a number of the drivers and the teams and those, particularly those affiliated with Evolve Motorsport, either present or past, gathered for a photo in support, seminar support to Chris Lamar.
And the paddock show last night, we hear from a lot of people around Chris Lamar, who is, I'm sure, is watching or will watch this. I know he had a little trip to hospital on Thursday. And round the outside, not quite. That TB kart is planted on the banking, I have to say. Down towards hairpin number 1 we go. Good stuff. Inside goes Max Ewell to take 4th place. Hayden Eldridge in the number 33 kart, just hanging on. Hayden has been a top driver. Bishop now trying to make a move. Bishop up to P5. We've got no time left on the clock. Freddie Lloyd will come across the line and see the last lap boards. This time around, he's already crossed the line. Here's the battle for 5th. Harrison Mackie goes through in 2nd. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th with Tristan Powell in P8, not far behind. Then it's then it's Caden McQueen, Dylan Patel and Ben Cuts-Bland.
Round onto the Litchfield Bridge then for the final time in this heat. Off it again and down towards hairpin number 1.
Oh, Joey Brown has retired again. It's not a good Kartmasters for Joey Brown. You'd think, oh, well, I'm doing 2 classes, so if one goes wrong, the other one will be okay. Both are going wrong this weekend for Joey Brown, unfortunately.
He'll fall down from 15th place overnight in the standings, but Freddie Lloyd could well be moving to the top of the order in Senior X30, doing double duty here this weekend. The reigning British champion wins once again in this class. Harrison Mackie will take 2nd place. Hayden Eldridge bravely holds on to a 3rd place there, has never finished in the top 10 of a GP race. His best result was last year in this class, P12. Well, on that form that we've just seen and a gain of 13 places in that race, that run outside the top 10 could well be finishing tomorrow.
Yep, Alex Short and the rest of the team at S8 Racing. I say this bit because Andrew Mather can't physically. He's contractually obliged to not say the following words. The group of Sheffield Wednesday supporters see, he's gonna get. Oh dear, yeah.
We've got a medical emergency.
Yeah. Quick, Andrew Mather's having a moment in the commentary box. The group of Sheffield Wednesday supporters at S8 Racing will be celebrating. They're celebrating the fact that they're in, what league are they in now? League 1?
They might actually be on more than 0 points this season.
They might finish on more. Andrew Mather, meanwhile, a committed Sheffield United fan, by the way, for those who are keeping score, which is unfortunately because football kept score of Sheffield Wednesday last year, and it was football 1,000,000, Sheffield Wednesday 0. There we go. Sam Lewis 7th, Tristan Powell 8th, Caden McQueen, Dylan Patel. Let's look further back. Ryan Gill, fresh from the Access Karting Festival last weekend at Buckmore Park. Ryan racing a TKM 100cc class kart from the 90s, and now in Senior X30. Tyler Whedon was saying it was a pity we haven't got any 100cc karts to celebrate 30 years of Kartmasters. Well, there's going to be 100cc karts coming up. The Southwest Champs, which I believe is a slipstream event by Alpha Live, that may have some 100cc's, but of course, and this is not an Alpha Live event, it's another event, Karting Live TV are covering it, but I'm there, in November at Wigan, the Wigan World Cup. For Formula A and Formula Super A karts. 90 karts entered, including one gentleman who is shipping his kart from Australia to race. Jay Howard is going to race that. Colin Brown, 2000 World Karting Champion. Colin Brown is going to come back and race at Wigan for that. It's the sister event. You've got Clay's the Masters, which does hand out a green jacket to the winner, like Golf's the Masters, and the Wigan World Cup. I'm not quite sure. Why Wigan? Because in the 1980s, Formula A came to Wigan. In about 1989, I think it was the Formula C European Championships. It was the last FIA event held in the UK before the 2010 KF European Championships here at PF International.
Was indeed. Freddie Lloyd has ruined my statistic. Cheers, mate. He's the first driver to win two heats in Senior X30 this weekend. So that run of 5 from 5 does not move to 6 from 6, and he will be top of the standings going into the final round of qualifying heats later on today.
So we've had 5 winners out of 6 races.
Correct.
The next Senior X30 race will be the 7th, so hopefully we'll get a 6th winner in the 7th race. 6-7? 6-7?
Oh, he's done it again. Let's move on to Minimax. Here's a grid for Minimax 950, race number 27, heat 3 for these drivers. Sebastian Behrman and Joshua Cook, they go from the front row of the grid. Eddie Duncan and Luke Millward on row 2. Jackson Hilton and Oscar Kenny go from the 3rd row for this heat. On row 4, we find Dean Singh Pahal and Chloe McGill. Logan Rolfe and Maximilian Eberhardt, they start inside the top 10. It's then James Roots and Flynn Grantham on row 6. Otis Cleary and Austin Oman go from row 7. Timmy Uzanov and Mick Klinkers on row 8. Thomas Laidler and Soren Gallagher start from row 9.
Alfie Garrett Jensen Skeffington, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Will Eden, William Moore and Freddie Blackshaw are up next. Still the drivers keep coming. Zach Andrew, Achille Giannone, one for the Privateers, underdog driver on the EKS chassis, Alfie Phillipson, Ethan Manzi, James Carver and James Devereaux. With Huberta Stihuda, Ayrton Galsworthy, Roshan Bachada and Aurelia Simpson. The older of the two Simpson sisters, Aurelia and her sister Otley from Andover. Long drive up from Andover in Kent to PF International in Lincolnshire. They're in the tram lines and they're going around again. Looked a little bit quick for my liking there. Well, you know what? I know it upsets you, Andrew. However, when I start spewing a bit of brain rot up here in the commentary box, at least it gets the chat going again. In a good way or a bad way, but the chat algorithm does help. Dian Singh Pahal's Italian fan club are in, and that is Dian Ciciarno from Ferrari 3162. Good luck to the Coles team for Minimac Theo. And Margot in Holland. Let's go to Hubertus or Noah Stihuda. Hubertus Stihuda. That's the best name.
It is.
At Kartmasters 2026. Hubertus Stihuda. And a petition to fire everyone who says
yes
from the commentary box.
No. Oh, I couldn't do this without it. It's just a note from yesterday. Sebastian Behrman, your pole sitter, is also the leader in this category with 2 points. Maximilian Aberhart second on 6, as is Joshua Cook. Jackson, Helton and Austin Owen complete the top 5 at the moment. No cut-off for this category. They're all into the Grand Prix as long as they play within the sporting and technical regulations across the course of today and the Super Heats. We are ready for the third heat in Minimax. First time we've seen these drivers in a racing capacity today. Into those tram lines, waiting for the lights to go out. We're racing once again for 10 minutes and 1 lap. It's a good start from Sebastian Behrman. Pretty good one from Joshua Cook as well as, across the grass there goes Luke Millward. Luke Millward takes to the grass, having started on row number 2. Behrman leads in the early stages. Eddie Duncan up to P2. I think Josh Cook will be quite happy with that start, though. It's difficult starting here on the outside line at PF with that fast first corner. He's only lost 1 place. He can build from there.
Yes, indeed. Luke Millward, even though it's a TB kart, he's in the X-Kart livery, which is why it's not the mean green TB livery. Here's a battle. Logan Rolfe to the inside gets he gets pushed through the Fullerton S's, gains the place, but that allows the top 4 to break away. Now the blue that is Dian Singh Pahal's Dan Holland Racing blue is a slightly different hue of blue than the rest of the DHR crew, but I can't remember what the name of said blue is.
Change of lead. Joshua Cook, who'd got past Eddie Duncan in the second half of that first lap, was in the race lead because Duncan's got back down the inside. We'll have the inside line onto the bridge. Whoa. Takes it away from Joshua Cook. Behrman still in there as well. Dian Singh Pahal just waiting for the moment right now. P4. There's a good scrap going on between Logan Rolfe and James Roots for P5. Cricket came into my mind there. Cook had a go at Behrman into hairpin number 1. So Behrman cycles back to the front of the order. This is going to close back up. That chase group is going to catch this top 4, Henry.
Yep, absolutely. There's the answer. How long does it take to close a gap of 1.1 seconds in Minimax? The answer is 1 lap exactly. Because we did have a 4-kart breakaway. We now have got a 14-kart breakaway. Something like that, as the Coles Racing number 57 of Eddie Duncan crosses the start-finish line. Josh Cook, the Cookie Monster, and Dian Singh Pahal right behind. For Dian Singh Pahal, it's easy. Oh, look to the inside. There was that was Eddie Duncan just getting advised up the banking slightly. A chain reaction. No, out of the race has gone Ethan Manzi. 3 wide into the first heavy. Who is that going around the outside? That was a Coles Racing kart. Was that Maximilian Abrahart picking up about 12 positions in one go?
Number 61 moving forward. Here's a close scrap between Austin Oman. He's in good form at the moment. Gets through and takes that position away from Eddie Duncan. This has been a really tough lap for Eddie Duncan. Into the Mike Wilson complex once again, just looking into the midfield. Alfie Garrett's on the move, the GP plate winner in Micromax last year. The 101 up 7 places up to P13. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer for the MLC team is also on the move. Here is Abrahart versus Rolf into turn 1.
Sharp intake of breath.
Move there from Rolf, just to give a bit of space to Abrahart. Plus 5-second penalty for Luke Millward. And look at this. Here comes Behrman down the inside. Gains 2 places for the price of 1. Back into P3. Minimax delivering once again.
Yes, indeed. Logan Rolf there just cuts back in front of Maximilian Abrahart. And Abrahart was in the process of about to make a move, but Rolf put his car right in front of Abrahart, and Abrahart, luckily was able to get on the anchors without pushing Rolf a little bit wide. Now, there is the Sodi car just behind this group, the number 101, the orange and white, the familiar liveries of the factory Sodi kart team. That's Alfie Garrett, last year's Micromax GP plate holder. And Sodi Kart from France, based in Nantes in France, the company that makes more karts per year than any other for both racing and rental kart purposes. Sodi Kart, they produce more new chassis per year than any other kart manufacturer. They saw Alfie Garrett with his GP plate, and they asked Alfie and his family, what is this? And Alfie and his family explained. They went, do you know what? We really like the fact we're going to put you on one of our karts. Alfie Garrett is a factory Sodi kart driver. He's the only Sodi kart here. The only thing that Alfie has to do, he has to race a Sodi kart all the time, whether there's anyone else or not. So they're a privateer team on a Sodi kart. That is a factory-backed effort for Alfie Garrett. He got that deal. We spoke to him and his family on the Paddock Show last night, and they said, yeah, it's because of winning Kartmasters that we have got a factory drive with Sodi Kart. The value of this event, if you treat the coverage, if you treat your achievements with your media team, with your press or your sponsors, if you treat this event properly, it can really make a career-defining difference for some of these young drivers. Alfie Garrett, case in point.
Otis Cleary had a good move there, up to, I think that's 6th place now. Abrahart again round the outside. Brilliant stuff from the Travis Perkins backed driver. Eddie Duncan's back on the scene. He's got down the inside of Logan Rolfe. This is all around 4th place. Otis Cleary finding himself with no way through there as Oman and Duncan side by side. Duncan's going to lose out here. Oh, big hit into the wall.
No.
Logan Rolfe also involved there in that one. That was out of the Fullerton S's.
Both drivers up and out of their karts. Both drivers, and I've got to say, Eddie Duncan, there he is. That driver just chewed a barrier hard. That was a chain reaction crash. Duncan is he's upset, but he's absolutely fine. Normally, I would make fun of Dan Ashton running, but not this time. Dan Ashton sprinting across the track, firstly to check on the driver, then to get that kart out of a very potentially dangerous situation, and the driver's a half a lap away from that. Incredible reaction, not just from the Marshall team, but from one of our race directors on track. Woof. That was heavy. Tav Kirk has replaced those barriers. Those barriers last year, those ones on the right-hand side of your screen, they were black, they were green. They're now black, they're brand new, and they need, which means they still retain their maximum amount of give. And my goodness me, they needed to. So Tav Kirk and the team for replacing those barriers. You don't realise what you do, the potentially good effect something like that has until you see an incident like that, because that was a case of producer Kieran Mogg being told, no, do not show that, but then you show the instant up and out of the cart, walking away. And that was it was a chain reaction. It was karts. I mean, one driver went in very deep and then got his line wrong, had to come back out, and was just hooked by a kart on the racing line.
Change for second place. Sebastian Behrman has raced back towards Cook and Singh Pahal and has taken that second place away from last year's Micromax British champion. Joshua Cook, he took his a big win at the start of the year to kick off his British Championship campaign. He'll get back to those duties later on in the next couple of weeks to see if he can wrap that title up. Right now, though, his focus is winning a GP plate, and right now he's going to try and hold off the driver in form who's already had a GP plate before 2 years ago in Micromax for Sebastian Behrman. This could be the battle that we see tomorrow on Sunday afternoon. Joshua Cook has won big races before, of course, a Grand Finals champion, but he's never won a GP plate. He moves to the inside there. Good coverage there from Joshua Cook. No way through for Sebastian Behrman. He might be a little bit frustrated because this defence will bring Dian Singh Pahal back into the equation. Dian racing with such maturity. First year in Minimax, moving up from Micro at the end of 2025. 60 seconds to go here. In some ways, this is a heat. It's not going to be the most important race of the weekend so far, but this could be a little bit of a taster ahead of tomorrow. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch. Ceol, what have you got for us?
Thank you very much. Not long left to this one. Ayrton Galsworthy, unfortunately, that's the end of your race as well. What's happened?
The exhaust baffle dripped out the exhaust.
A mechanical one for you. We also have car number 27 in the pits too. That's 2 retirements here for Minimax. What's the plan for the next heat quickly?
Make up places.
Exactly that. Let's get back to the racing.
And the number 27 being Zach Andrews. So 4 retirements from this one.
Yep.
Rinse repeat for Cook here, Henry.
Yes,
seems to have the measure of Behrman right now.
Well, here we go. So Josh Cook, he became the winner of the big one-offs. Start of 2024, won the O plate in Micromax. Didn't win a round of the British Championship through the first half of 2024. Went to Le Mans, won the International Trophy, a big one-off event to get his ticket to the Grand Finals. Won the Grand Finals, the biggest one-off event in the world of Rotax racing. Then, last year, still hadn't won a round of the British Championship. Went to Genk, the Golden Trophy, the last gasp one-off event to get the final ticket to the Grand Finals. Won that event. Didn't win the Grand Finals again, but it took until Behrman to the inside of Cook. It took until the start of this year for him to actually win a round of the British Championship. Now he's learned how to win championship races as well as big one-offs. He's won 3 of the Minimax Cup events in Europe. He won the Belgian Cup, he won the Italian Cup, and he won the German Cup. Again, a series of one-off races, ticket events. This remains, Kartmasters, the only big one-off event in the world of Minimax racing that Josh Cook has yet to win.
Indeed, and well, he's going to win this heat. Dian Singh Pahal's got it back ahead of Sebastian Behrman with some brave driving, but Joshua Cook out of the final corner. This will do quite nicely. Starts his Saturday heat racing with a win and will close in. Won't take the lead in the intermediate classification. I think that'll still be with Sebastian Behrman, even with that 3rd place. But that 4-point gap between the two of them will reduce to 1 point. 5-second penalty has just come in on our screens for Luke Millward. Luke's had a tough race, and that's a second. Yes, it is. Second 5-second time penalty. And we'll drop him down from 15th place. There's your provisional result. Cook from Singh Pahal and Behrman. 1, 2, 3. Austin Owen reminding us once again that he is going to be a factor tomorrow. Up 10 places in that one after a tough qualifying. To 4th, Otis Cleary and Logan Rolfe complete the top 6. James Roots, Mick Clinkers, both in the top 8. Up 8 spots there was the Dutch driver for Sam Pollitt Racing. Jackson Hilton and Flynn Grantham take us to 10th. Oscar Kenny and Alfie Garrett home in the top 12. Chloe McGill, another solid result for the young lady from Scotland. Starts a good position there, P13. Dimi Utanov and Luke Millward, 15th on the road. Millward will fall. with those penalties. Achilles Giannone, Maximilian Eberhardt will lead and take us to 18th. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer, Jensen Skeffington, that's your top 20. James Devereux, William Moore, Freddie Blackshaw, James Carver, and Hubertus Stiehura take us to 25th. Aurelia Simpson gained 8 places in that one to finish P26 ahead of Soren Gallagher, Alfie Phillipson, Thomas Laidler and Roshan Bachada, the last of the finishers. 4 retirements in that race: Zach Andrew, Eddie Duncan, Ayrton Galsworthy and Ethan Manzi. Plenty of support coming in from Italia.
Yes, grande.
All of Italy is with you, says Ferrari 3162 for Dean Singh Pahal.
Dalla Italia per te. Yes. Incredible, because the coverage of karting, which has been spearheaded by Alpha Live, I will say that, we're on Alpha Live, other karting streamers are available and they're very good. But Alpha Live's coverage, especially the British Championship, which began in 2020, has propelled these young drivers and some of the older drivers around the world. You know, last year, the biggest viewing figures in the world of karting was an Alpha Live broadcast, and that was 250,000 viewers who watched the grand finals. I think Kartmasters last year, 60,000 viewers. We could get it up towards that 100,000 viewers if you like and share the live stream today and tomorrow. It does mean that these drivers are seen around the world, and Dean Singh Pahal has got a huge fan club in Italy. Are they related? No. Is their family? No. They're just supporters because you watch karting around the world, you see a driver that you like, you get behind and you support. This is time for Micromax. Up next.
Here we go then for the next heat. This is Micromax heading out onto circuit. Jayan Prakash and Benjamin Schlevar go from the front row of the grid. Arthur Bowers and Lenny Barton on row 2. Rafe Owen and Ronnie Allen, they will start on the 3rd row of the grid for this one.
Then you've got Sawyer Henderson, Kyle Vieira, Oliver Woodall, Will Wainwright, Arthur Rhodes and Harry Riley up next. Sorry, I'm about to tell somebody how they can get a car, smuggle a chassis into the USA. It's possible. Kian Hay, Rio Pocock, Jensen Darlow, Lani Eden, Freddie Drury, Luca Bicocchi. And we still got Harley Hibbert, Otley Simpson. So Aurelia Simpson, Otley's older sister, has just gained 8 places. Let's see, can Otley beat her sister and gain more places? Robbie Lyons and Hendrix Fallatz at the back of the field. Now, we have our onboard camera, which is Kyle Vieira, our Brazilian driver from Evolution Racing, starting on the 246 on the 4th row of the grid. Now, we will get this race underway. On the outside, Benjamin Schlevar comes across, but it's the poleman, Jayan Prakash, who has the lead as we head through the Bruno Ferrari S's and out on to the banking. Oh, Schlevar just nudging into Arthur Bowers as they go onto the banking. Bowers in 3rd, Schlevar falling back a little bit. I want to say hello to Schlevar's regular mechanic, Lewis Malin, who has had to go to a wedding in Guernsey. Jason Rolfe and Oliver Varney are now looking after Benjamin Schlevar this weekend, along with Benjamin's parents, of course. But Prakash leading. Now, I'll very, very quickly explain how you smuggle a kart into the USA. You don't even need to smuggle it. If you have got a 950mm chassis, Christian Sanguinetti, who is a Canadian driver, his family, they have come up with a novel way of transporting their kart. They simply put it in their luggage. How do you do that, I answer? Well, you take one of the oversized cases that cyclists use to take bikes on airplanes. You strip the chassis back, you've got to take the steering column up, you strip the chassis back to its flat. You flat pack it into one of the ready-made boxes and you simply take it to the airport and you put it in the hold as slightly oversized hand luggage. You then put your tyres and your engine in the engine boxes. You need an extra suitcase to put rims and various things. Don't take the consumables with you, or if you have a second suitcase to go in the hold, any liquid over 150 millilitres goes in there. That is how you transport a kart from country to country in your luggage. You can only do it with a 950mm chassis, however. Same suitcase, same ready-made boxes that bikes go in. Thank you. There we go. Now, down towards the thing, or if you want to, and then you go to Jonathan Buck's driveway where he's got 77,000 carts because his driveway is so big, and he can pack it for you. There we go. But that is how you get carts. You know, if you want, it's quite easy. Christian Sanguinetti's parents have got it down to a T. Bowers leads the race. Prakash back to second. Third place is the number 127, that all-white kart, Sawyer Henderson. And want an underdog in this class? Try Sawyer Henderson. That's the Martin Jackson racing team. It's Sawyer's first ever time in a Micromax kart. Prakash, the international trophy champion, the British Championship leader at the moment, moves into top spot. There's Lenny Barton, the Strawberry Racing, in fourth position. People think that is a true story about how you transport your kart. The Sanguinettis, they would travel from Canada to the USA. They would take flights. They would hire a U-Haul truck from the airport, and that would be their workshop. They would get an Airbnb, park the U-Haul, you know, on the driveway. Not as big as Jonathan Buck's driveway, but, you know, you get the picture. And then they would work on their cart. And I speak to Christian's dad, and he said, well, you know, we could spend our money and go with a big team and have all the equipment. We don't want to do that. We want to do things as a family. And they said, look, it costs you an extra 3 suitcases. One for the cart, one for all the metal and the bits you have to take off the cart to put it in the one case, and then you have your engine case, which goes in your hand luggage. And that is how they do it. And it's Christian's father was saying, look, it takes me an hour to go from track to flat packed in the box, in the case, so we get to the airport. I don't know how you do it with a full-size chassis.
Yeah, we're
because
working on that one.
we're working on that. But you do get cases, cyclists, you see it all the time in airports, you know, and you see oversized luggage, golf clubs. You have golf clubs, you can have skiing, you know, when people go on skiing holidays, you've got go-karts. Oh dear, that is the number 118 cart, and oh, that is our camera cart. That is Kyle Vieira. And you're about to see now, watch him steering, because you've got one wheel that has moved in. So his right rear wheel has come off the hub, it's moved in, and you just saw him snatch the wheel because he is out the curse. The camera cart returns. 5.5 minutes to go. Prakash no longer leads. Bowers is back in front. A lead group of 4. Bowers, Prakash, Henderson and Lenny Barton. We haven't seen Lenny Barton. 8 years old. Number 47. The Tony Kart, the Strawberry Racing. Callum Hardgrave. Haven't seen Callum this weekend, but Callum was on the spanners at Le Mans for Lenny and at Kimbolton, the last round of the British Championship. So I'm assuming he is here as well. Bowers, the signal. Pointy helmet, let's go, says young Arthur Bowers.
Full of confidence after last week. Great results up in Cumbria.
I love when the drivers get a little bit older, those little signals saying point the helmet and follow, they become a little bit less demonstrative.
Yes.
Not in Micromax, where it's like Superman, Avengers assemble. There we go.
Harry Riley, fastest driver on circuit, 1 minute 4.56. So keep an eye on kart number 81 if you're trackside. Could be moving up from 13th place in the not too distant future. Top 4 running off of the Litchfield Bridge then. Bowers, Barton, Prakash and the ever impressive Sawyer Henderson, who we shouldn't forget. This is a first time I've seen him racing in Micromax in his short karting career. Normally see him in Honda Cadet. Is there a look coming in from Barton?
Lenny.
Yes, there is. Down the inside, Lenny Barton for Strawberry Racing takes the lead of this race. Bauer slots into P2. Jane Prakash now in 3rd place. Hendrix Falat is also on the move. Not in this group, in the second group, up 12 places. The driver who we saw having problems in the timed qualifying session earlier on this morning has gained 12 places in the first 2/3 of this race. Out of the final corner, 3.5 minutes to go. Barton will lead. I tell you what, there's some good speed in that second group. Are they closing in? 1 minute 4.6, 1 minute 4.7 last time around from the front four. Oh, they are slightly closing in. Ever so gently closing in. The likes of Will Wainwright, Jensen Darlow, Hendrix Fallat, as mentioned, are all a little bit quicker than the race leaders right now. So this top four, they need to maybe work together a little bit more over the next few laps. Otherwise, they're going to be more joining the party. Instead, Prakash goes down the inside, takes second place away from Arthur Bowers. Sawyer Henderson might have a go now in the pink and blue helmet there, kart number 127. This is Barton's chance now, Henry, to break away.
Yes, we talk about how Kartmasters can be the springboard for a driver's career. Lenny Barton hasn't won a national level race to my knowledge. Could this be a first for young Lenny? Somebody's asked they want to get Team Sport HQ in a suitcase. Well, you just buy James Hislop a ticket, I thought. I would imagine if he's James is still one of the managing directors of there. I've known James for many, 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 many years, back to our time at the Raceway Group in the late 1990s. Here we go, Barton, Prakash. Look how quick Jayan Prakash is able to overcome and just drive back up to the race leader. He gets knocked back a little bit. He doesn't. What impresses me so much about Prakash, who now retakes the lead, he doesn't get flustered.
No.
It's so easy, this age group, to get flustered because they are simply, 7, 8, 9 years old. Prakash, he has got an old head on very young shoulders, as Jayan Prakash, and I am going to say this now. On the 1st of August, the grand finals are on the 15th of November, the 14th of November, sorry. On the 14th of November, anybody who wants to be Minimax Grand Finals champion of the world has to beat Jayan Prakash. He looks insanely quick. Ceol Lynch, who have you got for us?
Really quickly here with Cara Vieira after his unfortunate retire for that one, but you're being a great sport and you're going to explain to us what's happened quickly.
Coming through on top of the bridge, I heard this weird noise and I looked to my left and the tyres just moved in on the train guard.
You do have one more heat to go today, though. That's the good thing about Kartmasters. And from your dad's perspective, the mechanic as well, how difficult is that after he got up into 4th from 8th?
Yeah, obviously it's very difficult. We've been running really well this weekend. But look, it's races, isn't it? It's racing, it happens. And we're just going to fight hard in the next one, aren't we? Yeah?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, guys. We'll be looking out for you in the next one. Let's get back to the racing because time's ticking.
It is indeed. 20 seconds of this one to go. Another change of lead has occurred. Arthur Bowers has got back to the front of this pack ahead of Lenny Barton and Jayan Prakash. Arthur Rhodes has done really, really well in this race, Henry.
Oh, yes.
He was distant off the back of the pack, but he's on a solo drive, got back into the top bit of the field. He's now looking down the inside of Prakash for 3rd place onto the bridge and is just about going to get it. Yes, indeed he does. So Arthur Rhodes up to P5. Prakash is going to have to be patient here. Sawyer Henderson is alongside now, looking for his 4th place. It's a good chance now for Bowers and Barton, two drivers who've raced each other a lot so far this season. They could break away here.
Yes, indeed. Kyle Vieira, see what I mean, Prakash? Doesn't get flustered. He knows how to defend. Sawyer Henderson goes back in front of him. The top 3, Bowers, Barton, Rhodes, then Prakash finally put Sawyer Henderson to bed to retake 4th place. Henderson back to 5th. Schliever and Fallat and Woodall are all closing in on the 2nd group. There's Schliever in that black and green Sana Racing chassis. If you want to watch the official preview show, which Andrew and I recorded on Thursday night, that's on the Alpha Live channel. That tells you we've got a naughty cutback. Lenny Barton, naughty cutback number 1 of his career at Kartmasters. Well done, Lenny, joining the club.
Bowers defending from Rhodes now, trying to hold that second place. Rhodes looking around the outside. Lenny Barton, I think he's going to have this race won because they're fighting hard now for second place. Into hairpin number 2. Out of it now. Still Bowers ahead of Rhodes as they run towards the Fullerton S's. Falat's got back ahead into, Prakash back ahead into 4th place. It's Falat who's now taken 5th place. Henderson fading a little bit in the second half of this race. Through the final couple of corners here, Henry, this is going to be a good win for Lenny Barton.
Yeah, a significant win. Lenny has been knocking on the door, but he's made little mistakes and things have slipped away from him. Now he knows, and he's celebrating a win. That tells you that's the biggest win. It's a heat race at the Kartmasters British Kart Grand Prix. It doesn't matter. To 8-year-old Lenny Barton, that's huge. That is huge for Lenny. I think Lenny Barton now put him on the list of contenders for the GP plate. His team will say, well, he was a contender before. He may have been quick enough to win a GP plate, but he hadn't at this point until now got the job done and finished the job, got across the line first. He has now.
And we'll close the gap on Arthur Rhodes for the lead. Hendricks Fella, though, yeah, what a drive there, up 17 places to P5 in that one. So Barton, Bowers, Rhodes, Prakash and Falat, that's your top 5. Sawyer Henderson comes home P6. Benjamin Schliver, Ollie Woodall, Will Wainwright and Raith Owen all in the top 10. Jensen Darlow and Harry Riley finished there on page 2, 11th and 12th. Ronnie Allen, Cian Hay and Rio Pocock all secure top 15s. Freddie Drury, Luca Picotti and Ottilie Simpson take us to the bottom of page 3 in 18th place. Lonnie Eden 19th, Robbie Lyons 20th, Harley Hibbert the last of the 21 finishers in that one. Kaya Vieira finishers will be classified as 22nd in that one, having retired after 3 laps. One more race to come before we go to the lunch break. Mini X30 will be up very, very shortly, race number 29. At that point, we will officially be halfway through all of the races for Kartmasters 2026. I do hope you're enjoying the show, enjoying the coverage. If you've missed any of the coverage so far this weekend, don't worry, you can watch it back at your leisure for free here on Alpha Live. And remember, the whole event is in the same manner. All of the races for you for free here this weekend from PF International. Let's get ready for it, though. Race number 29, the halfway point, Mini X30, out next. Last race before the lunch break. The last one of the first half of the 58 races for Kartmasters 2026.
Wow.
We'll have Chester Fawkes on pole position with Evan Owen alongside on the front row. Ilyas Sami and Dimi Uzanov on row number 2. Albert J. Stubbs and James Roots go from row number 3. Ethan Robinson, Ollie West, they're on row 4. It's Harry Chapman and Alfie Davidson going from row number 5. Cody Vertigan and Reggie Chandler start in the midfield there on row number 6.
Patrick Wood and Mason Hibbert, William Bennett and Evans Veronins are next. Bodie Batch and Frank Morris with Gary the Dragon on row number 9. Caden Hakura, Corey Lyons, Theo Tyak, Travis Giddings and Oliver Kleinfelter round out your 23 kart grid. Let's have a little look. Louis Williams Mabs, Louis and Ricky Williams. Something I can do my Ricky one time. They are supporting Chester Fawkes, and they'll be back in a kart once Louis has finished his 11 plus. Here we go. It's an all DK Academy front row. We start Mini X30 first heat of the day through the Bruno Ferrari S's under the bridge out onto the banking, running very, very wide. I think that was Patrick Wood on the blue number 36 kart. We come bobbling up the bridge, down the hill, and 3 wide. We're all going to get round cleanly. Reggie Chandler in the mix there, but up at the front, Chester Fawkes still has the race lead.
It does indeed, and it looks like the DK train could be getting into a bit of a rhythm and out of the station very quickly indeed. Chester Fawkes, Ilyas Sami, how many times have we seen these two at the front of a Mini X30 race so far this season, whether it's been part of the IAME Euro Series or in the IAME Water Swift category in the British Championships. These two have worked very, very well across the course of the last 5 or 6 months. End of the first lap. Vauxhall leads from Sammy. Stubbs there as well in a good supporting role right now. P3, Dimi Uzanov. He's got good experience. He's racing with the J team this weekend, but when he's out in Europe, he races as part of the DK Academy, so he will be aware of the tactical plays that these top three are going to try and use at the moment. And just for good measure, Evan Owen is directly behind as well. He is another of the DK Academy drivers here this weekend, running in P5. Corey Lyons is the first driver to get a penalty in this one, plus 5 second penalty for the number 14. I would imagine, Henry, that is going to be for a major start infringement.
Yes, 4 wheels out of the tram line, or unless he did something egregious on the opening lap that we did not pick up on. Oh, Reggie Chandler out of the race. And he's not a happy young man. He's got a great set of merchandise. He's got a great crash helmet, great race suit. Unfortunately, wagon, not great. Well, it's not in great condition at the moment. It'll be fine for the next race, I'm sure. This is going to make Danny Ceol very, very proud. What he has built out of the ashes of the OMS team, which appeared and then disappeared very quickly. However, Danny Ceol was involved in it, and he's taken on those teams, that drivers.
How big, we talk about the psychology of these drivers, particularly at this level, because there is a lot of pressure in this Mini X30 category.
Yes.
Danny Ceol, former world champion, won that world championship here.
Yes.
Knows how to win a race in this cauldron of karting, and how the venue can weigh on the drivers as well. Do you think he'll have talked to his drivers this weekend about that World Championship and how he got that big win?
I think, without mentioning the World Championship in particular, I think all the tools and the elements that he needed that weekend back in 2017 here at PF International to win, those elements would have been discussed. What is also impressive is that because of that event, people know the story of Danny Ceol. They know that as a young driver, he met Mark and Scott and Ross Allen for the Jade karting team. And that Allen family saw the talent that Danny Ceol had. They also saw the lack of money that Danny Ceol's family had. And there is a story where Danny Ceol, his brother Gary, as well, another Gary, they would, the Allen family, Danny would help, and when their other customers would have karts rebuilt, there would be parts that go off the other customers. They're no good for them. They would go into the parts bin. Mark, Scott, Ross Allen would go into the parts bin to make sure they could put Danny Ceol's kart together to keep him racing.
Yep.
And Danny Ceol stayed with that team. And he stayed with them all the way through to the World Championship. So people know that when Danny Ceol talks, he's talking as a world champion. He's not talking as a world champion who simply bought his way into the best team and then won a world championship because he had the best equipment. Scott Allen and James Mills, the sight of Scott Allen being swamped in floods of tears, having watched a driver that literally at the age of 11 years old, they would take parts out of the bin to keep him racing at junior TKM level. That is an image that resonates. That image means that the families, the drivers, they listened to Danny because he did it on talent. He didn't do it because he had buckets of budget. And those are the elements that is so valuable to Danny Ceol's drivers. And I think it's why this team are so successful straight off the bat, because when Danny speaks as a world champion, knowing his story, people listen and the drivers listen.
Steady race so far here from the Mini X30s, and Dimi Uzanov gets down the inside of James Roots there and up into P4. A little bit further down the order, Alfie Davidson has gained a couple of positions recently. He's up to P8. You can just see him in the background there. Here goes LBJ Stubbs. So a change coming for second place here. Stubbs takes that one away from his teammate. Good driving there from Evan Owen. That's nice to see. Up to P4 now. Ilias Sami goes back down the inside. These are clean moves between the Mini X30s. Stubbs will get back on the exit of hairpin number 2. Will be down the inside into the Fullerton S's. Returns to second place does last year's IME Water Swift Restricted British champion.
Now you're looking at the 4 DK Academy karts, and this is something else that you may see. I'm going to say something that you might think is a bit stupid. It wouldn't be the first time, but I'm serious about this. You look at the graphics kits. Now, Chester Fawkes, he is part of the Argenti driver program. So Danny Curl has allowed his graphics kit to be slightly different because you've got the Argenti blue. LBJ Stubbs, he's got his own livery that he runs with his team, his van, everything like that. So Danny Curl has allowed them to have their own colour scheme. Same pattern, different colour scheme. What does that do, you think, ladies and gentlemen? It gives the drivers and their parents, who are paying, for this, a sense of ownership in the team. They are still unique. The team is not saying, right, here we go, there's our graphics kit. You can put your sponsor logos on it, but there's the paint scheme. Go for it. No. They have allowed, within a same overall corporate look, you're allowed to make adjustments to reflect yourself, your individual circumstances. You therefore feel a bit more empowered, like you own part of the team. There is Danny and his brother, just showing, coaching from the sidelines. That helps massively. When the drivers feel they own part of the team because they're allowed to be unique, they're allowed to maintain their individuality. That also helps massively.
Good move there from Evan Owen up to P3 ahead of Ilias Sami. James Root's doing a really good job in this race as well. He's looking to break apart this quad attack of the DK Academy drivers. Evan Owen now goes through past LBJ Stubbs. They're almost just cycling this at the front at the moment, like a team time trial in road cycling. They're all having a little bit of a turn to take second place, and all the while Chester Fawkes just keeps his eyes forward, looking to get a third heat victory of the weekend so far. As results, Fawkes have been second in time qualifying, first through the 2 heats yesterday, which came in first in the intermediate scores over Friday night, first in time qualifying this morning. This doesn't guarantee anything at this stage, though. It's still only the halfway point of this Kartmasters 2026 journey for all of these drivers. James Root's having a squabble there for 4th place. Ilias Sami down the inside has taken second place away from Evan Owen. Ilias Sami, I've got to say it again, has been one of the bright stars of 2026. The way this young driver has reformed himself, has improved on circuit. He's still a lot of fun. He's a fireball off the track. But when it comes to the visor going down, he is a proper contender in 2026. He's closing in now on his teammate Chester Fawkes through the Fullerton S's towards the Bobby Game corner. And just watch him behind. Harry Chapman moving up the order now. Harry Chapman, who knows how to win a one-off race, took the E-plate within the IAME categories at this level a couple of weeks ago at the Shennington Super Prix. He's been with the Ceol Motorsport team for about a month and a half now. First race with them at Wackersdorf in the IAME Euro Series round. Has bounced around a couple of teams, but has really settled into this Ceol Motorsport squad over the last 6 weeks or so. Couple of laps remaining here, Henry. You can start to feel it ramping up a bit. Chester Fawkes hasn't been able to break away. That's understandable in this category. The slipstream is powerful here for the Mini X30s, but he's still leading this one from the start of the race. Do you see a move coming in from Ilias Sami?
I don't see why not. This has actually been a really excellent example of sort of cadet style, Water Swift, IAME, Mini X30, whatever you want to call it, racing. You've seen drivers overtake each other, planned without losing ground, teamwork. Gradually, the pack has been whittled down. So we've dropped Timmy Uzanov. Alfie Davidson, the real danger man for my money, has not even been able to catch. He's just moved into the top 6 as Alfie Davidson. LBJ Stubbs has been dropped. James Roots and with and Harry Chapman, with maybe Davidson behind, they're the only drivers that have been able to hang on to the 3 lead DK Academy karts, who, apart from Chester Fawkes, who have swapped, chopped, changed positions, now it's game on, because it's the final lap, gloves are off. You've got 5, 6 left contending for the victory, as opposed to 16, which is what you would have had if they hadn't have raced so well at the start. And now Effin Owen tries for a naughty cutback. Chester Fawkes says, we played nice, but I'm still going to win this race. Onto the back straight. Here we go. Are we all going to get around the outside? Goes Davidson trying for a move. Oh, there's a bit of pull. Mason Hibbert. That was... they all get round the corner. Let's just say that. They all get round the corner. And Chester Fawkes hangs on.
And takes a 3rd heat victory in a row. Remains, I think, the only driver in the entire near 300 strong entry across our 7 categories, is the only driver still unbeaten so far this weekend.
Wow. Wow. That's a good stat. Excellent. And Jensen Hookie mentioned that Harry Chapman, this is the first time Harry Chapman's not been a privateer. That's quite right.
For a one-off, yeah. Jensen's right. This is, I say, Harry had a little run with the MP Motorsport team earlier on in the year, but only for 1 race.
Okay.
For Excel, he's been in there for, well, he's in there at least last weekend, as I say, for the last round of the IAMA Euro Series, so seems to have found his home.
Chester Fawkes. Chester Fawkes. 1 undefeated driver remains. Ilyas Sami, Effin Owen, Mason Hibbert in 4th place, Albie J. Stubbs and Harry Chapman, your top 6. Uzanov, Roots, Davidson, Ollie West, Ethan Robinson and Cody Vertegen. Watch, if you haven't seen the paddock show, some great acting from Cody Vertegen last night, Oscar winning. Ivans Voronins, Bodie Batch having a quiet one. William Bennett with his colour changing mugs for his merchandise, excellent. Corey Lyons with a penalty, Patrick Wood, Theo Tyak, Oliver Kleinfelter, Frank and Gary finish 20th, with Caden Hakura rounding out the field. There is, look, here's Chester Fawkes. Effin Owen, sort of a very, very Gallic, or a very Celtic shrug there from Chester, from Effin. Chester Fawkes. You can see the blue of the Argenti against the blue on his kart. Really smart indeed. And yes, there are the stickers across so many karts of so many teams for Chris Lamar. As we conclude this morning's racing. And who are the OK Academy? It's not the OK, it's the DK Academy. Danny Curl Academy. Hubot. Good morning to Kart Chaser. Watching in the United States. Last year, of course, Andrew and myself were joined by Mr. Kart Chaser, El Presidente himself, Xander Clements. Xander and the Kart Chaser team, they're a bit busy this weekend. They've got the Rotax US National Finals at Newcastle Motorsports Park. They've got a huge number of other events around as well. So, unfortunately, Xander Clements isn't here, but howdy y'all to Kart Chaser, who again, like Alpha Live, are redefining how karting is covered. Kart Chaser have got social media aspects. So Kart Chaser have realised live streams get X amount of views, but viral clips, social media clips of highlights with nice headlines, they get many, many more views, which then drags people to watch the bigger events. So Kart Chaser redefining the way that karting is covered along with Alpha Live. And I've worked for 9 different live stream companies so far this year. All of which, Karting Live TV, WFR Live TV, it's okay, Kieran Moggs producing, and he is fine. James, the owner of Alpha, is by there. So, again, Alpha and Kart Chaser, you've got WFR Live TV, Karting Live TV, all run by real enthusiasts for this sport. It makes a difference to the coverage, because I went to South Africa and worked with a live streaming company who are not karting. They are corporate filmmakers. and they did the best they could, but they don't understand the sport, and it tells. Luckily, my friend Kyle Lawrence, co-host of the Grand Finals, has now got his own production company. Ooh. Yes, indeed. So South African Karting will have a live stream company behind them, run by karters for kart, because everyone at Alpha Live either races or used to race. Everyone at Kart Chaser races or used to race. The passion that the people behind the cameras have for this sport literally translates into what you're looking at on screen, and it's so important.
That is the end of the early part of the afternoon. We'll have about a 20-minute break before we go back to racing. But before we go to that break, let's head down to Ceol Lynch.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and that's correct. Before we reach our break, though, we're going to hear from Chester Fawkes. Chester, we didn't hear from you after qualifying this morning, but you've continued this brilliant streak you have going on. You were on pole, and now you took another heat win. After yesterday's action, the GP plate must feel even closer today.
Yeah, it feels close. I know that I'm driving good, so I think I can keep it up, and I think I'm definitely going to be able to stand on the top step of the podium at the end of the weekend.
That's good to hear. Now, the question is, what teammates could be joining you on that podium? Because in that heat especially, there's a lot of strong teams out there today, but your teammates were right behind you. If that comes to the final and it's the same battle, do you think it's going to be harder because they're your teammates?
No, not really. I treat everyone the same, so yeah.
You're experienced with working with them, aren't you? If it gets to that case, do you think it's going to be a safer final?
Yeah, maybe. It just depends what they want to do, if they want to win, if they want to go for the lead early, but yeah.
Exactly that. Well, best of luck for your last heat of the day, Chester. We'll see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it from Chester Fawkes. But before we go, we've got one more thing to do. If we just... I've lost my victim. Anyway, we'll find them. Okay, so the brilliant thing about this paddock is the dad and lad dynamics that go on. We're going to head this way because there's one that we've got a little bit of a story about. Frank Morris, who we named the dragon on his helmet. We're going to hear a quick word from them again. I believe they're in here. Luke Jones, we can let our cameraman go first. Right. The great thing is the dynamics between the drivers and their dads. One example of that is Frank Morris, if we come in here. Frank Morris and his dad. Now, the hard thing about the dad and lad dynamic is the mistakes. If there's mistakes, sometimes they can be held on to a little bit more.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sometimes they can go a long way too far, can't they?
So if the stream, just in case the stream hasn't heard already, do you want to explain yesterday a little bit, or is there anything to talk about?
Frank was struggling a little bit for pace due to the fact that the chain lube we were using was ineffective.
Oh, okay. So I've got a gift.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I hope you didn't need this beforehand.
10th today, thank you.
There you go. Ding, ding, ding. 10th one. Thank you very much. Good luck, Frank, for the rest of the weekend. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how we're going to wrap the second live day here at the Uptonsteel Motorsport UK British Grand Prix Kartmasters. What a brilliant day we've had so far. We've had a whole new set of winners, some continued streaks like we just saw from Chester Fawkes, and a whole lot of new stories. We're going to take a lunch break before we come back with the driver's second heat of the day. I'll see you shortly.
Welcome to the high-octane world of Kartgeezer. Kartgeezer.com is officially the fastest growing karting marketplace on the planet. Let's face it, we all love the speed, but the costs can really pile up. If you want to make the sport you love more affordable, we've got the secret. Head over to Kartgeezer.com right now to find deals and start saving on gear today. It's the easiest way to keep your kart on the track without breaking the bank. And did I mention? It's totally free to use. Join the community today.
from Friday, July 31st to Sunday, August the 2nd. The stars of British karting come home. 3 days of racing, 2 letters, only one champion. Kartmasters 2026. 30 years in the making. Brought to you by Alpha Live.
Welcome back, everybody, to live coverage of the Uptonsteel Kartmasters Motorsport UK British Kart Grand Prix. If you've enjoyed it so far, well, we're going to up the ante even more. We're into the final few throws of the qualifying heats. Well, I say that, we've still got another 11 races to go here this afternoon at Paul Fletcher International to set the grids for the Super Heats tomorrow morning. My name's Andrew Mather. Great to be back with you once again here on Alpha Live. Henry Beaudette rejoins me in the box. That was his voice that you heard on that beautiful intro about 30 seconds ago.
Yes, the mobile phone technology is great, I have to say. Happy birthday to Kieran Ives, who is not at Kartmasters. He is home learning Spanish.
Oh.
See? Yeah, that's good. That's good. There's all the Spanish you need, Kieran. We'll see you tomorrow. £10 to get in if you're an adult. Under 16s come free. So do Trent Valley Kart Club members. Please, if you can, car share, do so, because it is busy. There's lots of food trucks here tomorrow, lots of restaurants as well.
And we've got to offset Beaudette's carbon footprint as well from yesterday.
Yes. Anyway, let's talk about some go-karting. Yeah, there's no problem with lack of fuel in any of these karts. Yes, I left my car running in the paddock all day yesterday and it ran out of fuel. There we go.
So, the drivers out onto circuit for heat number 5 for Junior X30. This is a B versus C race. We'll take you through the grid for it. And Charlie Wolfett will be on pole position in this one. Here's the grid then. In full for this next race, Charlie Wolfett will be on pole position for it with Jacob Backler alongside on the front row. George Edgar and Zach Chapney there on row 2, Finley Lines and Sukhmani Kira go from row number 3. Louis Radcliffe and George Clark there on row 4. John Foley Jr. and Harley Musk go from row number 5. Freddie Wood will be on row 6 alongside Alex Riley.
Then it will be Rocco Leon Shenton, Alfie Brown, Night Measures, Simeon Stone, Devin Taylor and Luca Narrowway. The top 20 rounded up by Sam Mott and Max Mason. Kai Clark, watch for Kai to come through the field. Ollie Brunt, Kevin Hayes and Henry James. 24 drivers. David Whitehouse, Motorsport Magpie with the humour. Yes, take your car keys with you, turn the engine off. There's Night Measures, the Kart Geezer sponsored entry. Where do you get tickets? You don't need tickets. You just turn up on the day and they will take your money off you.
Ooh, problems for Henry James and the Evolution number 22. Doesn't look like that kart's going to be in this race. I think we're missing Kai Clark from this one as well, the 167. All the rest of them, they're racing for 10 minutes plus 1 lap. In towards the first couple of corners they go. Good start for Charlie Wolfett. Not a particularly good start for Jacob Backler. I think Backler's down to 4th place. Good start for George Edgar as well, who is still one of the favourites for this one. Oh, who's that towards the back of the field? Was that the number 21? In a bit of bother. If it is, it was Harley Musk.
Kai Clark has not gone out. I was wondering. This year is very, very difficult for Kai Clark. He is too young to move into seniors in the UK. He is too tall and now too heavy to race juniors. As we look at the number 9 kart of Finley Lines, getting his line wrong through the Fullerton S's into the Mike Wilson complex. There's the premium karting number 9 of Finley Lines. Lots of comments coming in on the live chat as Gold Chain Charlie Wolfett leads. Already some defending going on down the main straight. There's the eyes on the top of Zach Champney's crash helmet. The number 61 kart out onto the banking. Through turn number 3, George Edgar, Louis Ratcliffe, all lined up behind the race leader. Finley Lyons in fourth and a slight gap back to Jacob Batchelor. Here we go. First lead change, George Edgar to the inside.
Good move there from George Edgar. Knows how to win a kart race around this circuit. In comes Finley Lyons trying to have a go at Louis Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe could really do with a strong result in this one. It's not been an easy weekend so far for the driver of 227. You can see Charlie Wolfett there pointing forward to Finley Lyons saying, let's keep it focused. Don't start defending. We've still got a very good chance of winning this race with 8 minutes to go. So end of the second lap. Edgar leads it from the 227 of Radcliffe. Then it's Lyons, Wolfett, Backler, Champney, Wood, Foley Jr., Clark and Kira. That is your top 10.
Yes, and there's Lyons to the inside of Radcliffe on the banking. Put Finley Lyons in the number 9 kart into P2 across the Litchfield Bridge and down the hill towards hairpin number 1. George Edgar currently now. You talked about the only undefeated driver left in the event being Chester Forks. George Edgar, ladies and gentlemen, you used to be getting stuff wrong. Andrew Mather getting a stat wrong. George Edgar is undefeated at the moment.
I'll change it. He's the only one with 3 victories in a row so far in his class.
Good save, Andrew Mather.
George didn't race earlier on this morning.
There we go. I
think I got away with that one.
I think you got like that episode of Faulty Towers. Don't mention the water. I mentioned it once. I think I got away with it. There we go. On to lap number 4 we go. And Finley Lyons up into P2. Well, Finley Lyons could be your saviour here, Andrew Mather, because he is going to be doing his absolute level best to make sure that George Edgar is not undefeated regardless of how many races he has run. Behind them, we've got 2 and 3 wide. Back in the pack this afternoon is where you're going to see business picking up even more, because this is the driver's last chance. Well, for some of the drivers on the outside
of the grid,
row of the grid, Wolfett, Edgar, Lyons, Ratcliffe, John Foley Jr., etc. This is their first race. They've got another race later on. But for half the grid, for Batchelor, for Champney, Kira, Clark, Musk, Riley, etc., this is their last race. Now, we talked about the fact that Junior X30 had 38 drivers. It's now only got 36. So there's no danger of not making the Grand Prix. However, these results sets your grid positions for the superheat tomorrow morning. There's Batchelor making a move on the Daily Motorsport kart at John Foley Jr., the 721 kart. And Foley Jr. back to the inside, and Sukmani Kira. So this is the lowest. So this is the lowest that we've seen Sukmani Kira. All Kartmasters.
This is going to be a big test for the Alpine Racer Academy driver. Can she show that grit and determination that's got her good results in the IME Euro Series so far this year? A podium in Zwera, could have been a podium at Franciacorta as well, a charge from the back.
Oh no!
Off the road there and
Alfie
into the wall. Alfie Brown will go no further in this race. That was about 3 karts going into one piece of linkage too many, and out goes Alfie Brown. Was running inside the top 15. Charlie Wolfett has just set the fastest lap of the race. That's the stage. This is a stage of the weekend, Henry, where you do not want that to happen. And Brown is one of those drivers who will not race again later on today.
Yeah, and he's been lightning quick at the start. There's a new leader, Finley Lyons. How long does he lead for? The answer, about 100 metres before he gets shuttled back to 4th place. 2nd to 1st to 4th in the space of 2 corners. Welcome to a heat race at Kartmasters, ladies and gentlemen. There on your screen is the live intermediate classifications. So this race is potentially very important for Sukmani Kira. There will be 2 superheats in this class tomorrow. There is timetabled. So at the moment, well, if Sukmani Kira can pick up another 2 places, at the moment Sukmani is 9th. If she picks up 1 place, she moves down to 14 points, because of course we use different points. 0 is a perfect score. So Sukmani Kira picks up 3 places. She will move ahead of Max Endicott into 2nd place, which should almost guarantee her pole position for her superheat.
Yeah, you can't get a negative score with this system, so so Endicott not in this race. Will compete later on this afternoon and into the early evening. You're absolutely right, Henry. If Kira can finish ahead of all but 1 driver, it's at least one of the pole positions in a superheat guaranteed. It's just a question of which one. At the moment, the driver holding Superheat A's pole position is the young man right there in kart number 2 for Mick Brout Racing, George Edgar, who continues to lead this race with 3 minutes and 1 lap to go. Charlie Wolfett there in 2nd place, Finlay Lyons in 3rd. 2 drivers who both in the recent British Championships round 2 race round here, albeit in the other half of the categories. It was in the Rotax categories. They entered the final of that championship round unbeaten. They know how to race round here in the juniors. They're in good form. Louis Radcliffe still there in 4th place as well. He's had a solid week so far. 9th and 10th yesterday in the first round of heats. We haven't seen him in action in this category so far today, so a 4th place would be a big improvement for Louis Radcliffe for Sam Pollitt Racing. Into the Mike Wilson complex they go once again. Freddie Wood not too far off the back of this group as well, Henry. We shouldn't forget about Freddie Wood. He's gained 6 places so far in this race. He got his maiden British Champs win last weekend up in Rowrah, and I really do think that win is going to kick Freddie on now. It's going to give him a lot of confidence on circuits like this, but Charlie Wolf is now having a go. Here goes Finlay Lyons. George Edgar keeps the steering open, retains the race lead. Lyons takes advantage of that situation. Was that a little bit too rash there from Gold Chain Charlie?
Well, he went in so hot you could see the grip lift. As he turned into the banking, he drove it in so hard, so deep, with 2 minutes plus a lap to go, that his left rear wheel was just cocked up in the air. Here's a statistic, Andrew Mather, that will frighten you and will probably frighten many of you watching at home. When was the last time an Edgar family member won a GP plate? When you think that you've had, this is George Edgar, you've got Jessica Edgar, you've got Johnny Edgar. When was the last time that an Edgar family member won a GP plate?
Go on.
2004.
Wow.
Justin Edgar took his 2nd 100 national title GP plate in 2004. Do you know how long ago? Well, you know how long ago. That was 22 years ago. Other winners on that day were Gary Catt, won in Super Libre that day. Jordan Lennox Lamb was your winner in Cadet. Jordan Lennox Lamb winning in Cadet.
Henry. Sorry, that is a brilliant move from Louis Radcliffe for 2nd place. Up ahead for Finlay Lyons. Finlay Lyons is now trying to do the same himself. He's going to be out on the dirt. George Edgar holding on a bit here to try and retain his unbeaten record. We've still got another 2 laps of this to go. There's 35 seconds on the clock. Here's Louis Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe getting a bit of momentum going here. This is going to be tough now for George Edgar. He's not necessarily had the pace so far in this race. He's now down to 4th place. Here comes Freddie Wood there. 3rd in line, over the line with 2 more laps to go here. This could go any which way for Heat 5 in Junior X30. Radcliffe leads into the bowl. Wolfett still there in 2nd place. You'd fancy Wolfett to make a little bit of a move. George Edgar needs to pull the pin now if he's going to retain his unbeaten record. Down to hairpin 1 they go.
Look how far Finlay Lyons has dropped back. He's now at the bottom. Here comes George Edgar with a Slim Shady round the outside. He sticks it. First one of the day at hairpin number 1. Sukmani Kira joins the lead group. She's already passed 1 driver. That puts her within 1 place of 1 point of Max Endicott. She's now tied with Max Endicott because she's gone past this. John Foley Jr. having the best race of his Kartmasters. The clock has struck 0. Louis Radcliffe brings the field across the line to start the last lap. Satmani Kira is now second in points. What can George Edgar do? He's got 1,300 metres.
Oh.
He's going to go round the outside. Oh, behave yourself,
kidding
George.
me.
Behave yourself. Brilliant. Outstanding from George Edgar. Down the hill, he's still undefeated, Andrew Mather.
He is indeed. Here comes Freddie Wood. He's the latest one to throw it round the outside. That didn't work. He didn't get the grip on the mid part of the corner. Stays in fourth place. Charlie Wolfett still second. George Edgar has had to fight for every inch of this PF International circuit. We're still in the qualifying heats. We're not even on to finals day yet, but this is a show of strength for George Edgar. Into the Mike Wilson complex. Is he going to join Chester Forks as a three-time heat winner so far here this weekend? I think he is. What a brilliant display from the number 2 British seed, who could be winning the GP plate tomorrow if he performs like that. George Edgar will be on pole position for the first of the super heats tomorrow, and he's still got it. Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. I'm going to get ahead of myself, Henry. He still has one race to go. As long as he finishes in the top 12,
yes,
he will be on pole position for a super heat tomorrow. That was a very, very impressive drive from George Edgar. Lesser drivers, when they'd fallen down to fourth, would have kept falling. That just was for George Edgar, that was the point at which he just lit up and went, right, now we need to kick it into another gear.
George Edgar, out of the kart, one of the most softly spoken kids in this paddock. He does all his talking in the seat. That was move of the event so far. Drive of the event so far, well, talk about John Foley Jr. for the Daily Motorsport team in 7th position there. Finley Lines drops back to 10th. Sam Mott, a good result for Sam Mott in 11th. Rocco Shenton, Rocco, it's now a case of just drive, learn, use this event as an example of how to not lose your cool when things are just gone badly wrong.
There's the scene in the Weybridge building. Charlie Wolfett with things to think about there. Now, how does this leave the intermediate scores? Edgar, 0. The one of 2 drivers. Apologies, George, who is unbeaten at this stage of the event. Max Endicott currently holds 2nd place on 13 points. Now, Max did not compete in that one. This was his sit-out point of the day. We will see both of those top 2 race later on. At the moment, they would be your pole position holders for 2 super heats tomorrow. Samani Kira could still get her hands on one of those spots if Max Endicott does not win the 6th and final X30 Junior heats that'll be later on in the early evening. Richardson currently in 4th place on 16, Clark 21, Radcliffe 21, that's a good drive for the young man from Preston in central Lancashire. Freddie Wood 7th, George House 8th, Finley Lines 9th and Jacob Backler 10th. That's how they stand as things are currently. That provisional results though will be ratified in due course. In the meantime, we will head on to our next heat, which will be heat number 5 for senior Rotax. This will be a B versus C race in terms of the groups from timed qualifying earlier on today. And we've got 10 more races to go for all of the categories, all 7 categories here this weekend. And well, the situation for senior Rotax going into this one off the back of their first 4 heats. We saw Freddie Lloyd take the win earlier on this morning. And for all of the latest results, head across to motorsport-timing.co.uk. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch. She's with George Edgar.
George Edgar, this means that you've now won all your heats so far this weekend. That must be making you feel really confident as the weekend gets more intense.
Yeah, as the weekend goes on, the pressure just builds up and up and up going into tomorrow's finals, but it's going very strong so far. We've managed to win all 3 heats and just one more to go tonight, so hopefully we can finish off the heats with a clean sweep.
Now, that heat made you work, though. The move that got you back into the lead, though, was around the outside at the bowl. Tell us what the thought process was there, because you must have some serious confidence to pull that off in a heat here at Kartmasters.
Yeah, I think Kartmasters is one of those events where you've just got to go for it, and that's what I did, and we come out on top, so it's very good.
Now, the last Edgar to win a GP plate was Justin Edgar back in 2004. Do you think he can be the next one?
Yeah, hopefully. It's not been a very successful race for us as a family, but hopefully we can turn that around this weekend.
Exactly that, George. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heard it here first. George Edgar is going to change the Edgar look this weekend here at Kartmasters. Just in time, karts are going. Let's get back to the racing.
Thank you very much, Ceol. Let's get ready for race number 31. This is Senior Rotac's 5th heat of this Kartmasters race meeting, and we'll have Finley Jones on pole position for this one. Joshua Turnbull alongside on the front row. Matteo Palazzo and Adam Wooden, they go from row number 2. Jared Fox-Whiteley and Charles Green go from row number 3. Matthew So and Joshua Smith start on 4, with Mikey Walker, very popular with our audience, will start on row number 5 alongside Miles Barthorpe. Row 6, Miles Roby and Harry Bartle. Row 7, Benjamin Lee and Lucas Howell. Howson Crowther and Joshua Graham go from row number 8. Bran van der Wecken and Louis Westover on row 9. Charlie King and Eva Morris start inside the top 20 on row 10. Eli Baden and Alfie Litter go from row 11. Declan Luff and Arthur Brownless on row 12. Ollie Goodyear and Lloyd Hare, they go from row 13. It's Jack Thompson and Bailey Heath on row 14. Ewan Sharman and Austin Johnston from 15. And then Taylor England starts on row 16 alongside Yusuf Al-Ali. This is going to be a tense race once again for all of these drivers. No Freddie Lloyd in this one. This is the race where our current event leader sits out, or at least was leader at the overnight stage last night. A bit of a different sight on the front row there. The Liam Atkin Racing 123 of Finley Jones. What are we about to see in this one then? We are lights green on our screen. 10 minutes plus 1 lap underway. Good start for the Senior Rotax drivers through the first few corners. Nice and clean. Jones leads. Now, has someone got a loose exhaust straight away? It sounds like we've gone a bit old school out there.
Someone was sounding very, very throaty.
Very raspy.
And we'll soon find out who that is. Oh yes, it's in the middle, towards the middle and the back of the pack. Somebody has got an exhaust that is no longer doing what an exhaust is designed to do. Out of the Fullerton S's, down the straight. There's a couple of the Jack Decks. There's Harry Bartle having to fight up from, where was he on the grid? Well, he was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. He was 11th at the start, and he will come across the line in 8th position on lap number 1.
Hearing in my ear, it might be the number 24 of Miles Roby that may have the loose exhaust. It's coming from that area of the order.
Roby's 15th at the moment. Let's have a look. Lead change. Joshua Turnbull. Joshua Turnbull is quietly amassing a rather impressive series of race results, to the point where he is currently 3rd in the standings. That was before he made that last move. Let's go on board with Harry. Is this no Harry Barthorpe? We were chasing the number 77.
Miles Barthorpe. I think
it's Miles Barthorpe in the number 178 car for Sam Pollitt Racing. He is.
Cool.
That is the number 49 car, Declan Luff, who is about to retire with a very wibbly-wobbly nose cone. There's a move for the race lead. Jared Fox-Whiteley passing Josh Turnbull. Turnbull and Fox-Whiteley are currently 3rd and 4th in points. We talk about the big names, and then we talk about the ones that are just flying under the radar ever so slightly. Occasionally, drivers that fly under the radar are the drivers who end up winning because they just take their time.
And keep it clean out there. There's
Yes.
the 347 of Adam Wooden for Thule Motorsport, having a good scrap with Harry Bartle, last year's national runner-up in senior Rotax. That was a good move from Harry Bartle up to P5. Jones starting to fight back as well. Out of the final corner, end of lap number 3. Fox Whiteley from Turnbull, Smith, Palazzo, Bartle, Jones, Wooden, Green, Graham, and Lucas Howell. Good to see Lucas on the move. Up 4 places so far in this race. Louis Westover as well, as there. Declan Love retires from the race. Louis Westover needing a big one here.
Yes.
I think I'm right in saying was disqualified from his previous race. I thought I saw that as one of the notifications that came in on the documents. I'll just check. Yeah, race disqualification from the 4th heat. So
causing a collision.
Yeah, that's not good news for Louis Westover. Needs some more points on the board.
Yes, not points on his licence. Here we go. And there's the change at the front. Now, who's this? Joshua Smith. This is a race without Bishop, without Lloyd. You've got a bunch of drivers that have sort of played second fiddle in a way. Harry Bartle moving up through the pack, but this is a reminder that it's not just about 2 or 3 drivers in this class. There is a whole host of potential winners. You've got Turnbull, Fox Whiteley, Josh Smith, Matteo Palazzo. Round the outside goes the second of the Jack's carts. Here comes Harry Bartle. Oh, and somebody was slowing there on the exit. That was... I'm trying to see who that was slowing down. Turnbull is back in front. Where has Jared Fox Whiteley gone? The answer is he's back to 4th. Now he tries to cut back. And we're on board with Miles Barthorpe. And so there's Bomber Smith getting his elbows out. There's a bit of finger wagging going on there between Bartle and Turnbull. That might be Bartle saying to Turnbull, just drive, go. I don't want any part of this and at all. Who would want to be part of this right now?
And
lots
two
of
drivers who are not in this race, just to know that both Macaulay Bishop and Freddie Lloyd, to the questions in the chat, they're sitting this one out. Ceol Lynch, what can you see from trackside?
Thank you very much. Well, the battle's going on out front, but as the racing gets more hectic towards the back too, it is seriously heating up. Declan Love has had to come in after some antics at the back. Miles Roby there, dropped back at the start, but we are seeing him now start to work through the pack, so I don't think he's got too much mechanical damage on that kart. Meanwhile, though, let's get back to the racing. What's happening back at the front?
Well, the answer is, Ceol, is that Harry Bartle is contemplating. He's pondering a move on Josh Turnbull for the race lead. He doesn't want to ponder too long because Jared Fox Whiteley, who's not one for pondering, is making his way back towards the lead battle. This is Josh Smith for the KX UK team. Great to see new team this year run by Curtis Gregory. Curtis Gregory, who ran Dan Ginchard to a historic double British Junior title back in 2020, I want to say 2021, 2022 for the Argenti Motorsport team. Here comes Josh Graham. And Josh Graham passing Adam Wooden. And that puts the number 8 KR Sports machine into 6th position. Wooden back to 7th. Finley Jones is there in 8th. Then you've got Harrison Crowther. Now, Harrison Crowther said that he messed up qualifying. I paraphrase. He used another word, but I don't want his mum to call him Harrison Paul, because only when he's naughty does he get called Harrison Paul.
Oh, middle name.
Yeah, that's how naughty. Harrison Paul. But Harrison is up into 10th place ahead of Benjamin Lee. Miles Barthorpe, our camera cart, is 12th. Lucas Howell, leading privateer in the race, number 99. Now, is that a privateer? That is a true privateer, Lucas Howell. Or what? There's a move. Bomber Smith. Whoa, to the inside of Matteo Palazzo, and that puts Joshua Smith in 4th position. Finley Jones now getting run a little bit wide. The Liam Atkin Racing entry down the hill comes the 3 leaders, and it is now a lead trio, Turnbull and Bartle. I said that Jared Fox Whiteley wasn't one for pondering, and Harry Bartle knows this, and he makes his move accordingly.
Good stuff there from Harry Bartle, but still plenty of time to go in this race. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Ewan Sharman up 15 positions, make that 16 positions. Unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be an interview this time for Mikey Walker. It's not what the fan club wanted. He's down to 20th place. Matthew Ceol also having a tricky race in this one.
Thank you for requesting driver interviews. We are now. You can request to interview all the drivers you want. We're not going off what we hear on the live chat for driver interviews at this stage at Kartmasters. It's going to be done purely on story and results based, as Matteo Palazzo gets driven up the banking there. That was Adam Wooden making the move off the bridge. Here comes Turnbull. Bartle defends. That nose cone on Jared Fox-Whiteley's kart looks a little bit on the cave. Yes, in second hand, I think would be the answer. In fourth position, loose, yes. But it is now a Jax Motorsport 1-2 on the road.
Indeed.
Yeah, out of the Mike Wilson complex. On to start-finish straight. Fourth position, Josh Graham. Then it's Smith in fifth. Wooden, Jones, Palazzo, Crowther and Charles Green round out your top 10. 1 minute plus change to go.
Yes, I'm just thinking, because we've seen quite a few front fairing penalties this weekend. Air temperatures 22 degrees. A little bit different to what we had at Kimbolton a couple of weeks ago, isn't it?
What's that, sorry?
A little bit cooler this weekend. A few more front fairing penalties coming in this weekend when the temperatures are not in the mid-30s.
Yes, strange that, because nose cones no longer live on roofs of awnings. Yeah, strange that.
Watch on Wednesday.
Watch Bump Draft next Wednesday to find out as we unpick the current nose cone debate. If you want your driver to be interviewed, then you simply tell your driver to find us in the paddock show and watch the paddock show. So there we go. It's all well and good saying interview so-and-so, interview so-and-so. Well, tell so-and-so to come and find us during the paddock show, and you get their interview that way.
15 seconds on the clock, so there'll be 2 more laps for this one. Harry Bartle finished his British Champs season last year with a great result to take that number 2 plate at this very circuit.
Yes.
As Matthew Higgins took the title. We'll hear from last year's GP plate, or previous GP plate winner in previous years earlier on, is not here this weekend. He did a little teaser for us. There was some people thinking he might be here, but I think he's racing somewhere else this weekend. I did see his dad, though. David doesn't probably know this. I had to pop up at Donington Park very briefly on my way up here, and I was like, that's a Matty Higgins Driver Academy shirt. That's a David Higgins in there. Stood at Melbourne Hairpin. Anyway, time is up. Final lap board is going to be out. Harry Bartle still leads this race from Jared Fox-Whiteley. They look over their shoulders in unison there, the Jax Motorsport pair. And, they've got a good gap to Joshua Turnbull. He might have a bit of an issue with Joshua Graham finishing this race quite quickly. Graham has just set the fastest lap of the heat so far.
Now, Josh Graham does not appear in the top 10 in points. Josh Turnbull, P4. So, Turnbull, well, I tell you who is potentially having a good points race, but he needs to gain. Harrison Crowther is up to P6 in the race. That puts Harrison Crowther P5 in points. He's not going to get any further because the lead group are clear, but here are the top 5. It's going to be a Jax Motorsport 1-2 finish. Harry Bartle and Jared Fox-Whiteley. That is a banner result for the Jax Motorsport team. Well done. Then Turnbull, Graham and Smith, Crowther, Wooden, Jones, Palazzo and Cheesy Green.
Game on.
Yes.
For pole position when we get to the last senior road tax heat. That will be the last race of the day at 6 o'clock. And, well, the reason why, Bishop leads in the points on 2, Bartle on 4. Not a lot of space between them. They both race again at 6 o'clock, so do be with us for that.
Excellent.
Here on Alpha Live. The drivers will return to Parc Fermé, go through the mandatory checks. And Harry Bartle will be very happy with that indeed. That gives him results so far this week of second, and first. Not bad at all. Jared Fox-Whiteley P2, Joshua Turnbull P3, Joshua Graham, Joshua Smith in the mini Joshua class there, third through fifth place, ahead of Harrison Crowther. Up 9 spots into the top 6. Adam Wood and Finley Jones, Matteo Palazzo, Charles Green all in the top 10, Miles Barthorpe and Lucas Howell on page 2. Ewan Charman, Louis Westover and Benjamin Lee in the top 15. Lloyd Hare, Miles Roby, Mikey Walker take us to 18th. Charlie King, Bran van der Wacken inside the top 20. Eli Badden, Alfie Litter, Jack Thompson and Arthur Brownless take us to 24th. Last of those inside the top 25 was Ollie Goodyear, Matthew So, Eva Morris, Bailey Heath, Austin Johnson, Taylor England and Yusuf Al-Ali. The 31 finishers, one-timers in that race was Declan Love.
Now we're going to have a guest popping in to do the next race. Some Rotax karting royalty in the form of United Arab Emirates' most capped international Rotax driver, Tony Hogg. I have to say, Charlie Longmans, I love your spirit, because he's saying at 6. Mikey Walker, when Mikey Walker has fans like that, then brilliant. Charlie Longman says at 6 o'clock, Jesus will appear in the form of Mikey Walker driving the number 32 Jack's Motorsports kart. That's absolutely fantastic. Now, joining me in the commentary box, first I'm Tony Hogg. Tony, you have you're over here from the United Arab Emirates, which is where you now live. We talk a lot about how karting is for kids and how you've got to, if you want to be successful in kart racing, you've got to start when you're 6 years old.
Yeah.
You have how many times have you been to the grand finals?
11 times.
11 times. Yeah. Okay, so that's 11 times he's been picked to race for the team United Arab Emirates. When did you start karting? How old were you when you started karting?
Yeah, the tender age of 48.
So exactly. So we're 48 plus 11 years. No, but it's serious. You got into this sport not because you had dreams of being a Formula 1 driver, because you wanted to push yourself competitively, personally, and enjoy a hobby that becomes something that you can take seriously and do at a very high level.
Yeah, I think the thing for me was I was always competitive in sports, whether it be...
Semi-professional footballer growing up?
Yeah. And played at that level till I was about 31, I guess. Did other things. I played cricket at quite a good standard, but I did rowing as well.
Yeah.
And as I got a bit older, the knees weren't as good as they used to be, so I needed to find a sport. Yeah, and I really just stumbled into karting, to be quite honest. I went somewhere, they were selling a second-hand kart. It was an old B-Land 4-stroke.
Excellent.
Jumped in. Thought it was amazing. Somebody in Dubai sort of mentioned to me that perhaps, maybe we can start racing, give it a go, and that was the beginning.
Okay, that was the beginning. We'll come back to the rest of your story very shortly, and you're going to stay on commentary, but Ceol Lynch at the moment is down with Harry Bartle.
Thank you, Henry. That's right. Harry Bartle returns to karting in 2025 with another heat win here at Kartmasters. Harry, at this stage in Kartmasters, the vibes change, it gets more intense on today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot harder doing 2 classes, physically and mentally. Had a pretty bad qualifying in this one, to be fair, so I started P11, but I just made my way forward as fast as I could. Then, by the end of the race, managed to get into the lead and worked together with my teammate Jared and managed to stay in the way.
Exactly, we saw on that one, Jared Fox-Whiteley was behind you. He did not go in, didn't even think about going in on that last lap. Is that strategy as a team, because you know how important tomorrow is?
Yeah, well, he had a nose, so I had to try and work together with him and try and obviously not block him and send him back, and it worked quite well for me also, so all good.
Thank you very much. We'll be seeing more of you in the rest of the classes today, so best of luck.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you to Ceol Lynch and to Harry Bartle. Here is your starting lineup. Race number 32 on the programme, Heat 7 for Junior Rotax. Finley Lyons and Cian Bernard. On row number 1, Harry Taylor and Albie Friend go from row number 2. Zach Turner and Fletcher Jameson go from row number 3. Alex Shepherd and Jack Robinson are next. Nathaniel Gray and Kartik Kometa round out the top 10. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Connor Large are next. Casper McAllister and Riley Murrow. John Richardson and James Fabricius. Tren Van Mellick and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. With Ewan House, Logan House, Hugo McCluskey, Marcel Poppercourt, Joseph Berkery, Max Douthwaite, Harry Harvey, Toby Farthing, Ronnie Smart, Aaron Berridge, Benjamin Lawn, Josh Cormack, and the final 2 rows through drivers Ian Campbell and Samir Paul. Marcel Poppercourt, let's not forget, in the aero suit. Liam O'Hanlon watching from back in the UAE, our current UAE Micromax champion recovering from a broken leg. Hope you're okay, Liam. Here we go, into the tram lines. Finley Lyons gets the jump at the start, and already someone squeezed wide one of the Strawberry Racing carts. Number 73, Connor Large, and they're stacking up on the banking. 3, 4 wide. Over the bridge we go. Down the hill, and for some of these drivers this is now their last chance to score points. And Junior Rotax, 66 entries, all 66 drivers go into the Superheat tomorrow morning, but then only the top 36 make it to the Grand Prix. Tony, you'll have been in the DD2 Masters division at the Rotax Grand Finals. There was the same situation where you had 72 qualifiers and only 36 drivers made the final. Now it's slightly different, but as a driver you are aware of things get a little bit more desperate, don't they, as the race goes on?
Yeah, of course, everyone's got their eyes on the main prize, which is to make the grand final. And obviously half the field are disappointed and go home early, and it's not a nice feeling, having been there myself. But yeah, as the week progresses, the weekend progresses, you're keen to get better results.
But it can be easy then when you think, oh my God, I've got to make up 10 places. So especially juniors can try and make up 10 places in, say, one corner, which, you know, doesn't necessarily end up with carts facing the right way. You have to be a little bit more circumspect. But that's where sort of age and experience comes into it as well. We're looking at some of these drivers aged 12 to 15. It is hectic, yeah. But it's no less hectic when you are slightly older. But you race against Rubens Barrichello. Ex-Ferrari Formula 1 driver. But you're racing against people who have businesses. They are, say, hobby carters, because that's doing you a disservice. But you are professionals in other areas of life, amateur racers, but you're still looking to do it at a high level. And that's where there are lots of karting parents in this paddock who are thinking to themselves, well, there's no point, I'd like to give it a go. Even when my son or daughter maybe stops racing, we've got all this equipment, why not? It's not as daunting as you may think, is it?
No, I would encourage anybody to jump in if they got the chance, dads and mums. It's the greatest sport on earth, to be quite honest. There's nothing quite like it. You don't get the same bang for your buck in other sports. The adrenaline is there, the precision is there, you know, the need to be careful and selective about when and how you make your moves. It's chess on 4 wheels, to be quite honest.
Chess on 4 wheels, and in the case of Junior Rotax, chess at 65 to 70 miles an hour. There, flashing through your screen, is Marcel Poppercourt, Kazia Natanek supporting there, and Albie Friend over the dirt, going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. There was Louis Radcliffe. Louis Radcliffe thought about a move. Albie Friend saw the move coming, thought, I don't want a part of this. Louis Radcliffe backed out of the move, but at the same time, Albie Friend is already taking evasive action. Now, Louis Radcliffe, he raced in the UAE at a round of the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Oh, that is not going to... That's Fletcher Jameson. Removing, I think it's safe to say, Harry Taylor. And... Harry Taylor now reacts on his teammate, And this is the difference where Harry Taylor, yeah, he did get removed, but you have to let the officials do their job. Don't then get angry and do something that you may regret, because you have been victimised already. You don't want to be then called the perpetrator of a subsequent issue, do you?
You know, it's a very emotive sport.
Yes.
Sometimes when those things happen, it's very difficult not to get a red mist. But you do need to stay in control, and you will always be able to come back if you just play your cards properly.
Yeah, and down the head, yeah, and into hairpin number 1. There's the PF plate of Zach Turner, and now the 182 of Cian Bernard is getting involved. He is the third kart in this group. Finley Lines has disappeared up the road, and this is something that you're familiar with, Tony. Everyone fighting over second place. The leader turns around and just waves bye-bye.
Yeah, and again, when the drivers have got their mind straight and they really understand that they're just letting the leaders get away, they should really stop fighting at this point. There's still time, and yeah, the more they fight amongst each other, the more the leaders are happy to just go away, of course.
Now, you race DD2 Masters, you're sort of trying to retire. Here's a look at the intermediate classification at the moment. Turner and Lines would be tied. Albie Friend, 1 point behind them. Albie Friend in the number 219 kart. Now, there'll be drivers that you're familiar with the names, having been at the grand finals a number of occasions. You've been here today. I keep talking about how British Rotax drivers are the envy of the world. They're amassing more global and international titles in Rotax karting than anyone else. Now do you see a bit why?
I do. So this is my debut at PF. I've never been to the track before. I've watched it online.
Oh, and that is an unaerodynamic number 13 kart. That is Logan Howes.
So what's clear, Henry, is that the level is in depth in these races from the front to the back. This is a bit of a one-off, of course. If I put my own opinion on it, it's a bit like cup football. You've got to get a result, and if you want to be there at the end, you need to survive these heats.
Yeah, survive and advance, and that is what Albie Friend has just done. He has advanced 2 positions in one corner, passing Fletcher Jameson and Cian Bernard. There's a very well-known documentary about the an American basketball team, North Carolina State Wolfpack, in the NCAA tournament. The coach said, "Look, survive and advance, survive and advance."
Yeah, it's a good adage, to be quite honest, particularly in this sport. Of course, everybody wants to be at the front. There's so little between all of the drivers from front to back. The smallest mistake, and as I understand it on this track particularly, you get punished for every little mistake that you make, given the nature of the circuit.
Yeah, the nature, 1,384 metres of slipstreamers heaven. Now, we're joined in the live chat by the current reigning UAE DD2 champion, Tyler Harris, a driver that you spent most of last year racing against, and this year on your sporadic appearances in a kart racing. Now, the UK don't have DD2 karts.
I would encourage them to get it, to be honest. I know it's a bit different, but
front
it's
brakes,
a good category.
Front brakes, 2-speed gearbox. They're known as Rotax's ultimate class. However, the thing that makes it better for the older driver and the taller driver. So we're talking about, oh dear, and that is 2 into 1 doesn't go. The number 85 kart, Alex Shepherd, goes behind. Oh, that's a novel way of getting back on track. But the DD2 category, it's better. The weight limit is slightly higher. So if you are a taller driver, now it's getting a little bit. Now at least they had the decency to pick each other's cards up.
Some hocus pocus going on there.
Yeah, Samia Paul was one of those drivers. Desperation does start to kick in. Ceol Lynch has got an update for us. What's going on, Ceol?
Thank you very much, boys. It's looking like this heat sees a complete turnaround once again for Finley Lines. We've got Stuart Lines here, Finley's dad. We're going to see if we can quickly catch a word on his thoughts. Stuart Lines, would you be able to say a quick word to the broadcast here? Finley Lines, after his day yesterday, he must be making you really proud with how much he's come back today.
Yeah, he's done amazing, but he looks like he's getting caught at the minute. But I don't know, he seems a bit nervous in the lead, but he's better at chasing for sure, you know. So
Well, we saw that yesterday.
let's hope he hangs on. But they're with him, but there's 2 laps to go. Let's see if he can hang on.
Exactly that. Let's get back to the racing.
Thank you, Ceol. Thank you, Stuart. Well, I tell you what else is hanging on, and that's Cian Bernard's rear bumper. Finley Lines may have one fewer rival to worry about coming up because Lines' bumper is just about, well, I'll be friend to the inside. And that is a repeat of what we saw at Le Mans last week. Finley Lines leading, Albie Friends eventually making his way through to take the victory. Cian Bernard. Now, I'm looking, there's the technical flag. Technical flag 182, Cian Bernard. Race over. That is heartbreaking, but you have to remember, this is where discipline. Karting teaches you discipline, believe it or not. Cian Bernard hasn't seen the flag yet. He will see it once, and then it'll be interesting to see whether he just moves out of the way, because Lines and Fletcher Jameson are right there. He looks over his shoulder just as he crossed the start-finish line. I wonder if he must have seen. He'll say he didn't, but he is still defending, which tells me he hasn't seen. And of course,
also has he had the time to come in if he only just saw the signal on the last lap?
Well, no, the flag has just gone out. So
Right.
of course, as he was crossing the start finish line, he was looking over his shoulder to see where Finley Lines was. However, as you know, every driver has a mechanic that they get signals off, and even yourself, you ran with Danny Brand Racing for many, many years, and of course, he would be giving you signals. You know, you're not a kid, but you are still a driver. Now let's see where Cian Bernard peels into the pits. No, he doesn't. Right, this is where we're coming to the end of this one. Cian Bernard. That's going to be a problem because he's going to get DQ'd from the results, even though he finishes second on the road. Albie Friend takes the victory. Cian Bernard, he'll come in and his car won't pass scrutineering, and that'll be a technical DQ, which will put him 32nd.
Wow.
If he came in the lap before, if he saw it, then he would finish 30th. And, of course, you know, that does make a difference. Simon Crook has messaged in saying Harrison Crook's got a new DD2 in the UK. As you the viewers look at the results, tell us a little bit about what is a DD2 kart, Tony, and the differences between a senior Rotax and what you race.
Yeah, so direct drive, obviously. The gear ratio can be changed depending on the track layout. You have paddle shifters, first and second. You tend to use a lot of engine braking in the DD2 in the braking zone, so it's almost simultaneous, but probably just a quick crash down in the box to use the engine braking, and then because you've got front brakes as well, you need to get all your braking done in a straight line. You can't really trail brake them through because the axle is so solid. You don't really get the inner wheel sort of jacking as you would do on a senior.
Yep.
So it's a slightly different driving style. However, I think it is the ideal step into gearbox, whether you're going to go KZ or even into cars. You just get the basics of how to use the gears and the gearbox.
No, and you're here just to have a look round. I know that you took in a bit of cricket recently, and you're here to see, I imagine, family and friends from the UK. You've been based out in the UAE for some time.
Yeah, 25 years. Almost.
25 years. You are now obviously. What does a driver do? And this is a question that, maybe not these kids would understand, but other drivers and parents. So when your driving career is sort of, you can see the final checkered flag in terms of as a driver, not too far in the future.
Yeah.
And you want to stay in the sport. Now, I know that you've done a little bit of looking into stewarding and race directing, but also podcasting.
Yeah,
we've got the Bump Draft podcast here, but the UAE hasn't got a podcast about karting yet.
Yeah, so I've got it pretty much on the agenda. That's
Yep, pretty much on the agenda. Yes.
Yeah, so that's really why I'm here, is to try and understand what it will take to make a meaningful podcast. I think there would be some call for it and a decent audience. The idea is to look at the whole ecosystem, not necessarily just focus on the racing.
Yep.
Because I think there's some good stories in the paddock, be it teams, be it parents, be it mechanics and marshals. I think there's a real mix of fun info that you can get.
Well, yeah, and obviously I do the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. At the presentation evening this year, we looked at the amount of nationalities. In the one championship, 50 different nationalities represented. The United Arab Emirates, it is a multicultural cosmopolitan area. You've got the UAE IAMI series and you've got the Rotax series. You've got some great facilities and some great characters. What I have learned from being part of the Bump Draft podcast is that you don't just focus on certain championships, certain racing. You look at the sport as a whole and you come up with some discussion points that get people talking. And when people start talking about karting, that's a good thing. Silence is karting's biggest enemy.
Yeah, I think it was used as a weapon in the past, the silence, the hocus pocus and what's going on in the paddock and that kind of thing. And I think when you're new to the sport, if there was a podcast that you could tune into and try and understand the whole ecosystem, then I think it's useful.
It is useful. I'll tell you what else is useful. Speaking to a race winner, which is what Ceol Lynch is doing now. Albie Friend is with her.
We're possibly rolling, might be having some slight technical difficulties, so apologies if there's a delay within the stream. Albie Friend, you found yourself winning your second heat of the day. Looking towards tomorrow, you must be feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, feeling confident. The speed's been very good today, and yeah, it's been a good day for me.
At the start there, Lyons was leading that race. There was quite the gap between the two of you, but you did manage to close that quite quickly within those last couple of laps. Were you confident that that was what you were able to do?
Yeah, obviously I led in the race before. Same happened to me. The track's very slippy when you're in front because there's a lot of grass on the track. Yeah, so I just had to try as hard as I can, and then I got into the lead.
Exactly that. Well done. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
All right, we've seen one half of action from Junior Rotax. Let's head to the next.
Here we go. Race number 8. This is it for Junior Rotax. Andrew Mather joining me back in the commentary box. Gold Chain Charlie and Braith Murdoch on the front row of the grid. Finley Smith and Ellis Bell, the Tiny Carter, on row number 2. The closer, Cole Denham and Ryan Rapini on row number 3. Teddy Cooper and the Farmer, Tom Reed on row number 4. Logan Hartshon and Tobias Johns, row 5. Sebastian Chowan Clark, Charles Kitely are next. Then it's Kevin Ivanov, Louis Ratcliffe, Harry Holland, Theo Bradshaw, Aidan Clark and Joe Neal, with Max Boxall, Oliver Fabricius, Jack Beasley, Harrison Bishop, Ryan White and Alex Lynn. Jensen Powers, Odysseus Hole, Pierce Whitehead, Harvey Sargison, Adam Joditis and Shay Hilton. Blake Southern, no Luan Seidel. A lot of response coming in on the thought of a podcast, a UAE-based karting podcast. A lot of people from the United Arab Emirates karting firmament are tuning in as we watch. Hello to Liam O'Hanlon. 8 weeks after breaking his leg, Liam tested a kart recently as he tries to get to the grand. He's going for the grand finals. He now has to get fit for the grand finals. Tyler Harris, the reigning DD2 UAE champion, and his dad Simon also watching. So let's have a look. Ellis Bell from row number 2. Let us know in the comments whether you'd be interested in a karting podcast based out in the UAE. We've got one in the UK, we've got one in South Africa, one in the USA, and we've got a kart in the grass before the start line. That was a Zip Factory kart. I would assume it was Theo Bradshaw who is gonna get underway. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we did just witness a cone getting hit. Another innocent cone getting hit by a kart. Hate to see it. Andrew Mather's lost for words. I am.
What can you say?
As a Club 100 aficionado, Cones are karting's lifeblood. Just we'll move on. Let's not upset everyone.
I say I can't get too upset. I've definitely had a few myself over the years.
That's cone accidents, not had a few drinks while he's been off here, ladies and gentlemen.
Only at the Club 100 Awards.
Only at the Club 100 Awards night, yes.
10 minutes plus 1 lap for Junior Rotax. Heat 8. The last one before tomorrow's first of all super heats, and then the big one. Who's going to be getting through to that 36 strong field for Sunday's Grand Prix? Well, this race will help us work out who is going there and who's going to need to do some work tomorrow morning. Charlie Wolfett controls the pace round the final corner. It'll be over to race director and race starter for this one, Dan Ashton. Nigel's popped off for a cup of tea, maybe. And we are going to get this one going at the second time of asking. 10 minutes plus 1 lap. Very good start for Braith Murdoch. He's going to try to go around the outside of Charlie Wolfett.
I'm not sure if that was too
good a start
for Braith Murdoch. He anticipated. There's anticipation, and then there's jumping. I'm not sure if Braith Murdoch crossed the start-finish line before the pole sit of Charlie Wolfett. Kai from Buckmore. Kai, who I was at TKM Buckmore Park last week, he said, I told him he'd have to come and say hi to me on the live chat, and he has done. So hello to Kai Racing 21. This is a long way from Buckmore Park and the Access Karting Festival from last weekend. However, this is the British Kart Grand Prix, and there is a move from Blake Southern, who has already gained, I'm going to count them round, he's already gained 9 places. Oh, Joe Neal, the Uptonsteel sponsored driver, at his own event has not started because he was involved in an accident earlier. He was the driver that you pointed at your wrist.
Yeah.
Because he clipped a cart that was spinning and jackknifed the cart round, which of course jackknifes the steering wheel, and if you don't let go of the steering wheel, it takes your wrists with you. There is a move. Braith Murdoch back into top spot. Charlie Wolfett second. Finley Smith up to the inside of Wolfett. They got previous. And the number 722. Joe Neal is going to go out. The Uptonsteel. He's having a look. Is he allowed out? He's in the repair area. And there's Gary and... No, that's not Gary and Gary. There's one Gary. There's Gary Walker on the right looking down. There's not a lot being said, and he's sort of waiting to be given an instruction. That's the Uptonsteel sponsored driver.
Side by side between the first couple of corners, Cole Denham on the attack. Great to see Cole Denham back in action here at Kartmasters. And, with that move, we'll be up to P5 now. That was him getting past Ryan Rapini. Ryan's got a lot of support in the chat. Here we go for the race lead. In comes Finley Smith, trying to go around the outside of Ellis Bell. That's a door that might close. Gets back on circuit. Charlie Wolfett slips down the inside of Braith Murdoch. Takes the race lead.
LR Designs, PB. You're going to have to give me a full name. I announced on your Rotax Racing Club event at Santa Maria in Northern California earlier this month, and I cannot remember. LR Designs, PB. Full name in, then I shall tell your story about when I went to the world's oldest, longest running kart track in history, Santa Maria in Northern California. Here comes Ellis Bell under the bridge, and he sits behind. The race leader, Charlie Wolfett, and yes, Bell and Wolfett have had a coming together this weekend. So Ellis Bell now needs to understand Charlie Wolfett will know that it's Ellis Bell behind him, and he will not be inclined to make it easy for Ellis Bell. And Ellis Bell knows, I've had one incident with you, I don't want to make it two.
No.
Let's have a look. Blue Max running 2:06. Okay. That was not at Santa Maria Kart. That was at Davis, Northern California, where they run the 2:06 Briggs engines, which is the sort of America's version of our Honda.
Yeah.
You know, 4-stroke, low cost, great close racing, have to say. Ralphie Smith is online. He's going to be joining us in the commentary box tomorrow. Ceol Lynch has some information.
Thank you very much. Like you saw there at the beginning, the start to this race saw 2 non-starters, which was Joe Neal and Luan Ceol. Joe Neal's mechanic has managed to get him back out on track for the remainder of this one, so he's going to be playing catch-up. Luke Ceol, unfortunately, that's it for this one.
Yes, so part of my Northern California tour of May took me to a place called Blue Max Kart Club in Davis, California, which, I mean, that's grassroots karting. Great bunch of people. I met a gentleman Jim Walsh, I think his name was, who's been running a 100 Super Libre for 30 years at the same club. He's an ex-Vietnam veteran from the 101st Airborne Division, and the club allow him to race. There's no one else racing 100 Formula A in Northern California anymore, apart from gentleman Jim Walsh. And the club, Blue Max Kart Club in Davis, California, allow him to just join. They say, gentlemen Jim, you can race wherever you want. You've been doing this for 30 years, you've served our country, and you can carry on racing. And that is grassroots karting that I love that so much. Yeah, exactly. I tell you what else I like. Ellis Bell making a clean as a whistle move for the race lead, and Charlie Wolfit's out in second. Speaking of clean as a whistle, that's not this. Here we go. A schmozzle of karts, and
Sebastian Chow-Clark coming through all of that and up into P8. Off into the wall goes the number 64.
Charles
Kitely, and that could be costly. That's a driver who was 49th overnight, needed some big scores. Who else went off in all of that? Blake Southern, who was hacking from the back after a poor qualifying earlier on this morning. And, well, in a way, I was about to ponder, why has Joe Neal gone back out there, you may ask? Joe Neal was right on the bubble last night.
Yes.
He's gone back out just in case something like that happens. He's 3 laps back, but he will pick some of those off. He will get some better points on the board versus just sitting in the pit lane and not doing any laps. And they could be so crucial points for Joe Neal to potentially get into the big race on Sunday.
Yes, here's Amrit Atwal. I do remember you, Amrit Atwal, from the 2024 O-Plate. We were doing it together, Andrew Mather. Amrit Atwal from Wilton Mill back in the days. Oh, there is Charles Kitely. Now, Joe Neal, currently 31st. We'll follow this up, ladies and gentlemen, because Joe Neal, this is why you shouldn't ever give up. If there's a chance of you completing another lap, complete it. Here comes Charlie Wolfit, new leader, and Ellis Bell and Charlie Wolfit. This is showing, well, I don't speak too early. There's the move for the lead. Onboard camera, move for the lead. Take a bow, Ellis Bell. I was going to say, yesterday, yes, these two collided. Today, there has to be more give and take.
Yeah.
You know, somebody has got to swallow their pride and say, okay, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. And the other person has got to swallow their pride and go, do you know what? It's okay. It happens. I've done it before. I know where you've been. So that's fine. And now we've got to kiss and make up, work together, because if they carry on having tit for tat, and getting touchy, then they just eliminate themselves from contention. It's about bigger than just whether you get on with one driver or not.
It's indeed 1 minute and 45 seconds to go in this one. Bit of a separation of the top 4 now, plus 5 second penalty for Theo Bradshaw has just come up on our screens. There's his teammate Harry Holland. He's on another change for the lead. Wolfit momentarily gets it ahead of Bell, but Bell reads that brilliantly.
I think both those drivers have been under strict instructions, you know, right, you will not carry on yesterday's sort of
shenanigans,
and they're not. This is excellent driving. Put it into the context of the event. That these two collided. Ellis Bell got a penalty. Charlie Wolfett not happy. Now they're forced race back and forth. Okay, we're not at the last lap yet, and things might change, but they have raced perfectly. So two mature young adults, and yes, I said the words mature, young, and adult in the same sentence as the word Charlie Wolfett and Ellis Bell, and I'm joking, but you know they are. You know, we joke about that Charlie's one of the older junior road tax drivers, yeah, but he's still 15, turning 16. You know. Now Ellis Bell checks over his shoulder, looks across to see where his dad Graham or the Ultima R team are. If there's any signals, if there's Charlie Wolfett remains focused behind them. Cole Denham, Braith Murdoch and Kevin Ivanov. Great drive for Kevin Ivanov, who's just set the fastest lap of the race for the Cato Motorsports team. 58.11. And we've got 10 seconds to go. What's going on in the points? Andrew Mather, well, the answer is not a great amount.
No, Albie Friend on for pole position in the first of the super heats. Finlay Lyons will be the pole sitter in the second of them. Wolfett won't gain too much in terms of tomorrow's super heats if he does win this race, and maybe that's one of the factors as well, that he knows that the extra 2-point deduction on his intermediate score will still be on the outside of row number 1 for one of the super heats. Just playing this nice and calmly at the moment. Here's Ivanov down the inside of Murdoch. That is 4th place, going the way of the former Honda Cadet driver. Racing in the, almost like, do we consider that an old school Red Bull helmet now? Because that's the kind of helmet design Red Bull drivers used to have when they first took over from the Jaguar Racing team in 2005.
Yes, and your crash helmet had to look like a can of Red Bull.
Yeah, unless your name was David Coulthard.
Unless your name was David Coulthard. But I mean, I did say at the start of last year, and it was missed upon, it was just after Christian Horner left the team. It was a case of, Kevin Ivanov, why you got a Red Bull crash helmet? They're not sponsoring you. Give them a call. Give Red Bull a call. I said, actually, no, only text them, because they tend to text those. They tend to check the text messages. But then Christian Horner left the team, so probably give them a call now is the better option.
Moving swiftly on. Change for second place. Cole Denham's now ahead of Charlie Wolfett and the rest.
Penalties incoming. Max Boxall, 5 seconds. Pierce Whitehead, 5 seconds. Theo Bradshaw, 5 seconds. But we have got not long to go. There's going to be another 5 seconds there, I'm sure. But the checkered flag is coming out for Ellis Bell. The camera cart wins again.
And wins it by 7/10 of a second. Cole Denham second. Charlie Wolfett third. Kevin Ivanov and Sebastian John Clark in the top 5. Good drive as well there from Harry Holland. We talked about it yesterday in terms of personal bests at a Kartmasters heading into this weekend. Harry Holland's 47th in 2024. Well, at this rate, that record's going.
You might want to take
Harry
the 4
Holland.
off.
Yeah.
You might want to take the 7 off. But because he was 9th there, 47th, top 10 contender, legit for Harry Holland. Here is your unofficial top 6. Another good drive from Sebastian Chowan Clark in 5th position. Braith Murdoch will possibly be howling mad when the stewards have had a little look at that last move. Tom Reed, Finley Smith, the rest. There's Max Boxall, Theo Bradshaw also getting a penalty further back. Harrison Bishop. Now, we had a good chat with Harrison. Now, Harrison Bishop, he's got something to do with Botsfield Nutrition. Watch the Paddock Show, you'll understand. See. There we go.
There's the view on board with your race winner. We'll be heading through those and onto those scales in a moment. There's Charlie Wolfett, who I think will be content with that 3rd place. How does that leave the scores? Well, as things stand, Albie Friend, top of the pile. 2 points from all of the heats over the last 2 days. Finlay Lyons second on 9. Zach Turner 10. Charlie Wolfett 18. Fletcher Jameson 5th on 21, and then Cian Bernard on 27. Ewan House and Ellis Bell, 28 and 29 points respectively for them. Luca Holmes-Ballack and Harry Holland complete the top 10 in junior Rotax. They are the first class to know who will be starting where for the super heats tomorrow. So if you are particularly following this class, they will be back on Grand Prix Sunday. And the time to be exact for when they will be out again for their super heats will be 10:50 and 11:10 tomorrow morning. They will be in 12-minute plus 1 lap races when we get to those super heats tomorrow. So well done to all of our junior Rotax drivers. That is their qualifying heats complete. We'll next move to the highest number of drivers in a class in the senior category. Senior X30 are up next. Similarly, this will be an A versus C race first, and then a B versus D race for those groups determined by timed qualifying earlier this morning. Races number 34 and 35 on your programs if you're watching around the circuit. Do check out the printed program as well. We mentioned this yesterday. It's great that Kartmasters and Trent Valley Kart Club still doing a printed program. You don't often have it these days, but particularly to commemorate this 30th edition of Kartmasters. Some great pictures in there. The Roll of Honour all the way back to the very first Kartmasters. Big thanks to all of our sponsors as well and supporters of this year's race. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Ceol Lynch.
Ellis Bell, the heat win for you. You controlled that one quite well. That was strategic. Talk us through the last couple of laps of that one.
Yeah, I got to the end point of the race where I was never going to be fastest, so I know I just had to defend properly and defend well, and I did.
A few of the drivers have spoke about kind of tricky track conditions at this stage in the day. What do you think?
Yeah, it just gets to a point where you get to the front and you're never going to be the fastest. Like, the fastest person will never win the race, so you just have to be good at controlling the race.
Looking ahead till tomorrow, what's important?
Win the final.
Thank you very much. Well, with that said, let's head on to the racing.
And that racing will be Senior X30 heat number 7, the start of the 4th and final round for these drivers. Nat Johnston starts on pole position and shares the front row with the reigning British champion in this category, Freddie Lloyd. Row 2, Morgan Moore and Aaron Brown. Alex Wiley's had a good day so far, starts alongside Cameron Edmonds on row 3. Gabe Still, Joey Brown, there on row number 4. Ethan Woodward and Tristan Powell on row 5. Archie Owen and Sam Lewis go from row number 6, and they're ahead of Mayan Patel and Harrison Mackey, both race winners around this circuit previously. They're on row 7. Monty Brathwaite, Hayden Eldridge, there on row 8. Dominic Parabok and Harry Cottrell go from 9. Reece Newburn and Ben Cuts-Bland complete the top 20. Scott Riley and Liam Karabelov go from row 11. Aaron Lask and George Quartermain start on row 12. They're ahead of Max Cooper and CJ Bennett on row 13. Bradley Heath and Charlie Philp go from row 14. Sam Houghton completes the 15th row of the grid, the 29 strong field.
Charlie Phillip with the 2004 Fernando Alonso crash helmet design. That's where it is from.
And hopefully all 4 wheels locked and loaded for this one.
Yes, we'll get on to the subject of the amount of wheels in a minute, but the lights are out, we're off and racing. Nat Stappen gets away like his namesake into the race lead. Freddie Lloyd dropping to 3rd position behind Morgan Moore as we head out to the banking for the first time over the bridge. Right hand downhill towards the long run down towards the first of the 180 degree hairpins. Hairpin number 1. They double back on themselves, then they go 180 degrees left into hairpin number 2. Now up the short chute in front of the grandstand, travelling in the opposite direction to the main straight, into 90 left, 90 right. The Fullerton S's onto the back straight. The number 21 of Harrison Mackey runs wide. That's going to cost Harrison a bunch of places. Now into the 90 degree right-hander, Bobby Game corner. Finally into the Mike Wilson complex. They turn right, double back on themselves. Left, left and right. Out onto the main straight. Past the packed grandstand. Flat out right, then left, through the Bruno Ferrari S's, under the bridge and out onto the banking. That is a lap of PF International.
As things stand, Freddie Lloyd would be on pole position for a Senior X30 Super Heat tomorrow. He is at the top of the standings at the moment, 2 points ahead of Harry Bartle. And then a further 5 points back is Noah Wolf. Whoa, look at this going on out of hairpin number 1. Several S8 Racing TB carts, in fact all 3 of them involved there. Liam Karbelov was having a bit of trouble on the short shoot to hairpin number 2. So in there you've got Hayden Eldridge, Rhys Newburn and Harry Cottrell. Here's CJ Bennett. He's had a bit of a tough day so far, but he can still get some good positions in this one. The number 9 national seed from last year over the line to complete lap number 2. Johnston versus Lloyd. They went toe-to-toe 7 days ago up at Rowrah. It got a little bit feisty between the two of them. Both of them did get podiums behind Lewis Bird that day. Oh my goodness me, Morgan Moore, you are one lucky boy.
I've got to say, Morgan Moore was getting helped off the bridge there by Joey Brown, his teammate. Morgan Moore clatters into the back of Freddie Lloyd. And then as Morgan Moore's looking over his shoulder to see, well, who's Aaron Brown, sorry. He got pushed in the back of Aaron Brown. As he's looking around to see what happened there, Joey Brown was escaping the scene of the crime up the road and gone. He's now up into second place. Joey Brown, we obviously know why he was in a hurry, because he's very, very quick. Now, as we're looking at that piece of art there, we have got on the live chat. Now, Andrew Mather, we talked about Charlie Phillip having only 3 wheels on his wagon.
Oh, yes, we did.
After qualifying. Now, all go-karts, most go-karts, in fact, no, I won't say that, not all, nearly all go-karts have 4 wheels. Who could you think would be brave enough, stupid enough, creative enough, talented enough to make a 6-wheeled go-kart?
I've seen this. Go on.
Step forward, Alex Spinks, formerly of this parish, raced a number of times, commentated on him in Kartmasters.
Yeah.
Alex, and I don't know what his job is, something to do with the RAF, because he was involved with the project with the Vulcan bomber, I believe, up here in Lincolnshire. Alex also renovates, recreates, restores replica carts, famous replica carts. For example, Alex Spinks has recently completed a full replica restoration of George Russell's 2009 Formula Kart Stars British Cadet Championship winning kart. He's also done the same for, and I'm getting this right, a Mick Barrett racing kart that Lando Norris used to drive. I am sure that Alex Spinks has had a hand in possibly a Lewis Hamilton cadet kart. Now Alex Spinks has decided to build a 6-wheel go-kart.
A Tyrrell P34.
A Tyrrell P34 inspired go-kart.
Because why not?
Because why not? If you have got the skills, why not? If you want to check, and I was looking at Alex Spinks' YouTube channel.
Yes.
Because on said YouTube channel, that a lot of the very early years of Kartmasters, the Sky Sports coverage of Kartmasters in 1996, 1997, 98 and 99 are on Alex's YouTube channel. And you really need to watch it. You'll be amazed at the amount of names that are on there. Alex Spinks' YouTube channel is Alex Spinks Racing. Go and have a look. And then have a look at the chaos that is Alex's 6-wheeled go-kart. Andrew Mather, about the racing.
Our Alpha Live audience,
yes.
I'm going to set you a challenge here, because it really is a great channel. I'll second everything that Henry said. We've got, 920 people watching at the moment?
Right.
If half of you subscribe to Alex's channel right now, we'll get him to 1.5k subscribers.
Oh, right.
He's on 1.08 at the moment. and deserves a lot more.
Yeah, this Alex Spinks does so much behind the scenes for the history of karting, just recreating famous karts from years gone by. Who knows? One day in the future, Alex Spinks might be recreating, say, a Freddie Lloyd Premium Senior X30 kart. So, of the near 1,000 people currently watching this, Alex Spinks Racing, go to his YouTube channel. So many incredible things, including lots of old Kartmasters footage. Go and subscribe that. How many has he got at the moment? 1,058?
Well, I've just given him another 2 on accounts I've got control of. 1,090. It's a 1.09k at the moment.
Okay, we can get that.
We can get that one to 1.5.
So there we go. So have a look. Oliver Vo Racing is watching. And, yes, so Alex Spinks' go-kart, the Tyrrell P34, had 2 front wheels. There's Joey Brown to the race lead. No, it's not. It's Freddie Lloyd to the race lead. Alex Spinks has gone one better, because in 1981, over the winter of 1981-1982, Frank Williams designed a Williams Formula One car that had 2 rear axles. So it was 6 wheels, but it was 4 wheels at the back. Now, it tested, was banned instantly. A bit the way like the Brabham fan car was banned. No.
That's going to be too good.
So Alex Spinks has got, it's not like 2 wheels, 2 sets of wheels at the front, 2 sets of driving wheels at the back. Go and have a look at his YouTube channel to see what other monstrosities, creations, and just weird, wonderful, and why the hell not karts that can be created. We know we're looking at a race. It's a heat race. It's Senior X30, all the weird and wonderful things, including me on his channel. Yeah, thanks, Brandon Nagelvort. Yes, please. Obviously, we're going to be focusing on the racing from now on, but please go and subscribe to that. There's Aaron Brown. He needs a good race. So he is now the late. So Gus Lawrence has moved on. And this is Paul Fletcher's sort of factory driver. Oh no, there's the number 9
CJ
car,
Bennett.
CJ Bennett. And
he's not happy at somebody.
He's now. He hasn't just left his cart running on the grass like I did yesterday. He hasn't just left his car keys round like I did this morning. He was stomping after Ben Cuts-Bland has also dropped back. Maybe he was the driver that was escaping as CJ Bennett went to stomp. So there we go. Let's have a look to see if we can get...
Change for second place. Nat Johnston through past Joey Brown. That is good news for Freddie Lloyd. Freddie Lloyd's got a bit of a gap here. If you're just joining us, with this result, Lloyd would be on pole position for the first of the superheats, ahead of everybody else, including those yet to race for their 4th and final heat. Harry Bartle could still finish on those 8 points. That could be an interesting battle between Bartle and Wolf in the next race for who could be on pole position for the 2nd of the superheats. But that's not going to bother Freddie Lloyd here, because particularly with Joey Brown and Nat Johnson still fighting over this 2nd place. Through goes Joey Brown. Well, Joey Brown and Aaron Brown were both towards the front 6 days ago when they raced in the British Champs. Can Aaron Brown get one over on his near namesake again in this one? Into hairpin 2, down the inside. Nearly goes.
Grip lift again for Aaron Brown. What? What a save.
Monty Brathwaite's on the scene as well. What a drive this is from Brathwaite in the Croc promotion number 32. I think that's 12 positions gained now, and he's fastest driver on circuit.
Because he didn't start the last race.
Yes.
His tyres are fresher, and he needs this result. He needs this result as Monty Brathwaite.
Over the line, final lap board is out. Freddie Lloyd's long gone. 1.6 seconds clear of Nat Johnston and Monty Brathwaite. This is the fight for second place for Nat Johnston. He's trying to secure I reckon a spot on the inside of row number 2 for one of the super heats. At the moment, he's 5th place in the points, but he's defending a 1-point lead over Max Ceol. It's tight in that section of the intermediate scores. Johnston defends into hairpin number 1. Aaron Brown's going to get a good run out of hairpin number 1. This is going to be a challenge for Monty Brathwaite to deal with. He's a little bit of the meat in the sandwich right now. Johnson checks over to the middle of the road. No effective challenge coming in yet through the Fullerton S's towards Bobby Game Corner. Joey Brown could still pick up a position as well if these three come to blows, but Freddie Lloyd is going to do it again. Tomorrow could be the day where he finally adds a GP plate to his list of honours. Right now he's going to enjoy this heat win. He is on pole position for the first of the super heats tomorrow in Senior X30. Nat Johnston over the line P2. That's a big result for Nat Stappen and the Mick Barrett Racing team. Monty Brathwaite up 12 places in that race. 2P3, magnificent stuff.
And I've got to say, looking at, we saw briefly Sam Garford, Alfie Garford's dad, who is helping to run the crop promotion mechanical side this weekend. We'll look at the results now. The last mention of Alex Spink's racing. Layla Bell, don't get him started, Layla. Layla Bell says, why do you put a Cosworth DFE engine on the back of a go-kart? Don't even give him an idea. I bet you when Alex turns up tomorrow at Kartmasters, he would have figured out a way to get an element of a Cosworth DFE and use, so you can actually call it, it's Cosworth DFE powered without the whole engine, because that would be a little bit heavy. But don't give him ideas, Layla Bell. The marvellous mind of Alex Spinks, ladies and gentlemen. Please go and like and subscribe to his YouTube channel. Here is a look. Harrison Mackie, 18th. That drops Mackie at the moment to 9th in the points standings.
I've still got another heat for Senior X30 to go, which will have the likes of Freddie.
This is CJ Bennett on the right, and that's CJ Bennett's dad, I think, on the left, discussing with Dan Ashton what happened. And Dan Ashton is about saying, right, let me look at and review things, etc., etc.
Question about when are the finals tomorrow? They're all from just before 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock is the start time in the schedule for the first of the finals, running through to 4 p.m. local time here in England. But don't forget, we've got all those super heats. I quite like the super heat format. I know some people are like, oh, there's no repecharges, but I actually prefer the super heats because there's more stories to tell. There's the story at the front, there's the story in the middle, and there's the story of those starting towards the back who are on a last hurrah trying to charge through. They're always quite exciting in my book.
The only thing with super heats that I think, and this is something you'll never hear me do this, but I'm going to do it now. This is the only thing where the graphics, the ability of what you can see on your screen in terms of live point standings from the likes of Motorsport Timing, and even like what Alpha can put on their screen, the most fun thing of a superheat is not the battle for the win, it's the battle for 36th place.
Yep.
And there's no way yet that any timing and scoring system or any sort of calculations can get the live cutoff, the live bubble positions on your screens. That is something that the one thing that I think that we need to work on, if we're going to go down the superheat route, for myself, Andrew Mather, and other commentators, give us the tools to tell the story. The story of a superheat is who is making it in, who is just scraping into the main event.
I'd agree. I'd absolutely agree.
And we have not been given that final tool to allow us to tell the story in that race yet.
Let's go for the next one then. This is Senior X30 once again. Here's the grid then for race number 35. This is Senior X30 Groups B versus D. Macaulay Bishop starting on pole position. Harry Bartle alongside on the front row. Max Ceol and Noah Wolf on row 2. Caden McQueen and Joshua Smith on row 3.
Row number 4, Dylan Patel and Lewis Bird. Bailey Brooker and Oliver Meek, Harry Hurst-Grover and Dorian Malik round out the top 6 rows of the grid.
Ewan Charman and Laith Khan go from 7. Joao Castro and Dan Bridgen on 8. Henry Carter and Panama's finest Jose Halfon go from row number 9.
Row 10, Ryan Gill and Alfie Gallagher, Katie Ashman and Antonia Sadat, Ethan Higgins and Oscar Cole on row number 12.
Row 13, George Wang and Piotr Jurovic, Jensen Buckingham and Daniel Cahill complete the 28-strong field.
Before we go start, I'm getting word from some of my sports car aficionados. Apparently, Aston Martin testing the new Valkyrie hypercar using Jonathan Buck's driveway as a replica of the Mulsanne Straight.
Has it got chicanes and everything?
It's got 2 chicanes, it's 4 miles long. Biggest driveway in karting. Jonathan Buck, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, lights are out. It's the last Senior X30 heat of Kartmasters 2026. Under the bridge we go.
Good start then from our Senior X30s. Macaulay Bishop will be liking what's ahead of him in that it's absolutely nothing as he comes off of the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. For Bartle, if he can hold this place P2, I reckon he'll be taking the second of the superheat pole positions available. Oh, now what happened there?
Half the leaders just decided to miss the apex at the first hairpin. Now, Bishop has come round miles in front.
Caden McQueen's up to P2.
That tells a story. So Bartle, Ewell and Wolf. We didn't quite catch them. All we saw was drivers sort of coming back onto the circuit, having gone right round taking the outside line around hairpin number 1. Didn't see what precipitated it, whether there was any, first lap chicanery, or whether it was a case of the first one missed their braking point and then everyone else missed their braking point behind. Noah Wolf gets a warning flag. The pieces of the jigsaw are slowly starting to come together, although in Noah's defence, here he comes, at least he waited to the slow corner before putting the nose to somebody else, as opposed to somebody else putting the nose to him halfway through the first corner of race 1 yesterday. Here's a replay that might shed some light. And, hang on a second, hold off that replay. Caden McQueen leads the race. Wolf is third with 3 wide at the Bobby Game corner. The 3.73 of Harry Bartle's going backwards a little bit.
Bartle's in trouble here, Henry. That kart does not look happy, and Harry Bartle at the wheel of it doesn't look happy. He's going to drop down the order here. He may lose the lead of the quest for Superheat B pole to Bishop, and he has. So Macaulay Bishop, as things stand, would be on pole position for the second of the Superheats. Oliver Meek round the outside. That's a great move from Oliver Meek. Bartle now down to P8. Bartle's got to regroup pretty quickly here.
Yep.
He's currently looking at second place on the grid alongside Macaulay Bishop for the second superheat. Now he's starting to fight back. Now he's got back ahead of Meek once again.
I've got to say, this is impressive from Oliver Meek. Yes, he retired early in his first race today, so his tyres are a little bit newer, but you've still got to pedal the wagon. You could give me and Andrew the best tyres the paddock. We still wouldn't win a race.
Nope. We wouldn't make the race.
Well, we might. I mean, I wouldn't make weight. I know that much. I might make the race, but I wouldn't make weight. Across the line, McQueen and Bishop 1-2. Why does nobody use a pit board in karting? Okay, that's a valid question.
Very valid question.
Number one, there's no pit stops, but it's a communication device. The drivers don't need to know necessarily how far back. They have each driver has a set of signals with their mechanic, and they could be different for each driver and each mechanic. That tells the driver as the race lead changes, that's Macaulay Bishop into top spot. The mechanics will have certain signals to give the driver pertinent pieces of information, thus negating the use of a pit board.
And I would also say, if you think about Formula One, what's a typical lap time in Formula One? 90 seconds with lots of data and sector times.
About the same length of time it takes to walk from the top to the bottom of Jonathan Buck's driveway, apparently. Yes?
there's not enough time in one single lap to turn the data around, the information on the pit board, if you're doing it with all the numbers and changing them around.
Well, and the drivers have got on, they got their microns or their Alfanos on their steering wheel, which tells them how fast they're going.
So, no, I like that question. Good valid question.
It's a valid question.
Yep.
Now, Oliver Meek at the back of this pack in the alternate Croc Promotions livery. I stand by it. I like it. Oh, and there is something that I don't like seeing, and that is Jenson Buckingham going backwards. But he is back in the race. Here are your lead trio.
Lewis Bird up to P4. Bird needs a good result here. Was disqualified from the previous heat that we saw Lewis competing in for a technical non-compliance.
Ah, okay.
So not quite sure exactly what that was, and to an extent it doesn't really matter. The important bits for us calculating and working out what's going on. Bird needs points.
Have a question from the live chat. Do the drivers actually look at the mechanics? Oh, yes, they do.
Some of them do.
Some of them do. In fact, when you see the drive now, you're, no, that is Jose Halfon, the Panamanian. That car. Now look at this. That is at the outside of the final corner. The leaders are approaching halfway round the lap now. That marshal was running to get the back end of the cart to get it into a safe place. When they come out of the final hairpin, let's look. And already the yellow flags have been put away, which means Jose Halfon's cart is no longer in a dangerous position. Another remarkable piece of marshalling. That's where the cart was, and you can see it is no longer there. It is being moved away to a safe space.
Bartle recovering back through is now back in a position that could give him pole tomorrow. Here's Noah Wolf up alongside Macaulay Bishop to take the lead of this race. Now that will change who takes at the moment the outside line on row 1 into Superheat A. However, Wolf will now be thinking if Bartle drops another spot, Wolf could still be on pole position for the second Superheat here. We'll just wait for the scores to update to confirm what exactly the situation is. Let's hear very quickly, 3.5 minutes of this race to go from Ceol Lynch.
Thanks, boys. Well, it's all heating up at the front, but meanwhile at the back, Joseph Halfon and Katie Ashman unfortunately have not managed to finish this one. Katie Ashman has had a brief chat with me before now. She said it's her steering once again. That seems to be a common theme going on today at Kartmasters, but let's move back to the racing. Unfortunate for those two.
Yeah, steering, usually caused by a bent track rod or a bent steering column, which is usually precipitated by an incident with another vehicle. Noah Wolf. 5-second penalty for Antonius Haddad. Technical flag for Antonius Haddad, who has obeyed and come into the pit lane. Wolf, Bishop, McQueen. Now, there is a trio of names that you don't get to call together in the same race. This is the beauty of Kartmasters. Noah Wolf, KZ2 driver. Macaulay Bishop, traditionally a senior Rotax driver in recent years. Caden McQueen, now a professional driver out in the USA, hasn't raced in the UK for 2 years. And yet here we all are battling for a heat win in Kartmasters with Harry Bartle, a former Rotax Grand Finalist and Rotax Junior Rotax British champion, now racing Janettas mainly, in 4th position. Then Lewis Bird, the first of the drivers that you see in the regular British Championship in Senior X30, running in 5th place, ahead of Oliver Meek, who isn't running in the British Championship this year, is more of a club driver in Senior X30. Joshua Smith is more of a Rotax driver. He is in P7. And then you've got Dylan Patel, Max Ewell, 8th and 9th. They're regular X30 drivers. A fantastic mix of drivers that usually on a week in, week out basis don't lock horns, and yet here they are locking horns and lots of other body parts for the British Grand Prix.
This is a really good scrap for 5th place between Lewis Bird and Oliver Meek, just coming into the Bruno Ferrari S's now. Oliver Meek seemingly with his mojo back. He had a bit of a tough time at Wilton Mill Kart Club last week. Oh, he's just opened the door a little bit though there to Joshua Smith. And Smith will take that. Dylan Patel steps through as well. So Smith up to P6, Patel up to P7, and Ewan Sharman. But that's good from Oliver. Oh, I thought he just needed to run it a little bit more there on the brakes to get back ahead of Dylan Patel. Here's the fight for second place. Macaulay Bishop back ahead of Caden McQueen. Noah Wolf has gone here. For Harry Bartle there in P4, this is still enough. He's holding on to the pole position in Superheat B by a solitary point over Wolf right now. Meek again going wheel to wheel with Patel. Here comes Ewan Charman. Charman down the inside, up 5 places now for one of Hunter Motorsports, well, probably Hunter Motorsports' lead driver this weekend, with Kai Hunter unfortunately having to withdraw from the event before he was on the entry lists before. 2 laps to go then. Wolf leads by 0.8 of a second from this battle, which is growing that 0.8 of a second, because Bishop is having to work hard here, Henry, to keep Caden McQueen behind.
Yes. Now, of course, McQueen and Bishop, they won't have locked horns too much, because just as Macaulay Bishop was moving out of juniors into seniors, Caden McQueen was kissing goodbye to these shores. Macaulay Bishop and Harry Bartle, they do know each other quite well. Harry Bartle now passes McQueen, who's probably thinking, I don't fancy a bit of this. Watch for the cutback for Caden McQueen. Is it naughty? It is naughty cutback from Caden McQueen. Excellent work there, young man.
Classic Caden McQueen gets him back up to P3 in this race. We're on to the final lap. Noah Wolf just needs to bring this one home. 2.8 seconds clear of this battling trio who are going to entertain us for the remaining kilometre of this race. Onto the Litchfield Bridge. Bishop's still holding that position. Can he get across to driver's right? Yes, he can. Is that going to leave a lane for Bartle to go for the slingshot around the outside? No, he's going to go to the inside.
Brilliant.
Oh, and catches McQueen out. Up to third place. Bishop should be able to relax, though.
I want to see a replay of that move from Harry Bartle. The way he modulated the brake halfway round that corner was exquisite. That literally the cart looked like it was picked up and turned without moving. That is all about brake modulation from Harry Bartle. And there is Joshua Smith. This is the final lap. Smith passes Bird for P5. Wolf is your winner, and it's going to be Bishop from Bartle and McQueen. Good racing. Now that is how you drive an all-important heat race at Kartmasters. Here we go. Now, it's... I think Harry Bartle... This is the naughty cutback. This is naughty from Caden McQueen. In he pops. There we go. But then it's the hairpin 1 move on the last lap from Bartle that when you look back at this, you will see he makes the move, gets to the inside, and then you've got to be so careful, because if you slap the brake too hard, you lock up and the back end steps out. If you let off the brake too much, the car understeers. You have to then adjust the braking and your steering at the same split second to get the cart to rotate. Here we go. Watch Bartle now. He gets to the inside, back end steps out. It is this point there where he modulates the brakes, uses the curb on the right rear to help turn the cart. That is pitch perfect from Harry Bartle. Any driver will tell you that karting is all about how you use the brake.
Yep.
That is the important bit. That is a fantastic show of how to use the brake in a different way at a single corner. Somebody's asked Albert Winchester 5.0, is this race for people all around the world? Yes, it is. There are drivers here from the United Arab Emirates, from Panama, from the Netherlands, from Belgium. We have had drivers from all over the world race at Kartmasters in the last 30 years. You do have to have the correct license from your ASN to race. But other than that, yeah, it's the British Grand Prix, but it is open to one and all.
So we will see Senior X30 again tomorrow for their superheats. Their first superheat will be at 10:10 local time here in Lincolnshire, 10:30 for the second one. From here on in, one heat per class to take us through to the end of Kartmasters Saturday, and we go towards some of our younger drivers. Next, Minimax will be out on circuit in a moment, just to go over those top 10 standings in X30 Senior one more time. Lloyd from Bartle, those are your two holders of the pole positions for the superheats tomorrow. Wolf and Bishop will be their sharers alongside on the front rows. Johnston and Stilp will be on the inside of row number 2 for the respective supers. Moore and Ewell on the outside of row number 2. And then Aaron Brown and Harrison Mackey will be on the inside of row number 3 for superheats A and B respectively. And well, we'll look forward to those tomorrow. There are your scores to confirm them on the screen. Big thanks to the Motorsport Timing team, keeping us up to date with all of those. And keep your comments rolling in as well. The discussion's been really, really good today. And if you've missed any of the action so far over the last 2 days, you can watch it back at your leisure on the Alpha Live channel. All of tomorrow's action is free and available for you here on the Alpha Live platform. If you've not subscribed before and you're enjoying the show, do hit that big red button. Really does help us, helps the sport out as well to continue to bring events like this onto your screens. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch. She's with Noah Wolf.
Thank you very much. That is it we're seeing from Senior X30 today. That puts Freddie Lloyd and Bartle on pole. But Noah Wolf, another win for you in this category. It's all heating up now. Tomorrow's close. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling confident. The pace that Bill have given me is incredible. I just want to say a massive thank you to Jade Racing. They've given me an unbelievable package to go racing for the win. And hopefully we can have some fun tomorrow.
Now, you are not starting far off. You've had a consistent weekend other than that setback you had yesterday. You know how it feels to win 2 of these GP plates. Are you feeling the pressure now to get that third one under your belt?
Not really. This isn't my class. Just come and have some fun and do what I got to do. Obviously, I want to win, but it's not just here to have a good go, and we're going to give it our best go to win, of course, but I think I'm one of the outside chances, so we'll see.
Thank you very much, Noah. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
More from him for the rest of the weekend. Right, let's move along to a class that Noah Wolf works very closely with away from his time on track, Minimax.
Thank you very much, Ceol. Here's your grid then for the 4th and final qualifying heat for Minimax 950. Sebastian Behrman starts on pole position with Joshua Cook alongside on the front row. Eddie Duncan and Luke Millward, they go from row number 2. Jackson Hilton and Oscar Kenny start on row number 3. It's a 4th row that contains Dean Singh Pahal and Chloe McGill for this race. Logan Rolfe and Maximilian Eberhardt on row 5. James Roots and Flynn Grantham go from row 6. They're ahead of Otis Cleary and Austin Oman on row 7. Dimi Uzanov, Mick Clinkers, they're on row 8. Thomas Laidler and Soren Gallagher start on row number 9. Will Eden and Alfie Garrett complete the top 20 for the start of this race. They're ahead of row 11. Jensen Skeffington and Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. William Moore, Freddie Blackshaw, they're on row 12. Zach Andrew and Akile Nane, they're on row 13. Alfie Phillipson and Ethan Manzi start on 14. James Carver and James Devereaux on row 15. Hubertus Stieharder and Ayrton Galsworthy start on row 16. The 34-strong field is completed by the number 50 of Roshan Pachada and the 91 of Aurelia Simpson. Here we go then. Behrman has a 1-point lead over Cook going into this race. Who's going to be on pole position for the superheat in Minimax tomorrow? We're going to find out in the next 10 minutes plus 1 lap, but not quite yet. A false start. Race director Nigel Edwards sends that one round again. Track conditions, good. Air temperatures up to 23 degrees. It's a little bit cloudy over the circuit. A little bit of a breeze across the circuit, not as strong as it was earlier on today. could even say these are the optimum karting conditions. Not quite as hot as we've had with the heat wave conditions over the last couple of months here in the UK. But these drivers, they don't need any encouragement to give us an entertaining race. Sebastian Behrmann there, number 10 seed nationally last year. Joshua Cook, the Grand Finals champion from previous seasons. Both of them know how to win big races. But this is exactly the kind of setup where someone like Austin Owen could come through. He's 8 points back from Cook. And Singh Bahal as well is within range that should something occur to our front row drivers, and the door could open for a late run to pole position for the single superheat that we have tomorrow. So they're under starters orders again. They'll swing right into the tram lines, to those lights. If they go out, we're racing once again at PF International. We are racing again in Minimax. It's a good start for Behrmann. Cook tries to hold it round the outside, but inevitably has to give up second place to Eddie Duncan. They sweep under the bridge, round up onto the bowl. It's a good-looking start at the moment from our Minimax drivers. There, side by side, the number 45 of Jackson Hilton going wheel to wheel with Dean Singh Pahal. Both of those drivers have impressed so far this week. All 34 of them running down towards hairpin number 1. Henry, good start again from Minimax.
Yeah, very good start indeed, especially by the pole sitter, Sam Pollitt Racing's Sebastian Behrmann. Joshua Cook slips back. Eddie Duncan recovering incredibly well from that fearsome impact he had with the barriers earlier on. The Coles Racing team, well, the only saving, and I wonder, I haven't spoken to Adrian Coles, but I wonder if that is a new kart or whether how badly bent the kart was. The only saving grace is that it went into the barrier directly, nose first, not at an angle. There was no funny angles involved. Course he can. As we look at the Cookie Monster on Eddie Duncan, and there's one undercut on the banking. He's not done yet. Is Josh Cook? Oh, he jumps up over the back of Sebastian Behrmann's kart there, and then looks to the inside. Meanwhile, Dean Singh Pahal defending fourth place against Logan Rolfe, but put the PF plate into P4, put Pahal back to P5. Giuseppe Midori supporting Dean Singh Pahal on the live chat, as always. Forza Italia. Giuseppe through the Fullerton S's. Somebody asked, when's Kartmasters going to Landau? As much as I love Landau International Raceway, global home of motorsport, birthplace of champions, Kartmasters belongs here.
It does indeed. Let's head down to Ceol Lynch. Ceol, what do you have for us?
Thank you very much. Here on a very noisy mechanic stand with Chloe McGill's mechanic, Max Edmondson. Max, how's she getting on so far? This is Chloe's first year, not her first Kartmasters, but first year in this class. How's she getting on?
Yeah, she's doing really well. Obviously, yesterday with a lot of karts, it's a big thing in the track positioning quali, so we qualified 18th yesterday. Today we qualified 8th, which is probably ahead of where we should be, but obviously she's just learning. It's her first year in the class. She's doing really well.
Former kart driver yourself, you've never done Kartmasters, but from what you've seen over the years, how intense and hard do you think it is to do well in a class like this?
Really hard, because obviously you have to use your brain, and they're all really young, so it's quite hard for them to do that, but you've got to be really strategic. Obviously we work with the fast people, and yeah, it's very hard to be fair.
Thank you very much. We'll let you keep watching. Back to the boys.
Andrew Mather, while Ceol was speaking there to Chloe's mechanic, was saying it's the blue is...
Dominoes.
Domino. Woo-hoo. Is that the one? Yes. Similar. Nearly. It's Dominoes blue for Dean Singh Pahal. There is a great shot of just how bumpy the bowl is as the Dominoes blue Dan Holland racing kart of Dean Singh Pahal goes into third position, now defends against Eddie Duncan. Here's a change with the race lead. Behrmann gets it back. There are some classes, Josh Cook this is all very, very well behaved at the moment. Good. As look at that long line of karts, 6 minutes to go. There are some classes, Andrew, that the form guide is starting to become a bit clearer. For example, Senior X30, Freddie Lloyd is, I just happened to bump into his mum, Bex, who's here watching. And she was obviously saying Fred's doing well. And I was like, oh, I said, absolutely. He said, in X30, there's not many people playing the same game. There's a few in the same sport, but very few in the same game in Senior X30. So you can see that he's the driver to beat in Senior X30. I think we're at that stage, we can say that. Just the way that the races panned out. There are other contenders, but Freddie Lloyd, the man to beat in Senior X30. There's something like Minimax, same in Micromax, JM Prakash, he's not won it by a long shot, but he's the favourite. You know, the performance, we've had wins for other drivers. Even in Mini X30, although Chester Fawkes is undefeated, he's not won by a mile. Oh, that's a little bit... stand by. Josh Cook getting fed a wheel and put onto the grass there. And this is all getting a little bit tasty. They somehow going to get round off. They do. And that was the Hunter Motorsports kart of Jackson Hilton. Almost running into the barriers halfway around the Mike Wilson complex, which is never a good thing.
What I will say about this Minimax class so far is there's a move from Otis Cleary down the inside of Logan Rolfe, and that will be Cleary up to P6. In a way, I think there's a lot of similarities to how this class were racing 12 months ago. And the winner of the Grand Prix tomorrow, as Alfie Garrett's gone round in the Sodi kart.
Factory Sodi kart driver Alfie Garrett.
I know it sounds cliche. The winner in Minimax will be the driver that keeps their head the most in the race, but particularly in the middle of the race. If you think back to last year, Emerson McCandy-Uren took one of the best victories of his entire 2025 season. And in the middle part of the race, as Dean Singh Pahalwan's won, he was down in, sixth position? He was not at the front, but he didn't panic.
Yes, whereas you're looking now, this is the middle part of a race. Dean Singh Pahal has spent more time on the runoffs than the track the last half a lap. Now, I'm not saying that was his doing, although every driver will tell you, okay, even though I was pushed off by another driver, they will then reflect that I shouldn't have been in that place that allowed me to get pushed off to start with.
There will be a lot of give and take tomorrow in the Grand Prix, and the driver that deals with those situations best is going to stand a good chance of winning.
No, exactly. Hello to Charlie Blenkinsop, who is done for the day in X30. Oh, have you got one race left, Charlie? We haven't seen Bertie Blenkinsop on the live stream yet. He'll be the British Bulldog that is as wide as he is long, and with the Charlie Blenkinsop racing vest on. And I had a good script with him last night during the paddock show. So yeah, Bertie Blenkinsop. We've had several paddock show pooches on, but we haven't seen Bertie yet. Here we go. There is Liam Smith watching on with a PFI bucket hat. As we now go through Bruno Ferrari S's, Maximilian Abrahart holding on to second. Here is the situation. Even that Behrman and Cook are clear of everybody else in terms of the points. They're running 1-2. No, they're not. That is Behrman. Abrahart is running second. Cook is running third. Abrahart, you can see they're fourth in points. It's James Roots' birthday tomorrow. Well, quite literally, the roots will be on fire, while the candles on his cake will be on fire. Meanwhile, in terms of cake-related news, ladies and gentlemen, Jaffa Cakes for Mr. Mather are about as welcome in the commentary box as Iron Brew is on my side of the commentary box. And I'm not saying that you should go and get us stuff like that. However, it can't hurt your driver's chances of winning. Because I have been told, when people tend to give commentators treats, their driver miraculously does better.
I was going to say, 80% of the time it works all the time that they don't get commentators' curses.
Producers also like treats. Producers, like James Fitzhugh, they like Haribo. for example. There is Maximilian Abrahart to the race lead.
And Abrahart was being a bit of a problem for Joshua Cook in that he was spoiling Joshua Cook's direct route to potentially taking pole for tomorrow. Now that he's overtaken Sebastian Behrman, Cook could draw level with Behrman on points if Cook can be another driver to find his way past the number 10. So Abrahart takes the lead of the race, improves his own situation as well, so he would be on the front row for the first superheat as things stand. The question that remains is who would be on pole position for that race. 45 seconds remaining on the clock, so we'll have 2 more laps of this one. That was a good exit from the final corner by Sebastian Behrman. Abrahart points forward to say, let's keep working together. If we do so, we've got a chance of dropping Joshua Cook here. The trouble is, Joshua Cook has just done the fastest lap of the race. Is the Cookie Monster starting to turn up the pressure now on these top 2 runners?
Spin!
Eddie
Gotta be careful! Eddie gets it off to a safe space. That could have been huge again. New leader, while temporarily. Now Eddie Duncan gets going again. And I've got to say, he waited a long time. Well, if you've driven your go-kart into a wall flat out earlier on today, you probably wait a little while to make sure the coast is clear before you turn across the race circuit. And here's a change to the lead.
Behrman down the inside. Cook going for the race lead and also for pole position tomorrow. He's got it. What a move that is from Joshua Cook. He had half a chance to take both of them. He did take both of them. James Roots is going to get involved now as well. 1 more lap to go. Pole position in the balance now for Joshua Cook for the Superheat tomorrow. And the other useful bit, he's now effectively got a rear gunner in the shape of Maximilian Abrahart. But Abrahart needs the points just as much as the race leader onto the Litchfield Bridge. Off of it, down towards hairpin number 1. You'd imagine that Cook is going to defend here into hairpin 1, but is he going to leave the door open? No.
Why is Josh Cook known as the master of the big one-off races? That move a lap ago is a picture-perfect example of why. Because you've got a split second to make a decision and you make the right call at the right time. Because in a one-off event, you don't get to do it again. He's now going to lose out. Here comes, he goes for the cutback, but doesn't commit because the move wasn't on. Oh, he looks at the inside, backs out again. Smart from Josh Cook. Because that could have been game over. Will he retain the pole position as the checkered flag comes out? The answer is no. But it's pole position for a superheat. Sebastian Behrman finishes 4th. James Roots takes the win. Abrahart 2nd. Cook and Behrman 3rd and 4th. Again, you look at the smarts. That is race smarts.
It's a single superheat though, so it won't take a pole for a superheat because they all race in one, don't they? So Behrman does take pole position in the end, and that's what we talk about with the importance of the 0 points versus the 2 points for first versus second in one of those heats. Roots takes that 0 points and actually gets himself onto the front row. Sorry, for inside of row number 2. We're both getting ourselves confused here.
Yes.
Inside of row number 2 for the superheat tomorrow. Maximilian Abrahart with that 2nd place drops to the inside of row number 3. Joshua Cook 3rd ends the qualifying heats on 9 points. Behrman with 4th finishes. In fact, both of them are on 9 points. We go back to TQ.
Yes.
And that is a tiebreaker. So Behrman does take it by the smallest of margins. Rolf 5th, Hilton 6th, Cleary, Oman, Grantham and Uzanov in the top 10. Kenny and Millwood in the top 12. Giannone, Singh Pahal, Clinkers, Fulbrook, Harmer and Gallagher all ahead of Chloe McGill in 18th place. Tough race there for Chloe. William Moore, Alfie Phillipson in the top 20. Alfie Garrett had the spin, came back to P21. Thomas Slater, P22. James Devereaux, Will Eden, James Carver, they're all in the top 25. Freddie Blackshaw, Hubertus, Strihara, 27th. Aurelius Simpson, Ethan Manzi and Zach Andrew. Eddie Duncan, Jensen Skeffington, Edson Galsworthy and Roshan Pachada, all 34 drivers who started that race finished it.
And again, the last heat of a class on Kartmasters Saturday, 34 started, 34 finish. Now, we talk about the Orange Army a lot.
We do.
How about the Pink Army? All the media around the circuit, the photographers, the videographers, all that. One of them, I have noticed, is Josh East, who is here working for Stu Stretton Photography. He's got his Budgie Smuggler baseball cap on, same colour as his pink tabard. Now, Josh East, last year, did Josh East run a marathon for charity? He did, didn't he? I'm going to ask Josh. He's not running anymore, is he?
No, he is.
Is he?
No, we had a chat about this earlier.
Where's he running to? Greg's?
That's harsh.
I mean, yes, but fair. He's hanging his head in shame, pretending he's not listening and talking to another camera. He is still running, is he?
Yeah.
Not just the vending machine in the gym.
He's organising running as well.
He's organising running.
Yeah.
Well, he's organising other people running while he stands and watch him. By the looks, hi Josh. There he is. He's the one with Josh East on his ear. Now, I mean, have a look, stand up there. Now, there's a man who once ran a marathon. Are you trying to tell me, Andrew, man, that he's still in training for marathons? My goodness me. That's like me saying I'm only about an hour behind Mo Farah in terms of his best 10,000 metre time. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final Micromax heat of Kartmasters 2026.
Here we go for race number 37, the fourth and final heat for Micromax UK. Jay Prakash and Benjamin Schliver on the front row, Arthur Bowers and Lenny Barton on row 2. On row 3, Rafe Owen and Ronnie Allen.
Row number 4, Sawyer Henderson and Kyle Vieira, Oliver Woodall and Will Wainwright, then Arthur Rhodes and Harry Riley.
Row number 7, Cian Hay and Rio Pocock. Row number 8, Jensen Darlow and Lanny Eden. Row 9, Freddie Drury, Luca Bicocchi. Row 10, Harley Hibbert and Ottilie Simpson. Robbie Lyons and Hendrix Fallat go from row 11. Fallat had technical problems during timed qualifying this morning, but did have a great drive through the field earlier on today. These are the youngest drivers in the paddock here this weekend. At the moment, Rhodes on 5 points leads the standings. It's a 1 point advantage over Barton. Then a bit of a gap back to Prakash on 12 points. Fallat fourth at the moment on 17.
And Hendrix Fallat, don't forget, he started at the back, but he did finish in the top 5. So watch for Hendrix Fallat on the special liveried Pantano chassis for Tommy Weir Racing. We're into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. Schliver comes across, but cannot prevent Arthur Bowers from slotting into second position from third of the grid behind poleman Jay Prakash. As we head out onto the banking, Schliver now in the middle of a 3-wide situation for third place, and Arthur Bowers, who's getting cheered on by Rip Felix 4K on the online chat. Probably Rip Felix remembers Arthur from when Arthur went to race in the UAE at the Dubai Kartdrome. Problem for number 16, that's Jensen Darlow.
Yeah, there were other drivers involved as well. 2 or 3 karts delayed through the first lap. I think Harry Riley might have been another one. Slow through the first, or slower to be getting to the point of the first sector than we were expecting.
Returning to the onboard camera, this is Kyle Vieira. First time, the curse of the camera didn't quite work. Well, his left rear wheel decided it didn't want to stay attached any longer and kept moving in and out. So we're going to give it another go for the young Brazilian. There is Schliver pushing Sawyer Henderson a little bit wide. And there's Kyle Vieira now splitting the young Bosnian. He now looks to the inside of the Sana Racing. Oh, Schliver. Here we go, side by side, wheel to wheel through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Brilliant stuff. Great footage from our onboard camera there to show you that is one of the sketchiest parts of any kart circuit in the UK. Oh, Schliver runs a little bit wide. If you want to know why Benjamin Schlevar's team is called Sana Racing, then you watch the preview show on Thursday that we filmed on Thursday to find out. It's a very interesting, heartwarming story about his father from Bosnia having to leave Bosnia during the Balkans War of the early 90s. He lived in a village on the river Sana, and everything that he is now involved with in his business and his racing has the Sana name on it as a reminder of the village and the river that he had to leave as a child due to the war.
Hendrix Fallat on the move again, that distinctive Kartmasters special livery, which I feel we need to name. I think it looks a little bit like a moon rocket. It's got a bit of that 1970s Apollo.
I mean, are we talking about Moonraker, the 1977 Lotus Esprit that goes underwater, driven by Richard well, is that the one with Richard Ceol, Jaws, in it? We're getting some thoughts, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear the cogs whirring. Tommy Weir is overseeing matters. What do we give that? What do we give? It's the Pantone. It's the Pantone. That's the colour Pantone. Ooh. Answers in the live chat. What name can we give that special white? The Great White Pantone. Great White Shark. There's a plain white shark. That's Sawyer Henderson. It's almost like at the start of the film Cars. There it is. There's one car. It's the number 84 Piston Cup car. It's the Apple livery, and it's black and it's sort of like it's white but almost negative coloured.
Yeah.
It's a bit like that.
6.5 minutes of this race to go. Bowers leads it from Prakash from Barton. As things stand, it would be 9 points apiece for Rhodes and Barton at the top of the order. Rhodes would take the tiebreaker, though. If Arthur Rhodes can get forward into this group, he can break that tiebreaker and not need it. But at the same time, if Barton finds one position on the road, as we are right now, it will be the Strawberry driver taking pole position for the single superheat tomorrow, away from Dan Holland Racing's number 82. Rhodes is up 7 places in this race, we should note. However, it's made some good early progress.
Yeah, Rhodes started the year with Richardson Chassis Engineering as we look at the onboard shot from Kyle Vieira into the Bobby Game corner. Here we go. White-tipped shark says, I mean, maybe it looks a bit like an iceberg. You know, there's the icicle, there's the... we need to name this... well, in fact, let's get Giorgio Panzo himself on the phone and ask him. Why not? Well, I mean, he'll be watching. Here's Jayan Prakash for the lead. Arthur Barrow. I tell you what, there's a very good point. We can put this up on the poll. Let's give us four choices. We should really ask the team first. We'll carry that forward, and we'll come up, and that'll be a poll tomorrow. We'll give an official name to the Hendrix Fallat Pantano livery cart.
I've got it. It's because I've kept having the word Apollo in my head, but you can't call it an Apollo because we already have an Apollo.
That's the go-kart built in.
You call it the Saturn V livery.
Ooh, in spiral carpets.
That's what I'm thinking.
Saturn 5. Saturn 5. I was a mosher growing up in the 90s. I love my Britpop. In spiral carpets, the Saturn 5 livery. Ooh, there we go. Big shout out to the Amber Army and the race officials, says Johnny Whopper. Yes, Johnny. Good to hear from you, my friend, as well. Welcome back to the Kartmasters live chat. The Orange Army doing a sterling job. I tell you who else is doing a sterling job, Lenny Barton. Now, go back a couple of hours. Lenny Barton wins his first race. Okay, wins his first national level race, celebrated like he just won the World Championship, quite rightly so, because he's 8 and because he's never won a race as this big before. Instantly, one win, bang. Where is he? Sitting on the back of the race leader. Jayan Prakash, who had this class at his disposal earlier on, running in 3rd place. That's the power of how quickly...
The power of belief.
The power of belief. An icicle Ghost Racer. Ooh, hang on. The Ghost livery. It's the Ghost light. That's another thing from cars. Mater and the Ghost lights. Icicle. I'm going to run this by Tommy Weyer. Ooh, there's the Silver Shadow. The Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow. Oof. Maybe that makes the thing. The White Knight, says Rhubarb Racing. This is great stuff. You know, we've named a dragon. Now, who's called Gary, by the way. Now we're naming a graphics kit. Hard-hitting journalism. Meanwhile, Hendrix Fallat is doing his bit by racing his way up to the front.
This is good stuff from Lenny Barton. As things stand, he would be on pole position for the Micromax Super Heats tomorrow. In a way, he just wants to keep sitting behind Arthur Bowers and isolate him up the road. Arthur Bowers' best chance right now of turning the tables, what is a 2-point deficit at the moment in the intermediate scores, is to get others involved. And to be fair, Jayan Prakash is right there on the rear bumper of Lenny Barton, and Oliver Woodall is into the scrap now as well. Oliver Woodall, who's on a real upward trajectory in terms of his racing. He's another one of the drivers as Barton's going to go for the race lead here, and I think that's the right call.
Yep.
That is tactically very astute from Lenny Barton, because he's taken full control now of not just this race but his own destiny in terms of the superheat. Bowers is down to P4. These drivers, those Sam Pollitt Racing drivers, Jayan Prakash and Oliver Woodall, were on the move, had momentum. They've now gone with Lenny Barton. Arthur Bowers has now got to respond. He's trying to hold on to third place here with Oliver Woodall. He's going to find himself out in the dirt. Oh, I think he just fought that one a little bit too hard, perhaps. It was close. It was always going to be tight off of hairpin number 1. But that moment there it's going to cost Rhodes several points. At this rate, he could even lose, and he will. No, he'll keep hold of it for now. But he's at danger if he falls any further down the order and Prakash goes through past Barton. He could lose his spot on the front row for the Superheat tomorrow.
Well, here is Hendrix Fallat across the line in the number 15 cut, now directly behind Arthur Bowers. I think we have our 4-name shortlist for the karts. We'll put that up a bit later. Let's concentrate on the racing first, and then we'll get to, general comedy elements later on. Barton back to third position. Here comes the number 44 kart, Jayan Prakash. No, that wasn't Prakash.
Yeah, Prakash to the lead. Oliver Woodall up to P2.
It was the number 40 kart coming into second place. Make that first place, and Lenny Barton follows it. Look at the confidence that Lenny Barton has got. Here comes Hendrix Fallat. Well, we could call it the top gear from the rear if we're not careful, because Fallat started 22nd. Here we are, 30 seconds of the race remaining. He's back into P5. Watch this become P4, because he's going to get a great no. He sits in behind Arthur Rhodes.
23 seconds of this race to go. Oliver Woodall is your new race leader. Doesn't normally race in Micromax. Lately, he's been doing a lot of racing in the Miami Water Swift restricted category. But I tell you what, if you can hold on to this one for 2 more laps, it won't be chicken dinner, it'll be winner cottage pie dinner.
Oh yes,
for
Mum's
Oliver
cottage
Woodall.
pie. Mum's cottage pie. Other cottage pies just will not do.
If you're not aware of what we're talking about, we had a little interview with Oliver back at Lark Hall in the British Champs about a month and a half ago, and he was a little bit shy, he was a little bit nervous of the camera. It's the first time he was in front of the camera. We asked him, how do you get ready for your race? What do you eat before your big race? And he said, cottage pie. And ever since then, he's been absolutely flying. And after he took the Driver of the Day award earlier on in the season, there's Hendrix Fallat on that special machine, which I think we're going to be giving a nickname for the livery in the not too distant future. And it's a livery. I always say a new paint job is worth a few tenths. This has been a really good job from Hendrix Fallat, up to P4 now. 18 places gained from the very back of the field. And that's a good indicator for tomorrow, as well as the teams and the drivers and the mechanics continue to tinker away at the setups on what's been a pretty stable weekend so far for the weather. Could that be an indicator that Hendrix Fallat will be at the sharp end of the field come the Grand Prix tomorrow? We're on the final lap of this one, Henry. Oliver Woodall Still leads.
So let's see how much Lenny Barton has grown. Does he throw it all now at a move for the lead in a heat race? Or does he give it a go? He's giving it a go, but then, he's going to try and give it a go. He's got to give it a go. He's got to now be careful. He's done it. Lenny Barton's only got to done it with a naughty cutback. And here comes Prakash round the outside, the 77 car of Harley Hibbert. Oh, Lenny Barton's fending him off left, right and centre. He's swatting them back like flies, is Lenny Barton. And here comes Falat into third position. 2 corners to go. Like buses, you wait for 1 win and then 2 come along at once. Lenny Barton will be your pole sitter in Micromax for tomorrow's Soupy. And look at Hendrix Falat celebrating. And the top 13 karts cross the line within 2 seconds. I've got to say, and I'm going to say it now, curse the commentator or not. The last couple of races on Kartmasters Saturday have been outstanding. We've got 3 heats to go, 1 in Mini X30, okay, great, 1 in Junior X30, and 1 in Senior Rotax. Oh boy. I have faith, ladies and gentlemen, in terms of drivers being sent home, drivers getting black flagged, penalties coming in left, right and centre. Yes, it makes a mess of the result sheets, but you know what? We're seeing the results of it, and the results are very, very good. And I think these last 3 races, well, put it this way, if anybody wants to go and call it Crashmasters at the end of today, if these last 3 races go well, simply unfriend me. Because it's not true. There is your Pantano kart. That's Hendrix Falat. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You, the viewers, can name that livery. It's a Kartmaster special livery. The poll on the live chat is live. Your 4 options are Ghost Racer, Silver Shadow, White Knight, and Saturn V. Saturn V, named after the early space shuttles that were sent into space by NASA before the Apollo missions. The Silver Shadow, the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, the White Knight, the Knights of St. which is a Monty Python thing, and the Ghost Racer, which is obviously a cartoon character in a film. We should have really checked with Tony Weir, but it's okay, it's fine. And I'll deal with Hendrix's dad, it's not a problem. No. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ghost Racer, Silver Shadow, White Knight, or Saturn V. Why are we having a bit of levity here? Well, because Kartmasters and karting needs levity. Up there is a sticker that says Racing with Chris Lamar. He is fighting the biggest fight of his life. He has cancer and he is fighting hard. The British karting community have come together. I haven't checked the amount of money raised for Chris and his family. It's going to be well over £30,000. No, it was well over £20,000. It's now up to £22,500. Thank you for everybody who has donated. We do talk about funny stuff. It's Kartmasters. It's the heartbeat of British karting. Yes, it's a very, very elite level event. The amount of privateers here, the amount of lad and dad team, lass and mum, what have you, but you know what I mean. It's getting smaller, but they are still there. They are still fighting. This is every club driver's one chance of the year to compete on the biggest stage, PF International, under the brightest lights with Alpha Live for the biggest prize, the Grand Prix. And it is still attainable. So we do talk about stuff that you might find, what are they wittering on about now? Because it means that if you're watching this back home, if you race at Tattershall, or if you race at Boyndy, or if you race at Forest Edge, or Lydd, or Bayford Meadows, or Rye House, or any of the how do I say this kindly? Any of the not-super circuits that have sprouted up, the PFs, the Silverstones, the Wilton Mills, with all the mod cons and the facilities, if you race at a club, a proper old-school karting club, this is your week. We have got 3 races to go. It's Mini X30, so we're going to keep talking about racing, we're going to keep talking about fun stuff, because this is Kartmasters, and this is Mini X30.
So into the final heat then for Mini X30. Chester Fawkes is perfect through the 3 rounds that we've seen before. He starts this 4th and final one from pole position with Evan Owen alongside him on an all DK Academy front row. Ilya Sami and Dimi Uzanov there on row number 2. It's LBJ Stubbs and James Roots going from row number 3. Ethan Robinson and Ollie West will go from row 4 for this one, ahead of Harry Chapman and Alfie Davidson wrapping out the top 10. Cody Vertigan and Reggie Chandler start on the 6th row for this race. Patrick Wood and Mason Hibbert go from row 7. William Bennett and Ivan Zvoronins go from row number 8. Bodie Batch and Frank Morris go from row number 9. Completing the top 20 for this one will be Caden Hakura and Corey Lyons, Theo Tyack and Travis Giddings on row 11. Oliver Kleinfelter for the Tim Wilson Motorsport outfit starts 23rd and shotgun on the field. Race number 38 of Kartmasters 2026. You're watching live coverage here on Alpha Live. Are we ready to go racing then here in this one into those tram lines? And no, we're going to go around again. There were a couple of drivers with their hands in the air there, just indicating to Nigel Edwards that they weren't quite happy.
Yes.
And our race director obliges and sends them round for an additional formation lap.
Yeah, now we haven't checked up, so at the moment, and you can see the link to the GoFundMe page. Thank you to Motorsport Magpie for putting that in the live chat. Already over 30 votes for naming the graphics kit. Not as many as we had for naming the Dragon earlier on. Here is, now a new position. Well, obviously, this is X30, so the engine and the radiator, slightly different arrangement. That is the Shocks Performance graphics on the side of that engine. So that is Johnny McDonald and Dean McDonald built waft on. This is LBJ Stubbs. So you can see the graffiti livery for LBJ Stubbs. Why is he down representing the UAE? That's because he has a UAE license and races out in the UAE, and so uses that for the entire season. Now we have to see whether Chester Fawkes can remain unbeaten. A few clouds in the early evening sky here in Lincolnshire. The lights go out, we go racing. It's a very even start. I've got to say, that's about as perfect a start if you're the second place driver as it's possible to get. However, even with that perfect start for Evan Owen, he finds himself down to 4th position as Chester Fawkes, Ilya Sami and LBJ Stubbs take the top 3 positions. We've got a new leader. It's Ilyas Sami.
Ilyas Sami then has won a good number of races so far in his 2026 karting season. Working at the wheel there through hairpin number 2. So the DK Academy train forming again at the front of the order. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on the road. And then probably their next nearest cousin of a team in the form of the Jade Racing team in the hands of Dimi Uzanov there in P5. Oh, now there's a lot of detritus on the circuit. There's karts going slowly as well.
That is Corey Lyons. Corey Lyons, who is one of the drivers from Ireland that's come over here. Johnny Whopper on the live chat saying good luck to all the Irish and Northern Irish contingent here. There are lots of them. It's great to see. Corey Lyons had a fantastic international trophy at Le Mans, and he's not having a fantastic British Grand Prix so far. His brother, young Robbie Lyons, is learning, and he's towards the back, but he is doing really well. Who was that saying? Oh dear, somebody busy choked on an ice cube.
Don't do that.
No, well, unless it was it was someone from James Roots' supporters club when Grandad choked on an ice cube when he went from 4th to 1st. Game on now. Well, James Roots is currently in this race 9th position. Was it a gin or vodka soaked ice cube? Whiskey, a wee dram. And now, there are the different signals we talked about. Each mechanic will have a slightly different signal to their driver about what to do.
Well, indeed. So 7 minutes and 40 seconds of this race to go. Ilias Sami at the front of the field from Chester Forks and Evan Owen, working hard to try and break away. However, Harry Chapman is on the charge with his father, Michael, I presume, on the tools again. The dad and lad team have now become part of the Ceol Motorsport outfit, and they're running well. They're getting quicker and quicker and quicker with each race weekend. They benefit from a little bit more data around them as, there's a warning flag. What have you spotted? No, it's worse.
Technical flag. Gary's tail is hanging off. So Frank Morris has been technical flagged. He was involved in the incident that we saw the tail end of. Corey Lyons, Travis Giddings, Alfie Davidson was involved in that incident. Davidson, we've hardly mentioned Alfie Davidson in Kartmasters this year, which is utterly, that was not on my Kartmasters bingo card, ladies and gentlemen. Here, side by side, wheel to wheel between the teammates. The 3 of them make that the 4 of them. Oh no, that's not the 4 of them. That's Harry Chapman to the inside. Harry Chapman breaking up the complete and utter monopoly at the front, being held by the Danny Curl Academy. Danny Curl and Jack Partridge here working, and of course you've got the sister team of Dimi Uzanov, the Jade Racing team, which of course Danny is associated with, but the Jade Racing team have got Dean Hale here helping them out. Here is Stubbs, and you can just see the effort that goes in to even the graphics kit. And up at the front, Ilias Sami leads Chester Forks. Evan Owen has now been jettisoned back to 5th position. Stubbs is 4th, Chapman 3rd. Across the start-finish line, Andrew Mather.
Little matter. Well, we'll come back to this because Harry Chapman's going for 2nd place ahead of Chester Forks, and that's quite wise from Chester. Chester just lets him go because he doesn't need to win this race. He's got a good advantage in the intermediate points ahead of everybody else. Would it be nice to be able to say, I got through all of the qualifying heats undefeated? Sure, but what's more important is maintaining your position at the front for the superheat and giving yourself a better chance of being at the front again for the big one on Sunday afternoon. Just have a look here. For those maybe not as familiar with the sport, there's a very interesting little detail that we cannot see right now. Chapman's going through past Ilias Sami. When we talk about how competitive this sport is, there's great hustle there from Harry Chapman.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
Henry, talk us through it. What can you not see when we go to the onboard shot with Albert J. Stubbs? Oh no!
You can't see which setting they're on for the front stub axles, because used to get like a sweatband.
Yeah.
They used to wrap that over the top of the stub axle, so you couldn't see which setting they were on. Now, some bright spark, who hopefully will make a lot of money, has designed an actual plastic covering, a cap, so that so nobody can see what front settings you're on, because each stub axle, they've got degrees of caster camber that makes minor adjustments, but those minor adjustments mean an awful lot. Ceol Lynch has an interview for us. Who have you got for us, Ceol? Oh, it's Frank and Gary.
Thank you, boys. We're back here in the pits. If it's not the chain lube, it's the chain guard for you, Frank Morris. What's happened?
I was coming out of the 2nd hairpin, and then there's kerfuffle on the other side, so I go down the inside, and then someone's hit someone up, and then my chain guards come off, so yeah, and then technical flag in. So
now you're going to have to work extra hard against the rest of this field tomorrow. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to the racing.
You can tell that whilst the boy is Welsh, that he lives in Rotherham, because that's the word of the day. kerfuffle for you, everybody, here at Kartmasters.
Yes, there was there's some kerfuffleage going on circuit as well. Down the hill, Chapman was leading, he's now in second, and we haven't been talking much about Fusion Motorsports until Mason Hibbert arrives on the scene in the number 33 kart rather. Chester Fawkes is down to 7th. Now, Chester Fawkes, he can finish in the top 12 and still be on pole position. I love that. There was some kerfuffleage going on. Julie Hingley on the live chat. That's Ben Hingley's mum. How's you and Bonner, Ben's dad? Julie, celebrating the fact that Ultimate R have done really well. Ellis Bell doing fantastic. A smaller team, and there was I just spot an Enam Ahmed in a white T-shirt? Yes, I think I did. Enam, a great ambassador for our sport indeed. Enam getting as far as Indy Lights, one step away from the IndyCar Championship. Not quite sure how much racing Enam is doing at the moment, but he's certainly now heavily involved in bringing new talent forward. There's a move up into P3, goes Mason Hibbert.
And this is a trait that Mason Hibbert has added to his bow in recent weeks. He had some difficult times 1 week ago in the British Roundup at Rowra, where he had to get his overtakes in. He's grown in confidence massively since that big win at Lark Hall about a month and a half ago. But there would be no bigger win than taking it tomorrow in the Grand Prix. There's a yellow flag out, did I see? Yeah, just into Bobby Game Corner. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. We'll catch up with that in a moment. 1.5 minutes of this race to go. Ilias Sami still leads. Evan Owen second. At the moment, Evan Owen will be joining Chester Fawkes on the front row for the superheat, the single superheat for the Mini X30s tomorrow. His gap to Hibbert is 4 points. So the easy way of maintaining that, keep that number 33 machine behind you. Chester Fawkes still running in 5th place and quite deliberately not getting involved in this, Henry, which is very heads-up driving. Yep. I'm sure the team will have discussed with Chester the situation as Hibbert goes down the inside of Evan Owen. So that's the first job done for one of the front runners in the British Championship in Miami Waterswift so far this year. Hibbert now up to P2. Now he could really do with those extra 2 points if he can find a way past Ilias Sami.
He's also under investigation.
Ooh.
And I don't know why Mason Hibbert's under investigation. The P2 driver out of the final corner onto the start-finish straight across the line. 19 seconons to go. Into the banking, and who's this going high, wide and handsome? Harry Chapman, have a look at that! 3 wide round the outside, gets the job done. Well done, Harry Chapman.
That's what he does. He's one of the bravest drivers in this category. He's always up for the send, and that one gets him up to P3. Time is up. We're not quite on the last lap yet.
It also gets Harry Chapman up into P6.
Yes.
6 in the standings because he moves another point ahead of James Root. I tell you what, Harry Chapman, he might even steal 4th in points here from Ilias Sami if things go the right way. They've only got a lap to do it, however. And still a lot to be decided for the second row on back of the superheat starting grid. 1 lap to go. The current order is Sami next, with Hibbert next under investigation. Then it's Chapman in 3rd. No, it's Chapman down to 4th. Is that Chester Fawkes?
Yeah, it's a really, really smart piece of driving from Chester Fawkes as Mason Hibbert and Harry Chapman were involved in one another. Hibbert was closing the door ahead of Chapman. Fawkes just slipped through. He says he's just keeping himself out of trouble, not pushing this one too hard. His teammate Ilias Sami still leads this race and has led it in a really mature manner through hairpin number 2. Mason Hibbert still holds 2nd place. Fawkes is now drawing alongside. We'll try and run this one through. Oh, that's a little bit rough on the approach to the chicane, the high-speed chicane of the call, the Fullerton S's. Down towards Bobby Game. Sammy still has the lead of this race. Fawkes trying to get down the inside, but again, not trying to force the issue because he's got the points advantage across these heats. His teammate, Ilias Sammy, is going to move up the order in the points with this race win. If he can hold on just ahead of Mason Hibbert, which he does by a 10th. Chester Fawkes third, secures pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. It's a commanding 10 points advantage ahead of Mason Hibbert. That result for Hibbert moves him ahead of Ethan Owen and onto the front row for tomorrow's Superheat.
Trying to see who that was. Cody Vertigan did not look too happy crossing the line in the number 95 kart. Alfie Davidson, 18th. That pushes Alfie back to 7th on the grid for the Superheat. It's Ilias Sammy. Mason Hibbert, under investigation, was given a warning flag. So the investigation ended up with a warning flag for Mason Hibbert. Chester Fawkes, Harry Chapman, Ethan Owen, Ethan Robinson. Great drive from Ethan Robinson for the Daily Motorsport team. Dimi Uzanov, Ollie West, James Roots and Patrick Wood. Rounding out your top 10, privateer driver Ivans Voronins, Albie J. Stubbs. After our on our camera cart was 12th. Then it's Bodie Batch, Reggie Chandler, Caden Hakura, still only been driving for 6 months.
Amazing.
Theo Tyak, William Bennett and Alfie Davidson. Then Cody Vertigan, Oliver Kleinfelter, Travis Giddings, Corey Lyons, and sadly Frank Morris did not finish the race. Gamer RD asks how many more races today. The answer is two. Two for you to peruse.
And we'll have the penultimate race, Junior X30, in a short moment's time.
Sorry, there is a hold. Ooh. They're not being let into the weigh scale just yet. You just hear now Sammy getting called. That's Gary. Not Gary the Dragon, Gary the Scrutineer. One of two Garys in the Scrutineering Bay. Okay. We talk about nose cones, ladies and gentlemen. 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a nose cone that looked like that would have 100%, 110% been a nose cone penalty. That looks like a nose cone that is not. I'm going to look at this, right. I'm going to make a note to myself. Mini X30, heat number 4. How many nose cone penalties did we have? Because there is a thing, the teams, and I want to stress this, it is the team's jobs to look at the rules and to work as hard as they possibly can in the grey areas of the rules and look at the rules themselves. Okay, what can we do? We don't want to break the rules, but how do we make sure the rules work for us? The teams and the manufacturers of various nose cones and brackets are now ahead of the game against the actual ruling. People are saying, number one, 5 second penalty, not enough. I can concur with that. But there are now nose cones that are very soft, brackets that are very tough, for the simple reason they've got a set of rules that haven't been updated, and now the teams are ahead. The poachers are ahead of the gamekeepers. It's not a bad thing, it's just a thing. Here is your penultimate race of the day. It's Junior X30.
So for a third of our Junior X30s, they'll be watching this race wondering where their scores are going to leave them in the standings overnight. Here are the remaining drivers going out for their fourth and final race. George House and Charlie Wolfett start the 6th Junior X30 heat on the front row. George Quinlan and George Edgar go from row number 2. Henry Clark and Finley Lyons, they're on row number 3 and ahead of Colby Patterson and Louis Radcliffe on row 4. Aaron Richardson and John Foley Jr. start on row number 5. It's Sophie Campbell and Freddie Wood going from row 6. Archie Rogers-Tyler and Rocco Lee and Shenton start on row 7. Charlie Blenkinsop and Knight Measures on row 8. Max Endicott and Devin Taylor start on row 9. Alfie Ward and Sam Mott start on row 10. Orion Meta will just be by themselves on row 11. No Kai Clark for this one. Katie Donaldson and Cavan Hayes will go from row number 12. 23 drivers in the field.
Yeah, saw Danny Porter, Kai Clark's mechanic. Realistically, Kai Clark, he's too tall, It's too heavy, it's too grippy, and it's no good for him to be out there, so he has withdrawn. And here we go, Colby Patterson joins the race from the pit lane. Everybody else safely through. Turn number 1 into the banking for the final time in Junior X30. Now this is officially the last undefeated driver in Kartmasters, George Edgar, who still pulled off the move of Kartmasters so far. Who was that running wide? Is that a premium karting machine?
Finley Lines.
Very wide. As we come back up there, here there's Lines, the green crash helmet, that Maximum Group sponsored kart of Finley Lines. Out of the Fullerton S's, down the back straight into the Bobby Game corner. Now there is Charlie Blenkinsop. He is the number 27, that very distinctive orange and black Liberty privateer run kart. There's bound to be a Bertie Blenkinsop sighting out on the banking somewhere. Can you tell some of the camera up? Sack the race off. Let's look for the Bulldog on the banking.
Oh, George House and George Edgar going wheel to wheel, and Edgar's got the race lead. To the brightest stars in this Junior X30 category. Well, there was a tasty battle between the two of them. Make it 3 of the biggest stars, because here comes Charlie Wolfett down the inside. Has to take to a bit of the curb there.
But smart, because that taking to a bit of the curb kept him off from taking a bit out of the side pod of George House's kart.
Indeed, Louis Radcliffe's had another bright start. He's up to P4 at the moment in that 227 Sam Pollitt Racing prepared machine. Don't get the colours confused with the Fusion Motorsport team. Normally they run in separate classes, of course, as purple, blue and orange colours.
Yes, yes.
And have worked together as teams across, drivers such as William Antrobus last season was running double duty.
Yep.
With Fusion and SPR, but they've both also done the same in terms of their special Kartmasters livery and putting more white on it.
Yes, interesting. Here we go. Across the we talk about the Fusion livery. Is that a special Kartmaster? That's the general Fusion livery this year. Is it
that's a Kartmasters special for the Fusions.
Yes, there is always a special Kartmasters Fusion livery. There was one year where you couldn't see it on TV, but if you looked at the paddock, it had the sort of the images of drivers who have won celebrating as they crossed the line. The Chris Walker pictures of various drivers was sort of set into the graphics kit. Absolutely outrageous graphics for the Fusion team that year. There's Charlie Blenkinsop in the orange number 27. Penalties coming in early doors. Louis Radcliffe from 4th place has been given a 5-second penalty. That would, I assume, be a jump start.
Yeah, I'd guess so as well. That's going to set Radcliffe back a bit here. Needs to get his eyes forward and trying to stretch the field out as much as possible. There's a good gap ahead of him, but right now he's trying to hold on to this 3rd place on the road. There's George Quinlan. George Quinlan's driven really well today.
Yes.
In my book, Henry. There he is in the bright yellow helmet. Kart number 17. 6th place at the moment for the young driver from Sittingbourne, down in the southeast of England.
Sittingbourne in Kent. I've got to say that the Mick Barrett team as a whole have really, they haven't come to play this weekend. No, because obviously you've got George Edgar, who is at the front of any Junior X30 field anywhere. In seniors this year, you've got Nat Stappen, who is generally at the front of any senior X30 race. But behind those two, there has more often than not been a bit of a gap.
Yep.
Before the net. Oh
no!
That is 3-1, ladies and gentlemen. What? 3-1 or 2-2?
No, I think that's 2-2.
2-2. That's a Desmond. 2-2. On commentator's curse, because I was about to say that there's normally a gap behind the lead kart, so Mick Barrett Racing, and the rest of the team. Not so this week. George Quinlan,
Max Ewell, Archie
Rogers Tyler was the name of all. They're all there. They're all in the lead battle. which is good. Now, yeah, George Edgar and Nat Stappen are still sort of leading the team in terms of individual class, but the rest of the team drivers have upped their game, which I think is important. Somebody has just driven past us sounding somewhat sickly. That was a very loud exhaust, was it not? And we'll
I do wonder as well, Henry, with that point on the MBR team, as Radcliffe again defending for third place on the road ahead of Freddie Wood. Gus Lawrence has been working in that tent with a few drivers, Nat Johnston included. Is that one of the reasons? Oh, that's a little bit rough between Freddie Wood and Louis Radcliffe.
It ain't going to hurt, put it that way. No, of course not. I mean, so we joke, Gus Lawrence is a paid professional racer in the United States. He is paid to drive karts. He's also paid to coach young drivers. And he is doing that job here. So, very impressive. And we're seeing more and more. There's George Edgar. What I'm really liking, our very top stars, our top direct drive karting stars in the UK, more of them are getting paid to pass their knowledge and their talent and their expertise on, whether that is as a coach, as a team, a coach at an event, a private coach away from events, or as a driver themselves. The top karters, more and more of them are being paid, and that is great.
Gus, Matty Higgins,
yep.
Riley Cranham's in the paddock this weekend and was last weekend as well, working on the data with Fusion. It's a big part of the sport now.
And we're not talking about a driver that is just, I'm now managing or I'm now in charge of the junior half of this team. That's a job, and that is like a bigger thing. You've been employed by a team for a number of roles. We're talking about, I want to pay you, driver X, to come and either drive my go-kart. I'm going to pay you to either drive my go-kart, or I'm going to bring you in to coach this driver specifically. You are our paid professional kart driver coach. Sean Butcher, for example, is here. This is good progress, because what's the best way to keep drivers in karting, to keep talent in karting, whether that is in addition to what they do in cars or just because they want to stay in karting? The best way to keep talent in karting is to pay the talent. It's quite simple. There is prize money here at GP Plate. Don't get me started on prize money in the Motorsport UK British Championship, because there should be for some classes, 100%. We'll get into that another time. That is for another Bub Draft unpopular opinion. But if you want to keep the talent in our sport, the talent has to be paid. And there's a move that doesn't quite come off. We have a second bite of the cherry. That is Archie Rogers-Tyler on Max Endicott. Max Endicott, he's gained 11 places, but he's done it a little bit quieter than usual. So there is Endicott being passed by Archie Rogers-Tyler. This is the top 5.
Endicott currently third in the heat standings. Now, there's no time qualifying tomorrow.
Nope.
He won't have that as a thorn in the side. No warm-up. They'll be straight into
the racing.
Into the racing.
Which means we start a lot earlier, ladies and gentlemen. And this may be another reason why we're seeing the racing nice and calm, is that everybody knows you bend or break your go-karts in this race. There's no practice to try and get it back up and running or to make sure that you bolted everything together. You are straight into a superheat. And I think that is helping. Good decision. Maybe it's an unintended consequence, but as we're seeing it play out, I think it's a good consequence. Edgar and House, nose to tail. Sam Mott gets a warning flag.
To put it into context, if you bent your machine and your wagon now, I reckon you'd have, 15 hours to get it fixed?
And that's without going to bed.
And that's without going to bed.
Yeah, so if and reframing a wagon is not the work of a moment.
No.
Even if you are one of the big super teams. Across the line we go, 15 seconds left on the clock. This is the battle for third place, and there's a Slim Shady, if ever there was one. Slim Shady out of nowhere for Aaron Richardson. He could have taken, that could have been a double Slim Shady. He launched that kart onto the banking. Go on, my son.
Brilliant move from the young man from Frizzington in Cumbria. Max Endicott trying to work his way up the order as well. It's Freddie Wood who's looking on the defensive at the moment as Wolfit going wheel to wheel, locks together with Endicott. Finley Lines has to take avoiding action there and does so brilliantly.
Finley Lines, quick phone call to a nearby laundromat because he needs a new race suit, because that suddenly Charlie Wolfit's kart appeared out of nowhere. Max Endicott's upset because Max Endicott has just pulled the first move of the weekend at that little left-hander. That's the first move. That's a desperation area. We've got a bit of a battle for the race lead.
We have.
4 seconds up the road from everything else. Edgar's under pressure. This is the last lap. Can George Edgar stay undefeated at Kartmasters 2026? George House wants to do something about it. George versus George. And Edgar keeps House around the outside. Here comes House again. Edgar covers it off lovely going into there. This is going to give George House a bit of a run. Edgar's going to have to defend into Bobby Game corner. Oh, snatches the back end of the kart there. Aggressive on the turn in for George Edgar. But he will remain undefeated, Andrew Mather.
He will indeed, and will be on pole position for the first of the Junior X30 Superheats tomorrow. George Edgar wins race number 39. George House pushes him all the way, though. The gap is only 0.18 of a second. Aaron Richardson brilliantly takes third in that one ahead of Archie Rogers-Tyler and Freddie Wood. Now that result for Max Endicott means he goes down to 4th in the intermediate classification.
By 2
we
points.
wondered whether this might happen. Sukmani Kira is on pole position for Superheat B tomorrow morning with a score of 14. Aaron Richardson will also be on the front row, will be on the outside of row number 1 for the first race. It'll be the Cumbrian Derby again across the front row there.
Excellent.
In that one, Max Endicott will still be on the front row of a Superheat, but on the outside for Superheat B. There is your provisional result. Edgar, House, Richardson, Rogers-Tyler, Wood and Lines. Your top 6 on the road. Louis Radcliffe has a 5-second penalty, will drop down the order. Max Endicott, 8th on the road ahead of Charlie Wolfit, Rocco Lee and Shenton. Henry Clark in Knight measures. Colby Patterson 13th, Ryan Meta 14th, Alfie Ward in 15th place ahead of Sophie Campbell, Devin Taylor, Sam Mott, George Quillen and Cavan Hayes. John Foley Jr. In 21st ahead of Charlie Blenkinsop, Katie Donaldson, the last of the 23 finishers, all of them who started finished. Kai Clark was a non-starter. I think the intriguing situation though with that race, Henry, yes, George Edgar is undefeated, but all that does is get you pole position for a Superheat tomorrow. And George House seems like a changed driver today.
It also makes you a target.
It does.
And I gotta say, would you want to be targeted by Venom?
No.
No, you would not. And that is the nice pearly white gnashers of Venom on the front of George House's crash helmet.
George House, P2 in one of his cadet categories. In 2023, hasn't had a GP plate win before. Aaron Richardson hasn't had a podium before at the Grand Prix. Best result, Water Swift, 4th place 2023. But we'll see the story in Junior X30 continue on tomorrow. And for us here at the circuit, we look forward to that. One more race to go here today, Henry. Senior Rotax race number 40.
Yes.
Heat 6. It's an A versus B race. We could have fireworks in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, but we're going to have, in a good way. We're going to have a good way. So Motorsport UK have just literally come back to Trent Valley Kart Club after a week and said you're not allowed to have the smoke bombs tomorrow for the finals. After a week. And the smoke bombs have just been bought. You would have thought they could have had a word earlier on. But there we go. I'll get into trouble for that. But quite frankly, it's a smoke bomb. It's the 30th anniversary of Kartmasters. Who's it hurting? You know, who's it hurting? Maybe Greta Thunberg. But then
she's
again,
already not a fan of
But then
you
again,
this
she's
weekend.
already mad at me for leaving my car running yesterday. Ceol Lynch, please end this madness down in Parc Fermé.
All right, George Edgar, just like last year in 2025, you have put yourself on pole position for the Superheat. With that being the same as what you did last year, are you feeling the pressure more?
No, probably a bit less, really. It's another year later, another year of experience. It's just another race weekend. We've got to just try and take the win in the Superheat and then see what we can do in the final.
That's right. It's familiar for you. Well, you are one step closer to breaking the Edgar curse at the GP plate. How are you feeling? Are you ready? What is the final thoughts before going into tomorrow?
Yeah, really happy with today. We've managed to win all 4 of our heats over the past 2 days, so we're looking good for tomorrow, so hopefully we can just bring it home.
Well, congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. And just like that, we are on to our final heat race of the day. And then it all begins tomorrow. Senior Road Tax, though, up next.
So our last race of the day, Senior Rotax, and the decider for who's going to be on pole position for the Superheats tomorrow. This should be good. Freddie Lloyd starts on pole position with Finley Jones alongside on the front row. Macaulay Bishop and Matteo Palazzo start on row 2. Guy Cunnington and Jared Fox-Whiteley go from row 3. Ryan Gandor and Matthew So on row 4. Oliver Liversidge and Mikey Walker start on row 5. It's James Lowther and Harry Bartle on row 6. James Tester, Benjamin Lee, there on row 7. Liam Hartley and Harrison Crowther on row 8. Rayan Cairuz and Bran van der Vecken on row 9. Brandon Truman and Charlie King start inside the top 20 for this one. Benjamin Baker and Eli Bannon on row 11. Drew Preisner and Declan Luff on row 12. Joey Brown, Ollie Goodyear, they've got work to do from row 13. They're ahead of Arav Dewan and Jack Thompson on row 14. Joe Yao is not out on circuit for this one, so it'll just be Ewan Charman on row 15. Lloyd Palmer and Taylor England completed 31 strong field. Joe earlier on in the day had an incident, so will not take part in this race. Hope that he is okay.
Somebody asking what's the reason for the banter with Mikey Walker. I can't believe you asked the question. Just, it's Mikey Walker. End of discussion. It's Mikey Walker. We're walking along. We're singing a song. We're walking in a Mikey Walker wonderland. He's going to have to do some walking, however, because where's Mikey Walker starting? Well, he's only, no, it's not too bad. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10th. He's only starting 10th. It's not like he's got to walk the length of Jonathan Buck's driveway to get to the front. No, not that far. Not that far. But again, this is a driver who has got friends and fans who are supporting him online. Love this. Love it. It's great. You know, because somebody might pick up, why is Mikey Walker so popular? Okay, well, if Mikey Walker's so popular, what if I put a couple of quid into him and put a sponsor logo on him? Because that might help. Lights are not out. And here we go. The results of the poll. Oh, it was good. Ghost Racer, 18% of the votes. The Silver Shadow, my vote, that was third, 23% of the votes. The Saturn 5, that was your vote, Andrew. Second, 25%.
I'll take second.
Yeah, you can take second. But officially, the official name, we haven't checked with Giorgio Pantano yet, but he'll be fine. Trust me, he's all right. Is the graphics kit for Hendrix Falat's Kartmasters Special Pantano graphics kit. It is the White Knight. Bravo. Bravo to the White Knight.
I'll take second. It's like our Club 100 Endurance 2019 championship season all over again.
Yes.
On the podium at every single round. One win.
One win. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
which is Rye House.
Excellent.
Second at 8 different events.
Excellent, excellent. And there we go. Atomic Version might be joining the Mikey Walker fan club.
Excellent.
Well, why not? You know, that's a good thing. the way the sport grows is if you get people who aren't related to the drivers, who aren't related to the teams, supporting them just because they like them as a driver. They like the cut of their jib, so to speak. They like their driving style, their talents, their race suit, their colours, their nickname, anything about them. That is how you grow the sport and grow drivers' fan bases. Andrew Mather.
Bishop, 2 points. Bartle, 4 points. Those are your main two challenges for the pole positions tomorrow in Senior Rotax. We're racing for lap 1 last time on Kartmasters Saturday, and it's Freddie Lloyd who goes into the race lead straight away. Macaulay Bishop with the assist there has got himself up to P2. Finley Jones patient at the moment, loses out to Guy Cunnington. I think he's still got P4. Yes, he has. The rest of them file off of the bridge down towards the first hairpin. Now,
Mikey Walker pass incoming, by the way. Mikey Walker overtake incoming. He made the move. There we go.
Now, Lloyd is a little bit further down the order. He's 6th going into this one. This is mainly off the back of a P20 in the classification in his first heat yesterday after a 10-second penalty. But you never know in Senior Rotax what could happen across the course of the next 9 minutes.
Sorry, Andrew. There's a couple of carts hard into the barriers. Again, it was a similar situation to what Eddie Duncan had before. Somebody getting offline and then sort of having to go around the middle of the chicane, and somebody on the outside just getting tipped into the barriers. Freddie Lloyd leads Macaulay Bishop at the end of lap number 1. Guy Cunnington, Finley Jones, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Matteo Palazzo, Ryan Gandor, Harry Bartle, and in 9th place at 1 position is Mikey Walker. And actually, in 10th place, Mikey's teammate Oliver Liversedge. Count the Jack's carts.
Here they come.
4 Jack's Motorsports carts in the top 10.
Harrison Crowther and James Lowther both down the bottom of the order. Was that a connection of the teammates through Bobby Game corner? And that's not good for James Lowther. He needed a clean day. He needed good results. He might have some work to do in the super heats tomorrow just to make it through to the Grand Prix. Coming round to finish the second lap of this race then. Freddie Lloyd continues to lead. He'll have one thought in his mind: win this one and just see what happens. Well, at the moment, he would be on the outside of row number 1 for the second of the super heats. It would be himself and Bartle going toe-to-toe into the Bruno Ferrari S. It's Macaulay Bishop right now looking pretty good. 4 points on the board, 7-point lead over Bartle.
There is a slippery surface flag being displayed under the bridge. That is about the worst place as a driver when you go under the bridge at nearly 80 miles an hour, you suddenly see a slippery surface flag. It has been pulled away. I think that was James Lowther he's retired. Harrison Crowther at the back. I just wonder if there was something after that collision between Lowther and Crowther that was leaking out of a wagon.
Joey Brown got through past James Tester, I think it was, there to, further up the order. Joey Brown up to P14 now. There are your leaders. And a good run here from Matteo Palazzo. Recent signing to the Guy Cunnington Racing team.
Yes, from KR Sport last year to Guy Cunnington Racing this year. And I spoke to Guy, and again, Guy was saying that, look, he's been the team leader as well as the team owner, but they needed another front-running driver. So a deal was done, and this is again a team who is looking right. We need to advertise ourselves. This Kartmasters, the Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, the UKC are the places where we advertise ourselves as a team. It's not necessarily where we turn the biggest profit. That's where club racing comes in. And that is up over the back, the number 49 of Declan Luff, and the driver was, I think, the Hunter Motorsport number 65 of Jack Thompson getting collected there. So, again, Guy Cunnington Racing, they go to a top driver who's in need of a team, say it's Matteo Palazzo, and they do a deal. Now, I don't know what the terms of the deal are. I'm not going to ask, and if I did know, I wouldn't tell you, because that is a personal thing for the team. But this is what the teams do. It's the same as what Jack's Motorsport have done with Harry Bartle. They need a marquee name, a marquee event, and this is not a criticism of any of the other drivers they've got. However, Harry Bartle, the vice British champion from last year, so yeah, they do a deal to make it happen so that Harry can race for them, and he's doing really well.
Yes, indeed. 5.25 minutes of this race to go. All kinds of positions being changed here. Oh, that's a tough moment for Matthew So. One of the many drivers in the junior and senior ranks who's come through from Arrive and Drive karting into owner racing, but there it's just lost a huge stack. Oh my goodness me, he was in the top 15, he's now P25. But that's what can happen when the pack is close like this. Yep. You lose one position, particularly when the track is now rubbered in after 2 full days of racing, and you've almost just got to wait your turn to get back into the train. You can try and force your way back in, but again, if you're needing the points, if you can't afford a DNF, the risk is just too high to kind of wedge yourself back in there. There's a move from one of the Hunter Motorsport drivers. That was the number 46 of Lloyd Palmer. This is all down around the top 20 at the moment, around 20th place.
Mikey Walker update, made one pass on the opening lap and has consolidated since then. This is a consolidating drive. Consolidating drive from Mikey Walker. The one move was majestic. Now we're consolidating. I hope you might... Oh, hello?
Hang on a minute. So Macaulay Bishop, I think, just gave Freddie Lloyd a little tap there to say, hello, mate, I am here, and now I'm charging down the inside to take the race lead. So, Bishop, who's already got an advantage in these points for pole position tomorrow in the superheats. He's just extended that advantage by a couple of scores. Maybe just conscious that Guy Cunnington and Jared Fox-Whiteley are closing in, but Lloyd's not having any of that. He needs the points as well. Gets back down the inside. We've got a race on here, Henry, with 3.5 minutes to go.
This is what we came to see. Mikey Walker fans notwithstanding, however, this is Lloyd versus Bishop versus the OG, Guy Cunnington, who was a junior Rotax GP plate winner 8 years ago. Senior, he was the first senior Rotax champion of the modern era of the British Kart Championship in 2019, and he's still getting it done at the highest level. The OG, Guy Cunnington, in third. Then you got the two Jack's teammates, Jared Fox-Whiteley. He's got them both. Oh! And that is why you are. Experience counts for everything. The young bucks, Lloyd and Bishop, conspire. And now Cunnington's getting past. Here comes Barton. It's another 1-2 for Jack's.
That incident is going to cost Macaulay Bishop pole position in one of the superheats tomorrow. He's going to drop down the order in this race. He's going to drop down the order in the intermediate classification. Bartle and Turnbull. Joshua Turnbull, who sat trackside, suddenly will perk up and go, hang on a minute. This wasn't part of the plan. Well, it is now. Bartle has the lead in the intermediate classification. His teammate Jared Fox-Whiteley has the lead in this race. There's an almighty scrap going on between Guy Cunnington. Has Guy Cunnington got a problem? Because his pace is all gone. Macaulay Bishop is out of this race. Will get points for 30th place and drop to P8 in the standings.
Do you know what? Oh no, that's Guy Cunnington. Guy Cunnington's got a problem with that kart. That kart has got a problem. Yeah, the number 52 kart. He took the lead, and I wonder if he may have been clipped ever so slightly as Bishop and Lloyd. And I tell you what, Bishop and Lloyd, I'm a massive fan of the pair of them. I know their parents, and their parents know I am. That, whatever the result, whoever was to blame, it was unnecessary. And that's the problem. It's unnecessary. It's cost Bishop. It hasn't cost Lloyd yet. But am I looking at an investigation? No, not yet. Again, I don't... Apportioning blame is irrelevant at this point. It was unnecessary, and that is why sometimes experience and just keeping yourself out of trouble, not engaging, ends up like Harry Bartle, potentially leading the point standings. Lloyd isn't finished yet, however.
And Bartle's now taking the lead of this race, so he's got through past Jared Fox-Whiteley on this last lap. 2 more laps to go. There'll be about 20 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. Freddie Lloyd points forward, says, go, go, go. Do not defend Harry Bartle, because I need these points as well. We've got a gap over Jared Fox-Whiteley and Matteo Palazzo in 3rd and 4th. 5-second penalty for Guy Cunnington has just come up on our screen. So was there another angle? The officials have a lot more angles than us in the box.
There was an incident with Finley Jones. And here comes Freddie Lloyd back to the race lead. There was an incident between Guy Cunnington and Finley Jones, which could have been, but that is a 5-second unappealable in-race penalty.
Into the Fullerton S's then. Freddie Lloyd has the lead of this one again. He's too far back to challenge those in possession of the pole positions at the moment in these intermediate scores. But he'll want to finish Kartmasters Saturday on a high here in this last heat of the day. Final lap board is out. Lloyd leads, Bartle second, but the max power from the Jax Motorsport team is going to give Freddie Lloyd a big challenge here. Here comes, oh my goodness, the teammates nearly get together. Jared Fox-Whiteley's through and into second place, but was all over the curb, up and round the bowl. Matteo Palazzo is still there as well for the Guy Cunnington Racing team. What a stunning finish we're having here, Henry Beaudette, in this senior Rotax race, and we're still not done.
It's not over yet. Out of the second hairpin, up the short chute. Freddie Lloyd defends from Jared Fox-Whiteley. Then it is Harry Bartle now defending 3rd place from Matteo Palazzo. And the Liam Atkin Racing kart of Finley Jones. Oh dear. And well done, Jared Fox-Whiteley, because you fired Freddie Lloyd going into that corner and then backed out of it. That is smart racing. Freddie Lloyd will cross the line and finish Kartmasters Saturday on top of the pile. Look at the rest of the field plunging across the line all the way back. Now, who's that going across the line? That's Harrison Crowe, the 26th, Jack Thompson, 27th, Taylor England, Declan Luff, 29 out of the 31 karts finished the race. Was there a flash point? Yes. Was it a good race apart from that? Yes. Was it a repeat of last year's Saturday evening carnage, which was disappointing? No. Excellent. Freddie Lloyd, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Matteo Palazzo, Finley Jones and the Liam Atkin Racing team. Now, I know there's been a couple of issues. Liam Atkin Racing, stars of the show. How hard is it for a single kart team, a new team, only came into being last year, to compete, not just in one race, but Finley has been there race after race after race all weekend. That is impressive. Harry Bartle, Rayan Gandor. Bartle will start his superheat from pole position tomorrow. Canada's Rayan Gandor will start on the outside of the front row for his superheat. Brandon Truman, Mikey Walker, P8. Joey Brown had a good run, up to 9th position. Looking down the order, Guy Cunnington, 15th with a penalty. That will drop. Oh, that will drop to the 26th position. That is a painful one for Guy Cunnington.
Rest of the order going through on your screens there. So as you mentioned, Henry Bartle on pole for Superheat A. Joshua Turnbull on pole for Superheat B. And you mentioned him earlier, Henry. He wasn't in that last race. He got his heats done earlier on in the day, but he'd been quietly and consistently getting on with his work, and well done. Well-deserved pole position there.
I'm looking at my entry list. And I made little notes about drivers that, you know, different sort of categories. Are they underdogs? Are they dark horses? Joshua Turnbull, I apologise to Josh, the Coles team. I've got nothing written next to Josh Turnbull's name. He didn't factor into my pre-event equations as a potential winner. As a potential dark horse. Yeah, I had him down as somebody that could easily run in the top 10. But Josh Turnbull has got a shot. Coles Racing have got a shot at Senior Rotax tomorrow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we may have one more interview with Ceol Lynch before we round out today's broadcast. We're going to have a paddock show. But before we get that, let's run through a couple of things. Firstly, the Kartmasters ephemera. Yes, we have named Frank Morris's Dragon Gary on the back of his crash helmet. Yes, we have named the Pantano special livery the White Knight. But we've also looked at paddock pooches. We've talked about kart mechanic bingo. We've talked about naughty cutbacks. We've talked about slim shadies. All the stuff that makes Kartmasters so special. Off track. We're going to have another paddock show tonight around the paddock, which will show you, which will be on the Alpha Live YouTube channel later on. And again, that will show you the beating heart of British karting, and we'll show you that, for all the bad press that, karting gives itself, I've got to say, because there's only people within karting that give karting a bad press by slating each other and slagging each other off. But we're going to show you that it's not all about that. We have also talked about some of the really important things. Racing with Chris Lamar, for example, and some of the wonderful causes that drivers here and who aren't here have had to withdraw are, raising money for, raising awareness for, and we will continue to do that tomorrow. But before we close out today's broadcast, Andrew, let's hear from the third member of our team, the inimitable, the irreplaceable Ceol Lynch.
Thank you very much. And our last heat of the day brings all the action that we've seen. We've seen the two dominant drivers across British karting battle it out at the front. We've seen previous GP plate winners try and join in, and everyone try and get a taste of the lead in between then. But Freddie Lloyd, once again, you have come out on top today. You must be feeling great across both classes today. You've been incredibly dominant. Tomorrow, what is the mindset?
Mindset is to win, obviously, but just got to keep your head cool. Obviously, try not to crash, but obviously it's called a crash master for a reason. But we've been quick today in both classes, and I'm happy with that. And I hope we can get a result tomorrow.
Now, the battle that has been really dominant so far between this year and between this weekend, it has been you and Macaulay Bishop. We did see that bit in that race. What do you think happened there in the middle of that heat?
He obviously caught up to me because it's hard to lead round here, and then everything got out of hand, and well, I guess you're gonna have to watch it back.
Well, best of luck for tomorrow, Freddie.
Thank you.
There we go, and that is it for our heat races today. The drivers have done everything they can to put themselves in the best position for tomorrow. Well, that is where all the action happens. Across all classes, there is only one GP plate to be won. If you want to see what the paddock is like on a Saturday night, then you can watch the paddock show tonight with myself, Henry Beaudette, and Andrew Mather. But until then, we will see you tomorrow. Get ready.